Hello everyone and welcome to the YOS Mega Event 2 live stream. Now round 1 is going to be kicking off in about 15 minutes from now, and we just want to do a few quick checks before then, so if you can hear me, do let me know in the chat. Let me know if the audio from my microphone is too quiet or too loud relative to the music, and we'll get everything balanced out for you guys. Just keep in mind the stream is slightly delayed relative to the actual line of play. This is so that when we're showing live matches, there'll be a little bit of a gap there, try and reduce the chance of anyone trying to stream snipe or anything like that. And I can see we've got some questions in the chat now, so I will try and answer them. Again, do let me know if you can actually hear me on the stream. So a question here from Meme Arts: how many decks will be out there? So we had 67 people enter the event. Unfortunately, one of them couldn't actually make it to today due to some personal difficulties. So we're going to have 66 players throughout this event, and that leads to a pretty hefty prize pool. And as a result, actually, of the incredible sponsorship that we're having from Tier 0 Games and Card Market, we're actually able to pay out more money in prize pool than we actually received in terms of entry fees. Thanks guys for confirming that I seem to be coming through okay on the stream. I'm just going to do a quick attempt to switch to the schedule and we can give you guys some more information. So you should now be able to see the event schedule for day 1 for the live stream. This is an approximate schedule which is based on estimates from last YOS. So you can see expecting round 1 to kick off at around 10:30 AM, and we're leaving about an hour and 20 minutes for each round to take place. This is because of the various technical difficulties with hosting an online event. You do need that little bit of extra time in between rounds. And just for some more information, each of our rounds will be 50 minutes to allow some extra time, again for technical issues, as people start working with Dueling Book as their online simulator, as we don't have a remote duel set up for everyone just yet. Perhaps in the future that is something that we can look into. So rounds will be 50 minutes long, and when the time limit is reached, players will enter 3 turns of time. So whatever turn they're on is turn 0, and then they do turns 1, 2, and 3. Draws will be allowed for the Swiss rounds, but obviously we're not going to have any draws in Top Cut rounds, which will be following on tomorrow after the 7th round of Swiss. Thanks very much for the deck suggestions, guys. Keep them coming in, and we'll see what we can do about bringing you the most interesting content and also the most competitive content available from this event. So I see we have a question on who's going to be doing commentary today. So we have 3 sets of commentary teams. Jamie the Kid 00 will be teaming up with YuGiOh for round 1. On top of that, we have round 2, that'll be myself alongside Aaron. And then for round 3, we'll move on to Vlad and Betty from the Disciples. And then we'll just sort of repeat those 3 sets throughout the event.
Good morning, Duelists, and welcome to the YuGiOh online series. Welcome to round one. I'm going to be your caster for the day, for today's round one feature. My name is Jamie the Kid 00, and I'm joined by the wonderful Rufio. How are we doing today, Joe?
Yeah, not too bad, man. How's it going?
I cannot complain. Really looking forward to another weekend of online YuGiOh. I understand we've got a pretty interesting feature match for round one. We're not going to be... If our sources are correct, we're not going to be starting with either of the two titans of the meta right now.
That's correct. So my understanding here is that we've got Kian playing Burning Abyss.
That being Party with KB.
Yeah, and Josh Sloth playing Plunder Patrol.
And they're off to a flying start.
Okay,
so I was about to say, Kian with a man after my own heart with the tour guide play, but Effect Veiler shuts that down. Set card and pass.
This works out quite nicely for us, actually, because I'm pretty keen on my Burning Abyss, and I believe you're quite keen on your Plunder Patrol.
Oh, but you're spoiling it. We don't know. Well, we do know that it's Plunder Patrol now. So, yes, I am very much up on my Plunder Patrol. We're going to see Shipyard coming down, discarding the Fusion spell. I'm not going to bother pronouncing that name to search the deck for a Plunder Patrol card. It's really important that it discards the Fusion spell there, because the Fusion spell has an additional effect from the graveyard to equip their very powerful equip card, which we'll come to as and when he does it. So he's going to be adding the Whitebeard and normal summoning the Whitebeard. Now, this isn't hugely useful in his own turn, because all of the non-extra deck monsters that have tag out effects all do it in the opponent's turn. So I'm assuming, unless he's got an extender in his hand, that's going to just be a normal summon of the Whitebeard and a clear over the tour guide, and then a potential pass. But he's not. He's going to be activating that fusion spell from the graveyard. It's going to allow him to equip an emblem of the Plunder Patrol from the deck to the Whitebeard. It's going to boost the Whitebeard, make it untargetable by card effects, but most importantly, you can also use it to essentially use Whitebeard's effect early and tag it out for one of the extra deck monsters using Emblem.
It'll be interesting to see what the set back row is, because this particular version... Oh, there we go. That's our answer.
So it's going to be Fiend Griefing. Potentially a little premature. Of course, to give you guys who are watching a quick heads up, we can't actually see any form of player chat because these players are communicating in a Discord server. So I'm interested to see what timing this is being used in, because of course if he sends, say, a Farfa here, the Farfa may well not be able to target the Whitebeard, because the Whitebeard currently can't be targeted by card effects. But it's going to be a backjack.
So he's setting up a bit ahead of time here.
Yes. He's very much going to need to, because Burning Abyss is going to find itself struggling in this matchup. One of the biggest problems with Plunder Patrol is that the extra deck monsters that it summons are entirely dependent on the attributes used by your opponent. And Plunder Patrol really only has access to Dark, Light, and Fire. And Dark and Light are the two arguably the most powerful. And that's such an unfortunate hit. The Farfa are really not going to be doing a lot here, because of course the Whitebeard can't be targeted. But continuing on with that last little point, the fact that Burning Abyss is going to offer light and dark monsters on the field or in the graveyard is going to be really good for the Plunder Patrol deck to be able to summon its monsters.
To be honest with you, I think part of what he's done here is just trying to get rid of that back row. I assume that he's got some sort of Burning Abyss cards in hand that he wants to be able to special summon.
Absolutely.
That's obviously one of the unfortunate things about playing the control variant of the deck, but it's not like it's not done that for years before, so I mean it can be worked with anyway.
Now there's that extender I was mentioning previously. The Bluebeard can special summon itself from the hand if you control another Plunder Patrol monster. And now he can do a variety of things. He's not triggered any of the kind of effects of the Plunder Patrol monsters that lock you into Plunder Patrol summons. So he can Xyz here, he can Synchro here, he can just keep the monsters on the field because that's a considerable amount of attack points. Or he can trigger the effect of Emblem to start special summoning from his extra deck. So he is going to use it to special summon Blackbeard because he has a water monster on his field. The trick with Emblem as well, and the really cool thing that gets around that attribute restriction I said about before, is that Emblem can actually base itself on the attributes you control as opposed to what your opponent has. So he's going to trade up into the Link monster, clear over the tour guide, attack for 1,000 with the Bluebeard due to the boost from the field spell. And even though it may look like a flimsy field, he's well within a position to pass here if he wants to. But he is then going to immediately tag out for the Moak. using the Blackbeard's effect. Sorry, again, not being able to see the card effects being activated, it can cause a little bit of a lag here as I work out which effects are being used. But the Blackbeard did tag out the Bluebeard for a 2000 attack Moark. And now he's got a quick effect banishment card on the field, so a walking, talking Karma Cut. And
he's off to a pretty good start.
Very, very strong. And that's a little bit more unhelpful. The fact that he has a Farfetch'd in hand that he has to activate means that he can't use it later on as a board out. The Fiendish Rhino Warrior is okay here, but bear in mind, Moark does not destroy, it banishes. So Rhino Warrior's protection isn't going to be helpful here.
Be interested to see what line of play he's going to go with here.
It's a very difficult board to overcome because it's worth noting that if a light monster hits the field, that Blackbeard is going to be able to trade itself out for the light boat, which is a monster effect negator. So if we see a Dante or a Beatrice here, the lock only gets stronger.
It'll be interesting to see where he has to go with this. Like you say, he could go for the Dante, but you wouldn't under these circumstances.
Oh, no.
He goes down Cherubini route.
It's a situation in which the Dante still continues, even at full tilt, to be smaller than these monsters. One of the alarming things people forget about Plunder Patrol is a lot of their monsters have very small printed attack points, but due to that field spell, they just get massive. And that flipped trap, although I thought it was going to be the continuous, could have increased their attack even further for a second. So you'll see Plunder Patrol party flipped, allowing you to draw cards equal to the number of equipped cards you control +1, then shuffle cards back into the deck equal to the number of equipped. So similar to Phantasme, so having those two equipped cards in the form of Whitebeard and Bluebeard, it's going to be able to draw 3, put 2 back.
I'm beginning to think that Josh is just a giant troll. I mean, look at his picture and his sleeves.
Oh, completely.
What did we have last time? Wasn't it like a weird-looking dog?
Yeah. I think he wasn't using the Doge, but he was using something similar. It's also worth noting that the Plunder Patrol monsters are not actually goblins, as a lot of people believe. They are trolls, if you read the spelling of their name. So, a troll playing a troll deck. Very characterful. So, we're going to see quite convincingly Plunder Patrol take game 1 in this Battle of the Fiends. Do you have any insight into what Burning Abyss could be bringing in for the side deck?
So I imagine he will be setting up to go first. That would be pretty obvious from the way the deck is built. The question of what he's got available, I'm not entirely sure what he has that combats this particularly well. I think he's probably got some blowout cards. I don't have access to his list at the moment, but I would have thought he'll be playing some sort of banishment options. Particularly stuff like Cosmic Cyclone, because that's a good way to obviously deal with some of the meta decks like Eldritch and the like, and hopefully that would be the kind of thing that would potentially help him in this scenario. Yeah,
it can have an interesting interaction with this deck, because of course you don't really want to be using it too much on the equipped monsters because they're all very free, but hitting out power cards like that field spell are very, very good picks.
Out of curiosity, would this deck have issues if Imperial Order got flipped?
I've never really explored the situation. I wouldn't assume too much, and it would really depend on the attributes my opponent had used. Because the deck has very ready access to its back row out monster, so it shouldn't be too much of an issue.
Okay.
It would definitely be an inconvenience. I'm not going to say it's absolutely useless. However, it's definitely not an auto lose.
Yeah, I'm not sure he's running it in his particular build, but that is quite a common option. I believe the only spell he was running may have been Foolish Burial.
Yeah, so we're going to see another unfortunate opening from the Burning Abyss player. Just 2 set back rows and a pass, and a very strong opening again. Any opportunity for the Plunder Patrol deck to hit that shipyard puts them so far into the lead. The deck is chock full of cards that benefit from being discarded, and Plunder Patrol Shipyard is all discard all day. So we're going to see the very standard opening again as well of normal summon Whitebeard, reveal Bluebeard, special Bluebeard, and what are they going to make here? So Link, Synchro. It is going to be the Dragite, one of my favorite picks in this deck because it's all water monsters. You can make a very easy kind of pseudo Void Ogre Dragon or pseudo Boral Savage Dragon because of the benefit that you're going to have those water monsters in the graveyard. Dragite, very, very strong. Of course, into 2 back row, having 1 negate off of that immediately is ridiculous.
Be interested to see what happens here. We're just seeing a slight pause in what's going on. Again, that whole issue of us not being able to hear what they're saying or to see them communicating in the chat, but...
Oh, of course. So he's triggering the effect of Bluebeard to discard and draw, and then I'm assuming he's more than likely arranged a chain link 1 Whitebeard, because when Whitebeard is sent to the graveyard, it can special summon another Plunder Patrol from the deck. Chainlink 2 Bluebeard, Chainlink 3 Fiend Griefing, and I'm almost certain, actually, I'd like to assume that we'd see a Dragite. Okay, so I think we went Chainlink 3 Fiend Griefing, Chainlink 4 Dragite, Chainlink 5 Effect Veiler. So, a real high chain link, especially when we're trying to put those pieces together with no audio cues. Of course, Backjack sent, the draw taken from the Bluebeard, the special summon off of the Whitebeard. And for those who don't know, Redbeard is just like Whitebeard, but a little bit worse. When he's out on the field during your opponent's turn, you can use him to tag out into one of your Plunder Patrol extra deck monsters with an attribute the same as one your opponent has on the field or in their grave. And guess what? Effect Veiler's in there now, so the lights are online. Any thoughts on if this is recoverable for you, Joe?
Honestly, I think Plunder's in a kind of a commanding position here, to be honest with you. Obviously, we don't know what the set back row is. We don't know what Kian has in hand, but I'd be dubious to say that he's in any kind of special position unless the back row is some sort of blowout card.
Yeah, and the acceleration does continue here. Of course, ship shape, ships shipping. The fusion spell was sent to the graveyard earlier on by Bluebeard, and he's now going to be able to use it to equip that emblem of the Plunder Patrol. That can allow him to rank up into something real big. It can be the Blackbeard, it can be Moark, it can be Lice. We could see a huge amount of damage here, and it's only going to be amplified, of course, by that shipyard that he searched at the start of the turn. Depending on what that back row is, this has the potential to be game. It's really entirely dependent on what other extenders are sitting in that hand.
Yeah, I mean, you would think he's got 3 other options in hand versus essentially 1 assumed interrupt. I would say he's in a pretty strong position.
Yeah. So, I mean, he has an easy 55 if we consider, say, just making Lice. And I mean, Lice Dragite Pass is a monster effect and a spell trap negate. But he is going to use the emblem to turn into Blackbeard. And the handy thing about Blackbeard is he can tag out anyway. So if he can get 1 more back row card on the field to give just that little bit more of a boost to Blackbeard, this is a game shot. And there's that back row card. So that Blackbeard is now going into this battle phase on 3,100 attack, if my math is correct. 3-1 plus 3k, that's 6-1. And then the Blackbeard can just tag out into a Lice for 2k. The Blackbeard equips itself at 2.5, and that is far over 8,000. So we could be seeing a very, very swift game.
So now will be the telling time. Is that back row anything crazy?
Comes the last activation, I believe. So we are going to see that Backjack activated. It's going to flip a Karma Cut off the top. And that could be enough to save him because that Dragite is Effect Veilered and it has burned its activation. So I don't know if it's going to be all that fast. But we are going to then, of course, like I was saying, see the Blackbeard tag out for the Lice. And it does cause that emblem of the Plunder Patrol to fall off. So this Lice is targetable by card effects.
So we may see him survive the turn here. The question is what follow-up he has.
And that's really all the fight. Thankfully, the Dragite is only a negation for spell trap effects. So the Karma Cut is triggered. The Lice does get banished successfully. It's important to note now that Josh is exclusively locked into Plunder Patrol summons as well. So the content of his hand really does dictate what he's going to do here, but the discard of the Shipwright because of the Shipyard allows him to search. Was that Booty?
It was.
Of course, Booty, massively powerful trap, lets him bring back one of his one of his Plunder Patrol monsters from the graveyard and change the attribute of an opponent's monster. So it basically lets you bring back Whitebeard and then tag out the Whitebeard for whatever you want. Salvage, of course, another power card.
So free in this deck.
Yeah, and it just allows you to set up free food in your hand for the activation clauses of all the extra deck monsters. That was one of the biggest problems for the deck before. All we cared about was Plunder Patrol names. Before the release of the latest set, Eternity Code, we just needed names, and Salvage was one of those cards that gave us more names in our hand. Now that we've got so many of them, and they all have such good effects, like Salvage is just so much value. So a normal summoner for Fiendish Rhino Warrior. We have got a face down back row, so it is a little difficult to extend with Burning Abyss monsters. So we're entirely hanging on what that final card in hand may well be. There's an infinite impermanence. So I'm assuming that's just a throwaway. Yep. Because I mean, at the end of the day, we don't care about that Dragite right now. And it did have to be the impermanence activating because it is a Calcab in hand, and we could see the booty come up here to set up a Moark that would just close out the game. And that's what I expect to see here. So booty, to recap, it can declare an attribute, target a face-up monster your opponent controls, and it becomes that attribute. Hence why I was saying about how you can basically make whatever you want. It then allows you to take a Plunder Patrol monster from your graveyard, i.e. Whitebeard, special summon it to the field, or shuffle it into the deck. And then, of course, it's important to note that Whitebeard can use its tag out effect as a quick effect. It is going to do so, tag out into Blackbeard. The Blackbeard, I assume, is going to sit there for the moment, just kind of looking threatening until something more reactive like a Moark is required. Or it's just going to jump straight through to the Moark, getting the free draw. And if he banishes the Fiendish Rhino Warrior here, I don't see a way in which the Burning Abyss player comes back.
There we go.
And that is going to be the game point. So we're going to stick around for a little bit longer and just kind of recap that game. Joe, I want to kind of bounce a few things off of you about how you think BA could have fared in a potential more fair game, I suppose, wherein his openings had been a little stronger. Do you think Burning Abyss has a winning situation in this matchup, or do you think it is an uphill climb?
It's a very difficult one to go with. The current way that BA is being played is very, very control heavy, and I think if it's set quite well, it's normally in a good position. It seems like he didn't necessarily have access to the best openings.
No.
And I think the tour guide, had that gone through, would probably have set him up nicely. But of course, there's so many hand traps at the moment, you have to be ready to be able to counter those, to be able to play sufficiently to set up and kind of grind it out. I would say, though, that I think that the sort of raw power of Plunder Patrol and the fact that it does so much moving around is probably one of the things that makes it very difficult to know when to interrupt, have enough interrupts available to stop them, and I think that that's probably what we've just seen there. Very much so. I feel like the decks share a lot of things in common because, of course, Burning Abyss was always the deck of free value back in the days of a more balanced Yu-Gi-Oh! And kind of Plunder Patrol turns that whole theme up to 11. Almost every single card in the deck gains a benefit off of being costed away or used to continue its own plays. So I think that Burning Abyss is in a situation wherein it's almost being beaten at its own game. Because the deck has its own built-in Mothman, its own graph, its own... the field spell is insane. Yeah, it's in a weird position at the moment. Obviously we always talk about BA being that it just never dies. It does have a lot of, I guess, modern tactics that work quite well, but it's important to note that as we get other sets with stuff like Plunder Patrol that can do similar things in roundabout ways, is it being power crept out of the game? We've also seen it take a lot of indirect hits and that kind of stuff as well, so take all of that into consideration too. It's just in a tough spot at the moment. Yeah, it's a difficult one. We may well see it bounce back from the list, but I'm hoping to see a bit more representation from Plunder Patrol across the event, as well as Burning Abyss. But Plunder Patrol is such a colourful list to me, and it's so many different interactions, and it feels like something new and fresh in the way of mechanics in the game. So I'm hoping we get to see a little bit more of that. But any closing thoughts you wanted to go through, Rufio, before we go to commercial break? No, it's just pretty much, I really enjoyed actually seeing Plunder Patrol in action. It's not a deck I get a lot, and it is one that I know people are experimenting with, so it'll be interesting to see how it does in the grander scheme of things, particularly across the rest of the tournament.
Very much so, very much so. Well, guys, I hope you've all enjoyed this very brief round 1 feature match. Do stick with us. We've got, I believe, 6 rounds of Yu-Gi-Oh goodness for you today, and plenty of wonderful casters to bring you all of the action. Myself and Rufio will be back for round 4, so do keep your eyes peeled for that if you particularly want to follow us around, and we hope you all enjoy the rest of the content to come. We'll see you guys very, very soon for the rest of the YuGiOh Open Series after these short messages. See you soon.
Damn, he's been posted as well. Assume he's just thinking about what plays he wants to make. I assume the combos are always starting with like a weighted fiber.
Yes, his main starters will be the righty drivers,
Dark Contract.
the jet synchron. I guess you can get.
Yeah, I
those
guess
as
Jet
well.
Synchron does it on its own.
Yeah, and the Dark Contract, as you said.
He's also siding. He was also siding Exchange, which might have came in this matchup. Just to rip like it gives you the free hand information.
Yeah.
I'm not sure how much I like that. I feel like I'm like a bigger fan of a point for the Red Lotus, especially in this build, just because like you don't really keep like there's no real like advantage to keeping hand knowledge because he's playing so little hand traps. So he's normal summoning the O-Lion here, which is definitely a little bit weird. Then he's summoning. Okay. It looks like he's opened a lot of the like brickier cards in his deck. Isn't O-Lion once per turn? Right? I don't know. Either way, looks like he's going to go down a different route for this combo. Needle fiber. Is it going through? That's the real question. I'm guessing so, yes.
Yeah, so yeah, I was just reloading my DB.
Ah, okay.
'cause,
Yeah, so it's just summoning
seems
Jet
to
Synchron
freeze
off.
at the start of game 2.
Gotta love that, don't you?
We back now.
So he's now making the Auroradon, I'm guessing. Oh. No,
It's a
Link
Link
Cross. Oh, this is even
Interesting.
spicier than I thought. Link Cross for 2 tokens. Maybe this is where the formula like comes into play.
Can you like do formula into Metal Marcher?
So he can either do formula into Metal Marcher, or he can do a play which I actually prefer, which is like, well, it's different to this, but like you can do formula, and then you can make there's this Cyburst level 3 synchro that says when it leaves the field, you draw a card. So you can turn the formula synchron and the other Link Cross token into that, and link them, link that and the Link Cross into something. It's also a Cyburst monster, so you can make it into a Union Carrier.
Yeah.
So basically turns Needle Fiber into like a draw 2 plus like a tuner effect and Link Cross and Union Carrier. Sorry.
That's kind of crazy.
I feel like he might have forgotten he doesn't have the Apprentice Solution Magician in his deck.
Yeah.
I think that's good. Yeah. So that's a really cool play you can do. There might be another like more insane play you can do with this, because I don't really know what line of play he's going to take with the Link Cross now. Looking at his extra deck.
Are these 2 tokens both from Link Cross?
No, so the one on the far left is from O-Line.
So one is level 1 and one is
Yes, one is level 1 and can't be used for a
Link Summon.
Yes.
Okay.
So it looks like he's making Metal Marcher now because he's not playing the other one, which I'm gonna assume is summoning back the O-Lion. Is the O-Lion? Yeah, O-Lion to summon a tuners once per turn. Then who knows what the line of play is from here? So I'm not particularly sure what he's going to do now. Because I assume he's still trying to, like, aiming to end on Savage Dragon plus Herald. And then, like, with the remaining 2 cards, I guess, in hand are going to be Eldritch things, hopefully. But
yeah, because he's got that dead Magician's Soul in him.
Yep. So Metal Marcher has revived Jet Synchron. Then he's going to... Who knows what he's making, to be honest. Don't know. He might just turn the Jet Synchron and the Herald of... the O-Line token into the Herald. So that guarantees him at least 1 negate.
Okay, so what is
Link...
this?
So he's playing Barricade Borg as well.
Yeah, so he's playing that because it's a machine, I think.
Yeah.
So you can make Auroradon.
Potentially.
Yeah, I think I saw him do that in a.
Yeah, that might make sense. But then I feel like he could have just like not done the link cross stuff, and instead just had like a better extra deck.
Yeah.
Because it looks like it's very, very tight in there. And there might be like more key cards he's missing. I'm not sure. I obviously haven't tested this deck on his list, but yeah. So he's got Eldritch, Golden Lord engraved now.
I guess we'll just have to see where he goes with this, because I am not sure exactly how. Well, what board this ends on, but he can make Herald here.
Yep. So he's going for the Herald play.
And then
Now
these
he's
two make Auroradon?
I'm guessing. I'm gonna
Yeah.
assume so. Yeah. There's some
Okay.
free tokens. I guess he's just gonna have tokens floating around afterwards.
No, he plays 2 O-Lion, I think.
Oh, okay. So he'll
now
turn
this
the
gets into the
Auroradon.
Savage. I
Yeah.
think. Okay, so he managed to navigate his way there.
See, I'm really not sure I like this play. I feel like you just did the standard like Needle 5 Auroradon play, but you just added like extra steps to it for no reason. Like I guess he got a draw one, right?
He drew a formula, yeah. He got the draw formula.
But like he drew one card, but he sacrificed what, like 4 cards in his extra deck to do that? I'm not sure, like, do you think that's a good enough payoff?
Hmm.
Very debatable.
So he's still going here.
Yeah. Coming back to Jet. He's really going off, but I just don't know what he's making, to be honest. Because the only synchro he's got left now is that. Oh, okay, he wants to leave the Auroradon on board. I like that. Because if you don't know, like, Auroradon does more than that. Like, its first effect is tribute a monster to destroy a card on the field. Oh, and now he's ashing this. Ooh, I like that. Ash is really cool here because like it trades the Herald for a Savage basically. So if he doesn't negate with Herald, then he just loses it and he negates, I guess.
The Ash also stays banished, which
which is really good in
relevant.
this deck because it means you can summon Petting.
Yeah, exactly.
So unless like the last card in the Eldritch player's hand is like a good card, then it just hopefully the Dolce player could just play through like one.
Is it not the Magician's Soul?
Oh, it is the Magician's Soul, isn't it? Yes, it is. Yeah, it's yes. So maybe he could done it a bit better.
So he has Sanguine Engrave, but that only gets you a Golden Land without.
Yeah, so
on the
I think
field.
he might have played it a little bit like incorrectly.
But he did hold this Ash Blossom for a really long time.
Yeah, I rate that though. I think like if you know your opponent's going for the needle fight, the Auroradon play, I really rate.
Yeah,
late
that was good play. That was good play.
Um,
Hold that. So he just has to play through a Savage essentially.
Yeah. I think making the Herald early might have also been a slight misstep because the Jet Synchron couldn't discard the Magician's Soul. Oh, this is really cool. Actually, I like this. Oh, this is cool. Great. So he's sending the Needle Fiber to summon Lord back. I like that. Because then it gives
off of the Savage equip.
Yeah,
that's crazy. Yeah, because you still get the negates. All you lose is the boost. So...
Yeah. And it's not a big boost anyway. It's what, like 700, 750?
Do you think this Savage should have been made in defense?
I do 100% believe that should have been in defense. Because like you've only got a couple of negates. You don't want to like live in a world where you just don't. Why did he add back the thing?
Yeah, I was wondering what effect added back.
What effect added that back?
Oh, barricade board blocker.
Oh, that's cool. Oh, neat. I like that. But yeah, I think you should have just done that because, like, if your opponent activates Lightning Storm now, you just negate it, right?
Yeah,
Whereas
whereas you could
Duels in
sacrifice,
defense, yeah,
you
you
could
just
sacrifice the
like,
Auroradon or the back row, whichever you choose.
yeah, exactly. So now it really just depends if the Madolche player has like a way to play through 2 interrupts or not. Which sometimes it just doesn't, sometimes it does. You just never know really. Plus also if he's actually drawn a way to play through the interrupts as well as a starter card. So he's activated the effect in hand to summon. So I think
Yeah.
he's probably going to negate this with the Savage.
Yeah, the relevance of that Herald banishing the Ash coming up there.
Yeah, exactly. I think that's massive that actually they held it for then. I think a little bit of player miscommunication is occurring here.
Yeah, he's thinking on which effect. Yeah, he's revealing because it activates in hand. So he's
Okay, so he's going to negate with the Borrow Savage to negate the effects in
negating
hand.
the. Oh,
Sick.
Pancratop.
Pancratopor.
That is really good here.
Yeah, that's insane. So I really hope that his last, like, he's got a cheeky hoop cake or jelly in hand, and then he just closes up the game from there. Just normal summons that. Well, I assume the Pancratop's is going to pop the back row at some point, and then
The back row is just it's Conquistador, right? So he's got so I guess you just hold Pank for them.
Well, you can even distribute it, right? Because it still links to the spell trap zone, right? Or am I wrong? Have I got my trap monster fit rulings mixed up again? Because I wouldn't be surprised.
Yeah, so we're playing with it. I think we're playing with it.
Old rules.
Being in the spell trap. Yeah.
Yeah. So it still stays in the spell trap. So I assume if you chain it, it will die still.
Alright, so he attacked Auroradon, he's activated Conquistador, and now he's chaining Pank to pop Savage.
Yeah, I like that. Because it means the Savage just, if he isn't able to clear the board, then Savage isn't just a negate he doesn't have to deal with.
Yeah, he needed to deal with that Savage.
Yeah.
Oh, he's got Angeli for the follow-up.
And we know both cards in hand, right, as well?
They should be Contract and Souls.
Yeah, exactly.
So this should be full combo, clear the board.
Still don't really know what full combo is though.
I'm
assuming
still
it's
not sure.
I'm assuming it's like chocolate mode. Like the combo we saw last game was like chocolate mode, like a tiara and a glass, and a floating
one card.
cake.
A lot.
One card does do a lot.
Alright, a little bit of table talk going
Little
on
bit of
in the
table talk.
DB chat there.
DB chat. Don't think you can see that, but the Madolche player is gassing himself up, which I love because that means that hopefully he won't misplay now. Be really funny to see.
It should be standard from here.
Yeah, he must have been doing it all weekend, so. Not much going on here. Guessing, have they stopped talking now? They have stopped talking now. So I'm guessing he's just thinking about what he wants to use pesting on. Or there's a ruling dispute, one or the other. Who knows? Yeah. Yep, so earlier on the Eldritch player negated the effect in hand to summon with Petting Cessor, which I believe is a slight oversight, but I understand why he might not as well, because just being able to summon a level 4 and make Tiaramasu is also really terrifying to think about.
Yeah, I think he just valued keeping the body off board.
Tiramisu. Do you think there's a reason to summon it in the extra monster zone though?
Yeah, I think he's been doing this like all the matches of his that I've seen.
Yeah,
Kind
exactly.
of does this. I just think it doesn't really matter.
Maybe it doesn't matter. I guess because like he is playing with 3 of the Link, I think, but I think it's also just because the extra deck doesn't really matter besides Madolche cards.
Well, I mean he's playing Extravagance, so that's why. He's
Also
got
true.
Most of them.
Also true. But he's also got the questionable amount of Extravagance because he's only playing 2.
Yeah, that is a bit strange, but he
so now
seems to draw his engine cards without it. So it's
yeah.
fine.
So he's made chocolate mode, doing chocolate mode things, and I'm gonna assume he's summoning Hoot Cake here, which he has. What happened to the? Oh, Tiramisu. Do you think there's a reason why he's only shuffling 1 back with Tiramisu, or is it because of chocolate mode's effects? I'm not sure here. Oh well. So now he's.
What, to keep the extra material underneath?
No, it might be, but no, because Tiramisu is like detach 1, right? Unless I'm just being stupid. Yeah.
Oh,
so
yeah,
I'm
yeah.
skipping Dolce cards.
What did he have
maybe-
to target? Did
maybe
he
only-
have one target.
Maybe you only had 1 target.
Yeah,
No,
I think he only
you
had
can
one.
target them. You can target the card you detach as well. Maybe I don't know why he did it. Oh well. So he's thinking on the banish for cake. Oh, it'd be really cool if he did the play with Chateau again and he added back Pancratops. That'd be really cool to see. People are actually talking in the chat now. I love that. So he banished the Pancratops for it to add Salon.
Yeah, so not going for the play invested there to recycle Pank.
Yeah.
Which I think you'd end up with too many bodies on board to actually
Yeah,
have a chance to
100%,
use
yeah.
Pank again anyway.
Making another Tiramisu. This time I'm gonna assume he's shuffling back 2. And then the same thing's
Yeah.
gonna happen. He's gonna trigger Salon, and he's gonna trigger Solar Messenger Gelato and trigger that.
I'm not gonna lie, I'm really impressed by this deck.
Yeah.
Crazy how much it does off 1 card.
So from what I know about the deck is that it loses if your opponent has any like form of disruption. Like we saw game 1, he had a hand trap. Was it? I think it was an Ash on the Mageline normal summon, and that just shut down the entire turn. But luckily for him, he had like the backup cards with the Solemn Judgment and the Ash to like get him through. So he's set to Promenade again, correct?
Yeah, I believe so.
Oh, Madolche player is saying it's a tier 1 deck. Does the chat agree? I don't know. It's not quite Zephyr, so I'm not convinced.
Please all vote now.
Please all vote now.
Well, he believes it's tier 1.
He believes it's
That's
tier
fair
1.
enough.
Yeah,
I feel the same about Magical Musketeers. So...
like if you're playing a deck, if you decide to play a deck for an event, you believe it's the best deck, right? Like if you were aiming to win as well, like you believe your deck's the best deck. So the fact he said his deck's tier 1 means he's confident.
Yeah, as long as your deck does stuff. Like if you can't turn up to an event with 40 normal monsters and believe your deck's the best deck, like that doesn't work. But yeah,
I don't know. I went
something.
to YCS Ghent with my Paleozoic strategy. I beat Vlad when he was playing that. What was it? It was Salamangreat Sky Striker deck because my deck is superior, and then I lost to some random things. But I don't think we should talk about the mess of decks I've been playing for events recently.
But like, the point is, if you know your deck inside and out and you're confident in it,
oh yeah, definitely,
then,
definitely.
yeah, you can go far because he clearly knows what he's doing.
Yes. So he's got the Promenade, an unknown set, I think, and that's it. But we also know Trident during phase. What? So he's got the. There's no effects grave. Oh, the Lamia. Where's the Lamia gone? Is Lamia banished? Oh, it is. So he's got the souls.
Banished after you use the effect, right? So.
Oh yeah, I forgot to use the effects of it. That was such a long turn. I don't remember what happened.
So he's got Contract, which is dead, right? He's got Souls, which is dead. and-
Souls is like you can normal summon it and then just
Yeah,
like
that's true.
you can send
He's
that Dark
gonna-
Contract.
He'll get well, if you drew a spell trap, he'll get a draw 2. So
Okay, the Madolche player's mic was broken, which is why I was using the chat. Love that. Love that energy. So I assume he's gonna normal summon, send the. Oh, he's sending 2 here.
yeah, he
Yeah,
top decked Conquistador. It looks
I
like,
assume
so-
he's just gonna hit Promenade here.
Oh, he's got an Ash.
Awesome. Oh, mad.
Mad lad.
Mad lad. So apparently there's 4 minutes left on time.
4 minutes.
4 minutes.
Okay.
I mean, I'm convinced the Madolche player is going to 2-0 this Eldritch deck. If anyone in the chat disagrees with me, doesn't matter.
Doesn't
it's
matter.
over
Too
now.
late.
Too late. I was gonna interact with the chat. Oh my god.
I mean, you can interact with chat for a few minutes if you want.
Yeah, I guess. Sure, can I be bothered to go up and read it all though? That's the real question. I see Gabriel talking stuff. Jacob Harbour saying pudding gives him gas. Matt Chen saying stuff. Oh well. They said GG in chat. Love that for us. So have you got any thoughts about that
moves
game?
on.
Yeah.
It just looked pretty decisive. He was
Felt
able
like-
to play through the interrupts fairly easily, and then
Yeah.
just one card combo him. It's quite decisive. I've been
Yeah.
impressed by this Madolche deck both rounds that we've seen it.
Yeah, the last time we saw it, I was a bit like skeptical about how the deck performed, because like compared to all the Madolche lists I've seen previously, like this was definitely like a more unique one, and it'd be interesting to see how far, like how much further in the tournament he gets. Like he's made top 4 now, and especially like he went 6-1 in Swiss as well. It's not like he went like X2 and like just slid in. Like he confidently got in there, and he very confidently won this match as well.
Alright, so it looks like we got the breakdown
The breakdown, which
on the screen here.
on the screen. So top
yeah,
8,
the top 8.
2 Eldritch decks, 2 Adamantipator decks. Apparently the breakdown's broken. 1 Salamangreat. I still really don't like this deck right now, but apparently it's doing well. The Eldritch Musket deck, which we saw earlier in the stream, which did some really cool stuff as well.
Yeah, that I really like that deck.
I really like that deck as well. I think it'll be good. It's like it because I feel like there's a problem with the Eldritch deck, as it's like the mirror match is just like very very weird.
Yeah, I really like being able to have a blowout in like those sort of grindy mirrors to stop them grinding on for so long. And the musket cards, they allow you to add Dancing Needle, which banishes 3 cards from the grave. So
And then
it can really end those grind games much earlier.
Plus, you've just got like dock access as well, which then just like adds back the Dancing Needle if you don't play.
Yeah. If you use your musket engine in that, effectively you can loop all of the good spell traps pretty much infinitely.
And then the last deck is the Madolche. Oh, sorry, Altergeist deck we saw, and the Madolche deck. Sorry. So Madolche deck we obviously just saw, and then Altergeist. He beats Vladis Baranovskis in a best of 1 to see who would win, who would make it to top 8, as they both had the same tiebreakers. I believe
that was a very interesting scenario.
Yeah, unfortunate, but it's what it is. I believe the Altergeist guy lost in top 8, Feel like we should get top 4 cut
Yes,
soon.
so the Eldritch Musket deck won in top 8, so
Yes.
we know that through to top 4. At least one of the Adamancipators won.
Yes, one of them did. I don't know about the other one.
And then obviously we saw the Madolche. I'm not sure who the Madolche player is playing.
No, we just don't know who the last guy is currently, I think.
Yeah.
Do we have names at all? I don't know. Let's ask Joe. So yeah, interesting top 8. If you asked me at the beginning of like this event, who would have made it? Who would have made the top cut? I would not have said Madolche or Altergeist, to be honest.
Yeah, I think like Adamancipator was the clear favorite, obviously followed by Eldritch. What's interesting here is I think that none of these Eldritch lists are in vote.
No, I don't think they are actually. I believe they're just standard.
That's been the more popular list I've seen recently. So
I think that's especially because that just gives you like more power cards in the mirror, because like Mechabo is really, really good, as it lets you just banish the Golden Lord guy, and that just puts you far ahead.
Yeah.
Who is that last player? Alistair. Have I got his list? Let's find it. Let's see what he's playing.
Do we want to say what people have, like, if just in case? I assume the players know by now.
Yeah, I assume the players know. I don't know. Should probably ask, but.
All right, so I think we will have a quick
intermission
break. And then we'll be back with the top 4. Well, it won't be me and you. It will be Rufio and Jamie the Kids. So,
yes.
Cool.
So yeah. Shout out to the Disciples. Best team in UK. Compete. Let's go. I don't know what else to say. Yeah.
I think we'll just go on a quick break now, and we'll see you guys soon.
Hello everyone and welcome back to round 2 for the YOS Mega Event 2, the second installment of this epic online dueling series. So for this round you can see we're going to have Kian against Fabio. Both of these players won their first round and they've got some interesting decks that we will be able to show you very shortly after things get kicked off. We do have a round start at approximately 11:50, which is in about a minute's time, so we should see things getting started very soon. Okay, so it looks like we're going into the match now, and Fabio is going to be kicking things off with a tuning. It looks like my fellow commentator could not hear me before, but he should be able to hear me now. So,
hi.
Hello, Aaron. Oh, that was quick.
Whoa,
wow.
That was quick.
Okay.
Wow.
Kian was not happy with that hand, taking the very quick L.
So I assume what probably happened, it didn't open any hand traps and assumed he can't play through a full combo board, which is perfectly justifiable.
That could be the case.
Because playing, obviously, he activated tuning. He definitely knows what his opponent's playing at this point. So if he opens no hand traps, he knows he can't break. He knows he can't break the board scoops. I mean,
yeah, that's more than understandable there.
Yeah.
So we haven't actually got enough information revealed yet to show the viewers exactly what's going on with this one. Oh, it's also interesting to note we've had a different Kian on for each round so far.
What?
Kian Blakey in round 1 and Kian Shabazi in round 2.
Should we let the stream know what they're playing, or should we just let them watch?
I think we'll hide the information for the moment. We'll reveal it when the players reveal it themselves. Got some interesting sleeves from these guys as well.
I'm a fan.
Oh, extravagance. Hello. I guess you don't care about your extra deck.
Nope. I really hope we see the tech card that I'm looking at in Kian's list right now, because I really want to see it summoned. Do you know which one I'm talking about?
Nah, but I can guess.
The ones under the hand traps.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, Eldritch set 5. Okay.
That's a good
Yes. Good board. So we can obviously assume that these are potentially, obviously, Hiqueras, permanences, and the counter trap. So obviously, it's quite a. This looks like a really simplified game state, and it kind of is. But these traps are absolutely insane.
Oh, hello. Okay, yeah, that.
Oh,
that is
the
best thing to see.
That is absolutely good.
Oh, he's announcing chain link, so it looks like there's more. No? Okay.
I think it's just to be clear with his opponent what's going on.
Fabio could have been exactly the same. For all we know. Just that Kian got to go first this time around.
So, do we know what Fabio is playing at this point? I think we can assume.
I'm not sure, because we've only seen a tuning engine which gets dropped into like every deck at the moment.
That's true. However, I can confirm that Imperial Order does do a lot against tuning, but compared to the rest of the actual list, it doesn't actually do that much, which is interesting.
So he has got set cards.
So are we able to assume that this set card opposite the Imperial Order may be an impermanence?
I mean, you'd really hope so, but it depends on whether he runs those hand traps in his deck. But Fabio not looking in the best spot, facing down 4 back row, including Order and double Eldritch on board.
It's rather a solid. Is he going to go into the train? Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. Sky Palace Gangradai. I've never actually seen this one.
So you can detach 1 Xyz material from this card, target 1 card your opponent controls, destroy that target, and if you do, inflict 1,000 damage to your opponent. So this will get rid of one of the back row, but he's just rolling to see which one he wants to get rid of.
Yep.
That is a hard once per turn effect, so he won't be able to do that, and it can't attack this turn because of the effect. Oh, and it hits an Eldritch through Scarlet Sanguine. That's not the best hit for him.
Oh, sorry. Oh. Judge.
Judge.
Wow.
Not the greatest.
Is he able to overlay into the other rank 10 above Sky Palace?
What, the Seven Sins one, is that it?
No, the other big train.
Oh, Liber.
Yes.
Let me pull that up.
Couldn't think what it was called.
Juggernaut Liber. Let's find the text on that one. So once per turn, you can also Xyz summon Super Dreadnought Rail Cannon Juggernaut Liber using 1 rank 10 machine Xyz monster you control as material. This is indeed.
Is it a rank 10 machine?
Yeah. Wow. Okay. And then you get a bunch of attacks with that.
So what are they debating right now? So
Says he doesn't lose 1,000.
oh, so they believe they don't lose 1,000 because the card wasn't actually destroyed by Gangradai. It was destroyed by Judgment.
Yes. Yeah. Exactly.
So he shouldn't lose the 1,000. Yeah. There you go.
Nice spot for Fabio then. Especially given the life point discrepancy here.
Is he I believe he's activating White Destiny there. DD Crow. Wow. Okay.
Does he have to target it?
Yes. So I assume he's targeting Lord. Yeah.
No, so with Eldlixir though, you don't actually have to target a monster, you special summon 1 zombie monster from your hand or graveyard. So if he had another target in hand, which he didn't, okay, never mind. If he had another target, at least the DD Crow would
can he... Oh, he can activate Awakening. He can activate it, but it's negated.
Yeah.
So why did...
Why did he play the Elixir either? And why did the DD Crow...
Oh dear. Oh dear, Kian. Oh dear.
He seems to have forgotten what exactly is on his field at this moment in time.
We've all done it though. We've all done it.
Yeah,
we've all tried to activate spell cards under anti-spell free. We've done it. So he set a Conquistador. Do we know his other set?
I don't think so.
Okay, so he set Conquistador and Quera, and then hit say Blind. So
I mean, that's practically everything, but he does need the Eldritch on
the
board.
Eldritch.
So nothing quite as live as you'd want it to be right now. Oh, what's this? We've got a Conquistador on the other side. Interesting. He just wants the body on field, I guess.
I mean, I believe he probably might die if he doesn't. So, and to establish something, I guess is good.
Yes, yeah, definitely.
Oh, there we go. Heal fiber.
Full
Yay!
combo.
Full combo.
So I guess we can put the deck off the top deck now. We do know that this is indeed an Eldritch combo variant.
He's one of, I believe. Oh wow!
Oh, skill trainers.
Wow!
That's
Imperial Order,
nice needle
skill
finder.
drain, and he's also facing down a 3400 body and will indeed potentially get a Golden Lord in the bin next turn, which is wow.
Yeah, he can.
I don't think Fabio plays out of this at all.
So we may see a very smooth transition into game 3 pretty quickly then.
I hope so.
I mean, it's very low life points for Kian. If Fabio has any, because he has got the traps in graveyard. If he has any way Fabio to survive.
That is true. However, we only say Kian has two global 10s on Imperial Order. So if Fabio can essentially stall, or not stall for 2 10s, but play around not dying for 2 10s, then the order will be turned off.
Yeah. Which maybe, I mean, he's only got 1 card in hand though, that's the thing. So
that is true.
What are the chances of
but
being
he does have 2 traps in the graveyard though.
Yes, okay, yeah. So he does have more resources.
For example, Kian only has a double of Elixir of Black Awakenings at the moment, which is okay, but
it's not the best.
It's not the best considering Imperial Order still face up on the field.
Yeah, exactly.
I am interested to see where Fabio goes from this point.
What combos does he have available, do you think?
Under skill drain?
Yeah, exactly.
None.
Just make it big.
None.
Can you make any monster bigger than 3/4 without having an effect? And will that be able to break through a board that we know has stuff like Conquistador?
I don't believe Fabio is actually playing anything bigger than 3/4.
Oh, okay. Here's the Vaquero, Conquistador. Just getting some additional bodies onto the field so that he has slightly more pushing power in the following turn.
Oh, I lied. The only thing bigger than 3/4 is a boosted up Golden.
Ooh, but
in his deck.
The boosted up Golden Lord is how much? 3/5?
3/5.
Okay, so Kian's going to be on 550 after the next Imperial Order, and 550 when it gets turned off. So it really depends on whether Fabio can get to that boosted Golden Lord. Because I mean, you look at Kian's board. Nothing here is super powerful against just having a Golden Lord on field.
Oh, the skill drain has been turned off.
Oh. Okay.
That's interesting.
Maybe he's going to push for an OTK then.
Do we not know? Oh, we know his 2 sets though. They are both. Fabio's both. I believe one is a Vaquero, and the other is a Conquistador. So
but neither is live right now.
They're just bodies though, aren't they? That's the point. He has to stop himself from being OTK'd. I think that's the strong suit.
Is there anything that gives Kian... Ooh, he's using the new effects animation. That's a nice addition to DB. Is there anything that gives Kian piercing damage?
I don't believe so. I know one of the is it Juggernaut Lieb? One of them can attack directly. He's playing a lot of the trains in his extra deck.
Yeah, so Lieb can attack multiple times.
It can, but what is also interesting, he's also playing Dreadnought Max. So you can deal damage with Dreadnought Max and attack multiple times with Liber.
Yeah.
And I believe he's also playing Shark Fortress. Yeah, he is. He's playing Shark Fortress. So that's could potentially do something.
So he'd have a double attack from that, a double attack from Liber. Oh, but there is a Scarlet Sanguine.
Oh, it sounds angry.
Okay, so maybe the other one's Conquistador and he has a pop here. If he wants it.
I believe it is Conquist. Yeah. What would you pop in this situation? Because personally, I would pop. I would probably pop the Golden Lord. Oh, the Aquera.
Yeah, he's gone for the.
Oh, it stops him from going into that rank 5.
Yeah, which is the only.
So
real
that
threat.
makes perfect sense. Yeah.
Otherwise, he just has Link monsters left, and.
What are the strong? Yeah, what are the strong rank 5s? Do you think? Because obviously we can see his deck list.
Let me just pull that up actually, because I haven't got it open at the moment. But I'd imagine it would be things like Pleiades. But let me.
It's Pleiades is in there and Shark Fortress, but I'm very surprised people aren't playing Volcasaurus.
Yeah, what with the Gaia as well?
Yeah, because tokens have 0 defense, and if someone leaves a token on the board.
Yeah, that's true. That's very strong.
Yeah, I'm surprised a lot of pure Eldritch players aren't playing Volcasaurus. But I guess.
Oh, he's got the BLS. Okay.
I guess you don't want to risk it under pop.
Different names. Okay, there we go. So he has a nice bit of giant non-targetable monster on the field. Can't be destroyed by your opponent's card effects. And when it destroys an opponent's monster by battle, you get to activate one of the effects. So it can gain 1500, it can make a second attack, or it can banish a card.
Banish a card.
So it's all of the best effects of Blackluster Soldier over the years.
Very good.
Apart from the fact that it obviously can't be summoned so easily. That's the only thing.
So, you see her Aquera being set.
Does he get another way to get Sanguine out? Get the Golden Lord?
So we know he's also set a card in his hand, which may be a way to get the Golden Lord out.
Yeah, definitely.
I doubt he would have set Aquera if he didn't have the access to a Golden Lord at least.
Oh, he's got the traps engraved anyway, so...
Yeah, we see the Conquistador being banished.
Do you think, given how many effects there are in the game, that search by putting cards onto the field now, especially with the Golden Lord deck, that we'll ever see a hand trap that responds to that? Like a hand trap that says if your opponent would set a card from the deck?
I believe we may see it, but I believe it'll only be very good in certain matchups. Because we have a lot of cards like, obviously, like the Eldritch. But we also have cards like the zombies, like in the zombie structure deck, which actually do set Zombie World.
Yeah.
And then we also have, I believe the other major one was obviously Metaverse.
Metaverse.
Well, you could Ash Metaverse anyway.
But then there's also set rotation.
There is set rotation, yeah.
The thing I was actually thinking of is Fire Fist, but I mean maybe that's a deck way gone.
Oh, that's way gone out. Fist of the Gadgets did nothing for that.
Fist of the Gadgets gave us the Eagle combo. Is it Eagle combo for Lunar Light?
It did. It did indeed.
That was a nice little interaction there that we saw. So who's in the commanding position here? I mean, Kian has the most offensive power, but also the least life points.
Well, looking at the board right now, we would assume, without looking at life points, we would assume Kian's in the better position. However, the 550 life points, the fact that he can no longer keep Imperial Order up on the field.
Yeah. But it is, it's interesting because the Golden Lord can only go to 3/5, right? So that will still leave him with 50 life points. Oh, he's got his own...
Oh.
His own Soldier of Chaos here. Oh, Judgment for 225 life points. That might be the cheapest Judgment I have ever seen resolved.
You can pay on 1 life point.
Yes, but I've never seen it resolved on 1 life
That's
point.
true. That is true. We'll have to create a game state where we do that.
There are some very unusual game states you can get in YuGiOh.
Definitely. There's a lot of illegal game states as well. Well, illegal game states that you can create. So,
are you aware of how certain card games can be made Turing complete?
No.
So you can use card game states to essentially represent computers that are capable of storing memory and taking actions.
Okay.
And I believe Magic the Gathering has a particular setup that is possible to do that in. And I know Tom Payne, who's a big UK YuGiOh player who's, won really premier events in the past. He's a massive name in the community. He's been looking into turning YuGiOh into one as well, which may be possible, but I'm not sure if there's a method that's been found just yet.
So, as we were talking about,
yeah, Kian's just in the best position now.
Kian's now in the best position. The judgment really stopped at what I believe Fabio's attempt to come back. But if he's playing multiple needle fibers, which he is, this is potentially another full. This is potentially another full combo.
Hey. So we're seeing lots of hand traps that all happen to be tuners alongside this Eldritch lineup. Very common of the Eldritch combo variants that we've seen in the past. Nice little effect animation there as well. Gotta love these touches that DB is adding into their simulator during this particular period.
It's just nice to see some change. I love Despot 1. Shout out to Despot 1. Never thought I'd play a Despot card in my life. I'm wrong.
Wow. I actually have a friend who... Oh, here we go. Link cross combo. I have a friend who played Despots semi-seriously for a long time.
So have I.
There's always one person,
There's always one person at your locals who has to play Despot.
who has to hand loop you and make a nat beast.
Shout outs to Adam.
So extra resources here for Fabio. Can he draw something decent off? I'm not sure he needs to draw anything decent off the Formula Synchron, to be honest.
It's not needed.
Yeah.
So in Fabio's graveyard, he has a Quera and a Conqueror, which essentially sets him up for next turn.
Yeah, exactly. You always need the 2, but once you got the 2, you're absolutely fine anyway. So he does
Auroradon tokens. Summon back the Despot 1.
But he's not... Presumably he's not going to be going back into the deck since his O-Lion is already in the grave, unless he plays 2.
He does.
Oh, okay. So he might go for that one then. Oh, okay, here we go. Fabio wins. The board is just too strong. Because, I mean, all he has to do is another 500 damage.
I mean, so...
Kian left very quickly from there.
Yeah, I'm quite unsure how he would have outed the...
Surely there's a way to beat through this this board based on his extra deck. I mean, how big does Boral Savage get?
It can potentially get to 3,000 on the link, so it'd be 45.
Okay, which would easily be enough a game if it can attack over the Blackluster Soldier.
Yes, yeah. And he's also playing Access Code Talker as well, so that would have...
Yeah, that would 100% be game. Well. He couldn't actually go into the Access Code Talker here, but maybe he could have done a different play to make it anyway, so... Yeah. Fabio takes a decisive victory here, despite facing down Imperial Order...
And Skill Drain. And 2 Judgments.
Yeah, apparently Floodgates are just not quite enough to beat the power of the Eldritch combo variants. It'll be interesting to see how that transfers into the top tables over time, whether we see the combo variant of Eldritch power through or the more pure version with all of the floodgates and the traps alongside it. I think now that this match is wrapped up, we'll move on to a quick little ad break and show you guys some more replays from the first YOS now. And we're actually going to be heading into a fairly long lunch break because Dueling Book does have a known downtime between 1 and 2 PM. So we're going to do our best to avoid that by having a longish lunch break. So you'll be seeing a few replays in the meantime. And then after that, we will move on to round 3.
Have fun.
Good afternoon, duelists, and welcome back to our top 4 feature match of the YuGiOh Online series. This isn't really open, it's the Quarantine series. Thank you so much for bearing with us. We're just at the end of a judge reset, and we're going to be picking this right up at the end of Joshua Ooster's battle phase, in which his Magical Musketeer Max had just attacked over the Nightmare Unicorn that had been on the field. Thank you again. Our judges have been kind enough to completely reset the game, accurate to both players' hands and graveyards. Of course, decks stay randomized. So with that, we are moments away from the duel resuming. So how are we doing, Joe?
Yeah, we're all good now. I think now that everything's back up, I think they've done a really good job of getting this reset. And of course, they're able to do it without the opponents having any knowledge that they shouldn't have. So it should keep things as clear as possible.
Yeah, it's been a fantastically operated reset. Really, really thankful for our judge team that we have on hand. There's been nothing but adapter over the course of the weekend. So big shout outs to those guys.
Yeah,
so we're just taking... Sorry, go on.
I said, yeah, absolutely, yeah.
So we're just taking a moment. Joshua is just kind of working out where he was previously. We are coming back into this immediately after the reset, so our players haven't really had too much time to think through their plays. So we are going to see Josh activate the Magical Musket Desperado, the play I was suggesting right before things went down, allowing him to clear the Union Carrier, removing that link to free value, and also allowing him to set up a cross domination. Of course, that breakthrough skill next turn because he used it behind the Caspar.
And this does look like an okay position to be in. He's got a lot of resources to use, as we discussed earlier. We've also seen Gabe, though, with a similar amount, so it'll be interesting to see.
Yeah, so to interject, this is one of my favourite cards in the Magical Musket archetype, Dancing Needle. So Dancing Needle it's quite inauspicious until you've cleared a field. It's DD Crow for 3 cards, and of course it would trigger the musket cards where necessary. So he is going to use Dancing Needle to target the Block Dragon, Doki Doki, and the Researcher, and now with the fact that, again, he made that whole play really off of 2 cards, he is going to go into his Eldritch engine using the Eldritch of Black Awakening to summon out his Eldritch, the Golden Lord, and I'm almost certain a couple of these back row will be relevant Eldritch cards, as well as the a potential musket card as well.
Yeah, it does put him in an interesting position because, as we've seen, muskets have that ability to break through boards, which is exactly what we've seen. And now he's setting up the more control side with the Eldritch parts. It's a very interesting combination of the two. Normally, you see decks fall into one of the 2 categories, but to see something playing a bit of both almost is quite an interesting point.
Absolutely, and I very much enjoy this. The decks do work together very well because, of course, the musket archetype gives the deck an actual board presence, whereas previously it didn't have it before. But it's also an archetype that can be played going first as a control system to back up the Eldritch engine, but also as a lethal going second system. So we are going to see Dark Ruler No More come down. Its relevance is going to be mixed because it is negating the effects of face-up monsters. But of course, there are 3 back row cards there. And something that's important to note is that while the Musketeers do allow you to activate, their cards from hand, all the ones that are set are still going to be very much active. However, remember before I said I love this card, Gigantes, has been slammed down. We may well be able to see it crash in and take some back row if it can make one of the monsters big enough or see itself made small enough.
Yeah, it's an interesting point to see Gigantes coming out here as well. It might give him an option to get into the board a little bit, so we'll see what happens here. They are just discussing between the two of them. Yeah,
they are just verifying some searches that happened prior to the reset. Just confirming kind of what was public knowledge after a few ads. It has been about 20 minutes for some of these players. Joshua confirms that the summon of the Gigantes is fine, and we should see play continue. Just to avoid any confusion, I know most of you guys will have figured this out by now, but due to the reset, we have seen both players change sides on the table. So Adamantipator is, of course, going to be at the top of your screen now, and very obviously Eldritch Musketeer is now at the bottom of your page. So we do see, by its own effect, Adamantipator Researcher hits the board. And what are we going to see as the next play?
Okay, so he's obviously going to go for that mill. Well, the excavate rather, and see where things take us from there. I would imagine we'll see some sort of
another miss. It was another miss from the researcher. Ooh. Goodness gracious! So, sorry, my apologies. I thought it could only hit Adamantipator monsters. I'm learning something every day. So it does hit the Doki Doki, and the fact that then pulls itself out, and I'm almost certain he'll have another rock monster in his hand that he can discard. We could well see this blow up if those 3 back row are irrelevant.
Well, it's interesting to know he's probably got a needle fiber that he can go into from here if he chooses to do so. Of course, it depends on what else he's got in hand, because he may want to extend more beforehand, or, I guess maybe he could get rid of it if he wants to down the line, but he's got the ability to do so.
So I wonder where we could find ourselves going next. So we are going to see Adamantipator Seeker normal summon to the field, because after all these plays, there's still been no normal summon. Oh, no, sorry, it is going to be the special summon of the effect, so we hold on to the normal for a play later on down the line. And Joshua verifies the summon is fine. Seeker's going to trigger, excavating the top 5. Let's see if it hits anything. Oh, it does! He's got a selection by the looks of things.
Take your pick.
Yeah, so it is going to hit the Koaki Meru Guardian. Now, Guardian's really cool here. Not so much because Dark Ruler No More has been played, but it gives the deck another negation. So while a monster effect is activated while Koaki Meru Guardian is on the field, you can tribute this card and negate the activation. So it's just another easy monster effect negation, and it destroys. So while this is a big, impressive field, we are going to see Joshua take another turn after this, because due to the effect of Dark Ruler No More, Joshua will not be taking battle damage this turn. So we could see his monsters removed from the field. Not that that's too consequential for a deck like Eldritch that can loop its boss monster near endlessly. We may well be seeing a shift in board presence.
Yeah, it does certainly seem that way. I imagine he's probably in a good position to start going forward now and pushing. Obviously, he can't win this turn, but he can put himself in a really good place.
Yeah, so we see the first non-monster negate hit the field now. That really does cause a bit of a problem for those back row cards, as we see Held of the Arclight summoned, very swiftly followed by Adamantipator Risen, Raptite. So, of course, Raptite is going to continue the trend of excavating cards. I wonder if there's an interesting version of this deck that could excavate kind of after it's cleared through the deck a little bit. It excavates 4 or 5 times, and if you're enough of a savant, you could memorize the deck, because this puts the cards on the bottom of the deck in any order.
Well, yeah, it was the same thing with YuGiOh, wasn't it?
Yeah, correct. But the difference is you couldn't go through enough YuGiOh to set the whole deck up, whereas this deck going through 5 at a time. I mean, we're getting towards 25 cards. That's only 5 setups, right?
That's true. Another excavation.
I know. Now that's spicy. I wonder what that's in there for. The Beta, the Magical Warrior.
Okay.
Intriguing. So I am seeing that, of course, the deck does play Angel Trumpeter as well. I wonder if there's an unexpected die engine. That could be cool. Yeah, so you're going to see Tackle Crusader summoned from an excavation. Interesting one. he's sent to the graveyard, he can either target a face-up monster your opponent controls and change it to face-down defense, or target a spell trap that your opponent controls and return it to the hand. Ooh. It is a face-up that it targets. That's not too relevant in this situation. However, it could find itself setting one of his opponent's cards. So potentially the Eldritch, which would stop the insane powers that the Eldritch extra deck cards bring to bear. So he is going to try and set the Eldritch. By response, Joshua is going to chain Conquistador. I expect we'll see a negate. So Dragite is going to chain to try to negate that, because there is a Crystron Halkibrafax in the graveyard providing the water monster for its negation.
Mm-hmm.
Of course, this is a rock deck. Normally, you would struggle to find a water monster for it to activate, but of course, because of the Crystron interaction, it does work. So Joshua's just thinking about a potential response to the negation. It looks as though he's going to let it through, and the set occurs. Interesting one. I'm intrigued as to how that all went, or why Joshua would try responding there if he didn't really have a follow-up for the Risen, but we'll see how this goes. So Gabe's just having a little bit of a think about where he wants to take this, how he can best solidify his position in this game. Of course, he now has 3 negates on the field, which could be huge.
Yeah, he does seem to be in a pretty good position for the following turn. But muskets do have that ability to play back, so don't be surprised. Okay, so we're seeing the bounce there.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think muskets have gained anything from the new Master Rule?
I've not really experimented too much with it. There's the potential in situations where you get an absolutely massive max playoff, wherein you may well be able to make 2 link monsters, whereas previously you would 2 Xyz monsters, whereas previously you would have struggled a little bit. But I don't think it's seen too much of a boost because of it. I honestly found myself playing far more link monsters than I did anything else when I did any experimenting with it. So I think the engine hasn't really changed a huge amount.
Okay.
I think it's more the benefit of a deck such as the Golden Land deck, such as the Eldritch deck, being able to kind of be compartmentalized into a semi-engine.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
I guess if it doesn't rely on extra deck options apart from the sort of utility links, then not much will change in that regard anyway.
Correct. So Gabe's just having a little think about where he wants to take his play next. He's still sitting in main phase 1, so we have got a battle phase to clear out some of those monsters. It is looking as though there's a position to clear it entirely. But we are going to see an Xyz summon using the Herald, which is interesting, and the Guardian. So it's forfeiting 2 negations. So this next link monster Xyz monster, had best be a lot of value.
Yeah, for sure.
Mm-hmm. I'm kind of intrigued to see what's gonna hit the field. So it's gonna be an Abyss Dweller.
Okay.
So very, very strong here. Of course, Abyss Dweller, very important because it doesn't read that it negates monsters. It reads that any card effect in the graveyard cannot be activated this turn. So we're going to see Foolish Burial triggered, Block Dragon sent, and then Block Dragon triggered. So we can see the deck really start to pop off here. Because, of course, unless I've missed something, Block Dragon's search effect has not been used.
That's correct. I don't believe it has.
Mm-hmm. So just waiting to see what the next monster summon is. So it's going to be a Nightmare Cerberus. Interesting play, but it will potentially allow him to clear the Magical Musketeer Caspar from the field. Of course, the Eldritch can't be targeted because it has now been set. And Emancipated Seeker, among a few more rock monsters, going to be added to the hand.
It's interesting some of the cards we're starting to see played in some of these decks. What's the Synchro that Eldritch has been playing? The machine type one. I don't know if it's visible at the moment.
I'm not entirely certain.
It's a Synchro Tuner.
Oh, sorry, the Martial Metal Marcher, I believe.
Yeah, that's a weird one because it's not something I'd expected to see, but it's been in actually a handful of decks that I've seen being played.
So it appears to give the deck the ability to make a combo using Formula Synchron and then be able to bring it back to retain a lot of value. So because of the draw that the Formula Synchron gives the deck, it allows Eldritch to very rapidly refill the hand by what I'm seeing.
Yeah.
And then you're not kind of getting stuck on that Formula Synchron because you're able to then use another token synchroning through to the Martial Metal Marcher. You can then bring that Formula Synchron back to the field, making either a level 5 synchro if that's something you think you require in the play, or being able to link those away into a much more valuable monster. Okay. So we're going to see an attack over the Eldritch, an attack over the Max, an attack over the Caspar. So then we're going to progress, I expect, through to the main phase 2. That's a lot of negations left on the field, but there is also a monster that can be made using the Nightmare Cerberus and the Block Dragon, I expect. I think that's something we'll very much see. Do you reckon here we might see the Cerberus and the Block Dragon go away into, say, an IP Masquerena, and then the Block Dragon summon back one more time, so it's set up for a rather beefy Appaloosa?
Well, yeah, I mean, my other thought would be Appaloosa. That would be my initial thought. Play there, maybe with a Quackimeru, but no, he's passing. Okay.
No, it's a pass. Interesting. So standby phase. Abyss Dweller triggers. May have been a miss. Why wasn't the Conquistador activated in the end phase? Do you think that was missed?
It seems that way.
Ooh.
I was just about to comment on the Quackimeru card. Should that still be on the field? Oh, you can reveal one rock monster. Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah. So you'll also have to forgive me. I was making a fool of myself. You can't summon IP Masquerena using Cerberus. Silly boy.
Oh, of course, it's an extra zone monster. Yeah. Okay.
And then play is immediately going to pass back to Gabe. He's going to then trigger his Dragite by the looks of things. Dragite is going to target some back row cards and return them to the hand. Oof. This is not looking too promising if you're Josh in this position.
Well, however, I suppose it depends what he has.
Yeah, the deck is always one Eldritch card away from just jamming the Golden Lord straight back on the field.
Yep.
So you never know. I quite like
muskets, so that is something to consider.
Yeah, but of course, with 2 cards staring down such an impressive field, you got to question how far you can really go with this.
That's
true.
true.
Nightmare Phoenix is summoned. It could well be going down to 1. Just be one moment.
So we're seeing a chain here to the Phoenix. I assume that was the card he targeted. I didn't quite see that one there. But it looks like he's targeting the Elixir of White Destiny, which has been chained.
So Elixir of White Destiny. I don't think I've seen this one myself in some of my features. Special summons a zombie monster from your hand or graveyard.
Oh!
And Josh is going to admit defeat after the Dragite negates it.
Well, you called it. He was in a tough position to try and play out from.
Yeah, it was a very, very difficult one. So we are going to see the decks going deciding. Who do you reckon we should... What do you reckon about going first and second in this one?
So it'll be an interesting point, won't it? See who takes that pick. Of course, as you said, the Muskets can play going first or second, but it just depends on how he'd prefer to play. I would probably expect him to go first, Oosters, that is.
So.
I think Adamantipator are probably too strong to allow them to go first.
Yeah.
So
Wallace has had a very good deck for going second. Yeah, I'm with you. So we are going to see this progressing through to Joshua Oosters taking the first turn. Let's see what the Eldritch Musketeers have in store for us. Progressing through to the main phase. Having a think. Makes for great viewing.
You never know, do you? You're like, is this a good thing or a really bad thing? Like,
So we are going to see Magical Musketeer Caspar summoned, and then Cursed Eldland activated behind the Caspar. Now, another interesting thing about the Magical Musketeers is they don't have to have a musket card activated behind them to trigger their search effect. Goodness gracious, this is apparently an FTK.
Be interesting to see if that is the case, and if
it
resolves.
may well be a scoop up, and we're not going to see it. But if someone in the chat wants to enlighten me as to how that's so, that's going to be kind of cool.
Just wait and see how it all pans out. If this does turn into an FTK, that would be wild. Absolutely wild.
Yeah, of course, it could be a full FTK, or it could just be them bantering about how strong of a play this is.
Yeah, it could very well be.
This is a huge advantage system in that Caspar's going to get a search, Eldland is going to get a search, so it could be that the number of responses that Joshua is going to be able to set up here just could be far too much for Gabe to actually handle.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how this all goes. He is seeing some advantage gain now. Yeah, there we go. It's past turn. No FTK today, guys. No FTK.
Very much so, very much so.
You never know.
That had me spooked. I was like, oh, good.
It's one of those things, though. I mean, you never know, because I've seen crazier stuff happen, right? Like, you know, you watch games and you're like, this is going nowhere, and suddenly you do see some sort of FTK. So, yeah, Josh is definitely taking the mick here. You've been FTK'd. You could just move to game 3.
So Josh is encouraging Gabe to pick up here, but Gabe he's not going to just let this go. So he's going to attempt to summon Analyzer, because Josh does control a monster. And Analyzer is going to be special summoned to the field. Of course, that's then going to come with an excavation, I expect. He's thinking before he triggers it. It's so wild that it's a deck that looks at the top 5 cards, and if there's another Adamancipator monster, another rock monster, it special summons it. It's crazy. Rock monsters have been such an archetype that's really been laid low for so long. And now there's an actual deck that comes out of the woodwork and makes full abuse of so many different strong rock monsters that previously have just sat in a vacuum.
Yeah, I think it's nice to see as well, because we've also seen it with attributes as well. There's definitely like weaker options, or, you know, weaker types of monsters, and it is always nice to see them have a playability, you know?
Very, very much. So we are also going to see Analyzer miss on the excavation as well. So many different rock monsters in the deck, but all the Adamancipators seem to be able to do is find other Adamancipators, which is exactly what they don't want. I mean, if you're digging through the dirt trying to find rocks, you don't really want to find one of your fellow researchers buried beneath the ground.
Certainly wouldn't be the ideal position to be in.
Not at all, not at all. So now he's
down there.
So he's put a little bit further on the back foot, thinking his way through if this is a situation he can play his way out of with a singular Analyzer. Of course, it can get very difficult this late into a tournament. You cannot make any mistakes. So both duelists really want to be certain of the play they're going to make before they fully commit to the field.
There is also fatigue to take into consideration as well. Even in just an online tournament, being stationary for such a long period of time, it is still mentally exhausting. Even for us, who've, you know, we've commentated 3 rounds and done a little bit in between, but even for us, it's very tiring. So to see this kind of playing the whole time at this kind of level, it does take it out of you.
And we're going to see Seeker special summon to the field. He's going to try again, and he is going to see some hits in this case. So now he's got the options to choose from Block Dragon or Koakimeru Guardian, and he is going to go for Guardian here. So now we're cooking with gas. So time to see how this is next going to progress. It's always the last one, so as usual, they are thinking through the play one more time, because the trick to this whole Adamancipator deck is that you really don't know how many resources you're going to have until you start making the play. So you're constantly having to adapt on the fly, which it really is going to separate some of the better players from some of the worse. as you find yourself able to play out of these situations where you may see multiple misses, or just not all the extenders that you were potentially hoping for.
Yeah, for sure. It'd be interesting to see what he has in his hand as well, because this could be, again, as you say, there's a lot of extension options, so I imagine we are going to see quite a bit go on here.
So we're going to see 2 Adamantipator monsters linked away into the Crystron Halkibrafax, and Halkibrafax is going to trigger, I expect, special summoning yet another one from the deck, or potentially the O-Lion that we saw excavated earlier on. There's a lot of optionality here. I think maybe we're going to see the O-Lion combo. Maybe even the Auroradon combo, if the deck has space for it. So much power contained in so many cards that were released in the same set. These Healing Monsters really have reached a crescendo with the latest set release.
Yeah, certainly.
So Gabe has made a comment quite humorously that he's quite concerned that so many plays have been allowed through after Joshua did have what looked to be the ideal setup here. So we are going to see Halkibrafax linked away into Linkross. Linkross is going to get a few tokens to the field for him.
Josh quipping back at him as well to let him know that he doesn't have any interactive cards.
And as we see a very interactive card come down in response to the Linkross's play, Desperado targeting the Guardian. And then Nibiru is triggered. Of course, the Guardian will have been there to prevent this sort of thing, but Magical Musketeers have the answer.
Here we go. And he's allowed it to go through. Time for a big nugget.
So Nibiru is going to come down. A real big token's going to hit the board, asking for it in the middle zone. Okay, yeah, so they're just working out which token is going to be the O-Lion one. So O-Lion's token is going to be the one with the 3 tokens on it. So Gabe is quite realistically taking a moment's thought while he works out where he can take these plays after his entire field has been blown away. So the token is going to be linked away. This is the O-Lion one, folks. Link Spider is special summoned, and it looks like it's going to be able to use its effect. So does he have the Beta in hand? Or maybe the Trumpeter? It is the Beta, the Magnet Warrior. Special summon from the hand. So I wonder if that's why they play these 2 options. The deck playing the Beta and the Trumpeter as options to pull them from hand using the Link Spider. Now I wonder where this play is going to go next.
There is a bit of thinking going on, so of course it does slow the pace down. They are normally quite well-placed players in terms of their speed of play. We're just seeing a little bit more going on here.
Yeah, just taking a brief thought. Of course, we have to remember that Gabe has been quite a ways thrown off of his play by this rather large rocky nugget in the works. So he's still working out if he can get to where he needs to be.
I mean, Nibiru is quite a chunk of interrupt, I guess.
So we're just going to see some brief thinking.
Something I would be interested to see, actually. I know it seems crazy, but the fact that the Nibiru token is a rock, I wonder if that comes up.
Oh, almost certainly. There's got to be some level of interaction in there. So we see Nightmare Phoenix summoned using those 2 monsters, and just making sure it didn't require effect monsters, because that could have been an interesting one. Its effect is going to be triggered targeting the set back row, but also there's a Link Spider here that could give him the co-link draw if the Conquistador wasn't about to potentially blow the monster away. So Conquistador is chained. I wonder if that last setback row is going to be a way to summon Eldritch, and it is! The Elixir of Scarlet Sanguine is activated. So by the time Conquistador resolves, there will be an Eldritch on the field, allowing Conquistador, I expect, to trigger all of its effects.
Let's see it happen.
Mm-hmm.
He's having a bit of a think.
And I'm unsure. So I expect the draw comes through from Phoenix, I believe. So yeah, Conquistador is destroyed by Phoenix. The draw is successful, and then Phoenix will also be destroyed by the Conquistador. So leaving Gabe with 3 cards in hand and a Link Spider, staring down 2 rather considerable monsters. So, and then we're going to see some rock monsters banished for everyone's favorite card in the deck. Block Dragon, ladies and gentlemen, enters the duel again. I know this is quite a fan favorite. Everyone loves this, really wants it to stay in the meta, never wants to see it hit the limited and forbidden list. Truly the fifth Dragon Ruler.
Dragon Ruler of Lego.
Yeah, my God. So the 2 are going to link away. What we're going to see. Nightmare Cerberus. It's good to see Cerberus come back. He's always been kind of almost a missed choice when Phoenix has been a card. But it's good to see him back in the deck. And he does also allow the chain block for the Block Dragon. So what's now going to happen is the Block Dragon's going to add a Gigantes and 2 of the smaller Adamancipators. I expect the Gigantes will then special summon, and then all of the Adamancipators are going to follow.
So yeah, he looks like he's in a good position to sort of go off from here.
So we're going to see Petting Cesseur banished to special summon the Gigantes. And then Adamancipator Researcher is special summon. Now I don't believe Researcher has been used, so it can attempt to excavate. Top 5 come off the deck. We are going to see Tackle Crusader in there and Doki Doki, so that's 2 hits. So he's got a choice between the 2, and I don't believe we've used Doki Doki this turn either. So he's having a good think. Does he want to use Tackle Crusader to set the Nibiru, make it easier to clear over, or use the Doki Doki to continue his combo? And he is going to go with the Doki Doki.
Yeah, I imagine he'll have some ways to clear off that Nibiru without too much issue. I would have thought the amount of options he's got up his sleeve, he should be fine.
Correct. Now we're going to see Gigantes and the Researcher synchroed away for Raptite. And we're going to see another Excavate from the Raptite. Will it find another rock monster? Oh, goodness gracious, it will not. It'll find a couple of rock monsters, but none of them are non-Adamancipators. So back into the deck, those top 5 go. So we'll just be a moment while they just think through their play one more time. A little bit of communication happening in the chat.
Oh, he's just checking back over his plays. He doesn't believe he's done a normal summon, which I believe he is correct in saying that.
No. I think last turn we did see a Kawakimeru Guardian normal summon, but I think this turn there was not. So I think we're okay. I think Gabe is taking a moment to lament the amount of misses he's seen from his Adamancipator cards this game. He's going to trigger Doki Doki, discarding the Researcher to search the deck.
Here we go.
Seeker is special summoned. I believe Seeker has triggered this turn, so it's just going to be used immediately to synchro summon away with Raptite, I expect, into Dragite. That's exactly what we're going to see summoned. Dragite hits the field, the boss monster of the archetype. We're going to see Dragite's effect activated, excavating the top 5, hitting a couple, banishing the Nibiru. Sorry, I was about to say, returning it to the hand. Now that is something he's going to have to bear in mind. He does clear the Nibiru out of the way. Is he going to be able to set up a game shot?
I mean, he does look like he's in a good position.
So of course he does. He does also have access to that dragon. It will be a successful special summon, and that will be Joshua Oosters conceding the game. So we are going to see Gabe with his Adamancipator deck heading to our grand finals today.
Yeah, he's done a fantastic job there. Oosters is actually looking a bit lackluster there in terms of not necessarily his play, but the things that he had seen. And of course, Adamancipator just incredibly strong, can play off of absolutely anything, and get going again out of nowhere.
So there's just a bit of interaction going through with the players. Josh kind of wished that he'd committed a little bit more to the field, but both players overall relatively happy with their performance, all things considered. But either way, guys, thank you so much for watching. We will see you very, very shortly for the next cast for the finals between Adamancipators, and well, we'll just have to wait and see what the next deck is for us. Thank you so much for watching. We'll see you guys very, very soon.
And we are back, everybody, for the finals now. The finals now, which will be obviously editing the live stuff on screen. And I'm joined once again by Aaron. I am Hello Man, and we're going to be in the finals of the Yu-Gi-Oh! Online Series mega event. It's going to be absolutely tons of fun. What are you looking forward to most, Aaron? So, Aaron, what are you looking forward to the most then in this new deck and breakdown?
Have you seen this Modolce player? He's going absolutely insane.
He has managed to take down some of the most meta-relevant decks that we've seen around it. So it's definitely something that we should have to bear in mind. It's fantastic. So both players now just
I'm a big fan of anything like completely unmeta related, just smashing stuff. It makes me so happy.
Oh no, honestly, it is nice to be fair, because I think, if I remember correctly, from our overall breakdown, only 3% of the decks were actually playing Modolce, so there were a few others to be fair, but to rival against like the 17% and the 18% of the Emancipators or Eldritch, you know, it's impressive to say the least.
I think there was 2 Modolce players, that's why the percentage was so low, top of my head. But it's just incredible that Modolce of all decks has managed to pull out quite an impressive set of victories.
Yeah, no, so we're going to be obviously having all these details on the live stream, on the overview, updated right now, and I believe it is, yeah, so Gabe has one die roll and chose to go first. And Gabe, what do you expect that he's playing if you see an unexpected die?
Who knows at this point? There's a lot of level 1, a lot of normal targets, but obviously we all know at this point it's
yes, it's the Emancipator.
Emancipator.
Nice to see this one actually resolved. I don't think we've actually seen this resolve on live stream yet. So summon out Angel Trumpeter, which is an Earth level 4, and also Tuner. So viability is all around, you know. Though if I'm honest, I feel like it's just at this moment it's probably there as just a level 4 monster. Go into that Gallant Granite, get the combo going, get the Block Dragon, get the King basically.
See what the rest of his hand with, but I assume he does have a normal summon, so it shouldn't be that much of an issue for him to get his full combo going.
Well, no, but it always does depend on what his opponent has in his hand as well. So Modolce is, to be fair, known for going second with their OTK potential, as we've sort of seen in previous live streams that we've been doing and cover matches featuring these guys.
So you can see that Gabe's actually got the Seeker, so I assume he's going to Excavate 5 and see what he excavates.
Excavating 5 in an Emancipator deck, that's kind of a bold strategy, don't you think? Of course, it's a standard thing that the deck does incredibly well with all of its cards. Rinsing, repeating, but that was a whiff, if I'm correct?
Yep.
My god, you don't want to see that now when you expect the top 5 cards at the very first time that you don't hit it at all. That's terrible to see. So linking off the normal monster to go to a Link Spider, then I think this is right now trying to get a few more Earths in graveyard. Then going up into a Needle Fiber.
Oh, we see the Infinite Impermanence on the Halqifibrax.
That's absolutely devastating! We're already missing on the Seeker.
Oh, he's already got the Block Dragon.
Nah, so this is what I thought was happening right now, because you saw like how he went into a Link Spider there, rather than going straight into a Halqifibrax. I reckon that was because he wanted, again, as we saw, get more Earths in graveyard so he could be able to summon that Block Dragon. So, because he opened a Block Dragon, he might still have definite plays, if you can obviously now link these off, but getting hit severely hard here, and both the Seeker himself hurting himself, and now the Impermanence on Halqifibrax. What can you reckon we'll see him go up into next, though? Because this is definitely not the ordinary play or board you want to make.
I'm unsure, but obviously Block Dragon just gives back the access to the initial combo again, so it shouldn't be that much of an issue no matter what he makes. Obviously, due to the new Master Rule revision, it doesn't actually matter where you put Synchros and XZs anymore, so it doesn't really matter what link he makes here, as long as he can just get rid of the Block Dragon.
Of course, we're going up into a Nightmare Cerberus here. I guess, I mean, hey, it's probably like, you don't want to maybe use any other resources, or maybe that's the only card he can go into right now, realistically. All importantly, sending that Block Dragon to graveyard to then add these 3 fantastic cards from deck to hand. And then we see the link cross the play, so I reckon we know what's going to be happening at this point. Same plays we've seen before. Maybe go into Auroradon if there's the amount of resources to it, but if not, giving himself this added playability. And also giving him another Earth monster in graveyard to then banish and then summon Gigantus.
So, do you think it would be wise for Nicola to scoop here, assuming he Do you think that Nicola actually can break this board, or do you think it'd be wise to scoop and maybe give him the extra time in game 2 and game 3?
Well, I mean, there's one thing I don't want to obviously say is that obviously Madolches do have a very good going second board, or like time to be fair, and we've already seen like the impermanence though, so we know he's going to have potentially more interaction, maybe even going second. So it really does depend with all these hits that the Gabe has had previously. It's going to be interesting to see what board he does end on, but it's honestly hard to imagine that he's not going to end up with still having several Omni negates, potentially even Spell and Trap negates, and maybe an Appaloosa as well, or even an Abyss Dweller. So there's lots of still options that we can see from Gabe's with his end board. So definitely with this earlier on, you never would want to scoop, especially in the finals. You want to like play it out, see what your opponent's got, see maybe ideas and sort of theory, and if anything, helps give you more time in your head to think about what you might want to side either way.
So we see the Excavate 5 off the Researcher, and he's actually, I think he revealed Quakimeru Guardian.
He did indeed, and that's what he summoned off of it. So that's now got himself a little protection against that Nibiru, which is unlikely to happen at this point, but but it's also kind of likely to happen, because the thing about Emancipators, you either want to hit them really, really early on and hope they haven't got any extenders, which is kind of hard, or you want to try to hit them late as possible, but again, the later you wait to hit them, to have the biggest impact, it's a more likely chance, as we see, they're going to have the Kokimeru Guardian, to negate a monster effect, or have Herald of Arclight, or some other form of negate that they can use.
So I've actually looked at Nicola's deck list, and he was playing cards such as Fantastical Dragon Phantasmate upon a number of other hand traps.
Really?
Yes, which I think, obviously, if he had the Phantasmate, that would have come out by now. But I'm not actually sure what other cards Nicola could be playing to actually out the final Adamantium board.
It's definitely going to be a tough one, definitely going to be a tough one. But I feel like, because again, the Madolches still shouldn't be worried though. I mean, one of the things that Nicola pointed out earlier is how he actually chose this deck as a meta call to both Adamantium as well as Eldritch, so he's definitely aware of how this deck works, how it functions, and how best to pilot it. So I think he's confident in terms of how it is, and so he wouldn't be confident with it if it didn't survive going second, of course, because this is one of the things you have to kind of anticipate when going against these Adamantium Eldritch decks, that you're not going to be able to set up your own board and do your own stuff. You're going to have to try and play through their board, and I think he's more than happy to do that, and has shown as such to get to the finals. He couldn't have gone this far without doing so. So we see now Raptite effect being used, excavate the top 5 cards, getting to summon out more stuff. I believe he summoned out Doki Doki. Now we've got Herald of Arclight also joining the crew of the Mountain Negates. Hey, my favourite new card that we've seen in this tournament is the Tackle Crusader. Coming hugely instrumental, about like flipping Eldritch Golden Lords, turning off other effects. So a really good, another sort of meta call that's been chosen in this tournament. Yeah, that was being ditched off of Doki Doki to summon out Analyzer from his deck. Trying to get as much value and as much usability from all these cards as possible. What do you think he's going to go in from here, though? Because somewhat interesting board layout, and again, because this is not the sort of natural thing you kind of want to do. Of course, you want to keep summoning monsters, but not this way around.
Well, I mean, he's obviously going to end on the standard Adamantium Beta board. So what's going to happen probably is he's going to use IP Masquerena, and I believe Gabe's actually playing, was it Ouroboros or...
Auroradon, if that's what you're talking about. The link free?
No, maybe. Ouroboros? No, thingy Ouroboros. Topologic Ouroboros from the IP Masquerena.
What, you mean Zeroboros?
Yeah, that's it, yeah.
So you say Ouroboros, I think you were confusing like Auradon there. Yeah, Zeroboros. No, I'm not too sure if you want to make that going going first per se. It's a mainly there's a big
no, I mean with the IP during his opponent's turn, because
arguably he's more likely an Appaloosa, surely. That's what we've seen a lot of other pro players been doing this tournament.
That's true.
Because it gives them that extra form of more negations to have it in a little bit of more direct impact, rather than Zeroboros is a little bit more dependent of can you then get a monster to summon to the same zone. So yeah. So now Dragite being summoned out here, and I believe that he just passes there. So yes, they're still not one of the best boards, but still, monster effect negation, spell trap negation, and an Omni negate combined with an IP Masquerena, which I will be very surprised if it doesn't see that Link Cross and Block Dragon being made into a free material Appaloosa there. So another set of negates could be coming very, very shortly.
So we see that Gabe's actually passed, and now it's Nicola's turn. So what do you think Nicola here could actually do to break this board? Because we have an assumption that he's going to go into Oh yeah, okay.
Oh, he really does. So you were actually right. You made the right sort of call there, where he's like, you're thinking about what he's going to play and what can he do, and he does actually just scoop it there. So already in game 1, you know. So I'll get the time up now. I'm just like having to live edit and commentate, you know. So multitasking at its finest, chat.
Well, obviously we could see he had Appaloosa plus the negate from Herald of the Arclight, and like I said earlier, I was questioning whether it'd be wise for him to scoop when he knew he had the board after wasting the not wasting infinite impermanence, but using the infinite impermanence. We definitely could see that maybe he had nothing else, and maybe giving him more time later for games 2 and 3 would have actually been the wiser choice here.
I mean, potentially, we'll have to see how this game goes out, you know, to be fair. Because imagining in this instance here that the Madolche player will then want to opt to go first now, try and set up their own boards, and in rival, because one thing that Adamantium have unanimously all come together and sort of agreed with is that they do not enjoy going second. The deck needs to go first comfortably to sort of feel like it can set up its own board and do its stuff rather than break it down boards, or rather than play through negations. They do tend to, like, off-way this by playing a lot of hand traps, Dark Ruler and more, Lightning Storms, but those cards don't necessarily always do it, and not to mention, you also need to open them to begin with.
See, obviously we don't know what's going on regarding siding at the moment. However, what do you think the Madolche player can actually end on here? Because I'm actually not too sure if it's wise for him to go first. Obviously, we know that he can't let the Adamantipator go first.
I mean,
but
yeah,
I'm not too sure what the Madolche player can actually, you know, do to stop Adamantipator's going this far off.
Just hope he's got enough interruptions. Really, that's what the deck struggles to.
See, I'm looking at his deck list. Oh, can he do that at the start of main phase 1? No, he can't.
Wait, so did the Madolche player opt to go second again? Then he did. Oh no, he didn't. Sorry, he didn't. His opponent just activated Lancia. Yes, it's during your opponent's turn. You know, it's a hand trap Lancia. So Lancia being used straight off the bat there to try and limit the amount of plays a Madolche player will use.
I thought it was during the main phase. That's my apologies here. So I'm looking at Nicola's deck list right now, and to me, looking at, there's not that much that he could do to set up to go first. He's playing 3 copies of Solemn Judgment, and he's also playing Impermanence and Call by the Grave. However, to me, this doesn't look like a deck that can go first, especially against Adamantipator.
No, it's going to struggle, to be fair, but it'll be interesting to watch and see what he can make as a result, though, because again, he has made it to the finals. So I think we need to like draw attention to this, is how he's playing against he was one of these 3% representations, as we mentioned, only I think 2 Madolche players in the entire tournament, and has made it all the way through, playing against Eldritch and Emancipators, as we've shown off occasionally on the live stream. He's managed to play against all these decks and still make it to the final, you know, so he knows what he's doing. He definitely can beat these decks, otherwise he would not have got this far. So right now, both players just currently thinking about what they want to do. After that, Lancia probably spun off Nicola a little bit there.
Thinking for them, I'm struggling to see what can happen here.
You're trying to think through the combos, aren't you? Like trying to figure ahead.
The thing is, I've not played Madolche since obviously the initial Madolche set. I know they got recent support, especially in Eternity Cup. However, I'm not sure what that support actually does. So I'm looking forward to seeing that.
Yeah, but I mean, what can they do under Lancia? That is the question right now. I'm not too sure.
I'm not sure if he can do anything under Lancia, to be fair. Just quickly looking at the news, obviously knowing the way Madolche's play, I think Lancia is maybe actually be the killing blow here right now.
I think there's something else that potentially happened, as Nicola is signaling on chat, is how he might have even had a Pop Extravagance in hand, and maybe he even misplayed before summoning Petin. I'm going to butcher these names. Petinskisur. Madolche card. But yes, that could have been another misplay if that really was an Extravagance he had in hand, which of course he wouldn't be able to use Extravagance under Lancia anyway, but especially because it's not at the start of the main phase anymore. So finally resolving the effect to summon out Pudding Cess in from deck, making it a rank 4, and what do you reckon? We're seeing a Tiramisu here?
Possibly. What is...
Teacher Glassifil. So remember, I think this was one of the newer ones they got, I say newer ones, they got like a few sets back, or maybe here, yeah, that's right, a few years back. Ranking up into Madolche Pudding Cess Chocolat mode. detaching, recycling, and searching. All in one.
So what it lets him do is lets him session one from deck, and then he's obviously going to activate Angeli. Angeli's going to summon Hootkit.
But where'd you go from here, I mean?
I don't think he can do anything else. I think he literally has to pass it, because obviously Hootkit requires the banish, and he can't do that under Lancia. So I'm looking at, again, like I said, I'm looking at Nicola's deck list. They may be Solemn Judgments. They may be the new Madolche Trap. They may actually be Infinite Impairments or Call by the Grave. Personally, I don't see a lot which he can do to stop an Emancipator Lord going off, unless they are those key cards I mentioned earlier.
Well, I mean, so having free back row might potentially offer more survivability against the Emancipator board that gets built here, or even, you know, this classic Boral Sword going second at this rate. So, hopeful of optimistic. It doesn't seem like Gabe here has, you know, any of the classics, so Dark Runner No More, none of the Lightning Storms to open with, so potentially not going to disrupt the board of Nicola here, but it's going to be hard to imagine what the Madolche player can do at this rate, and it's hopeful that we can see a little bit more of the Madolches that we've seen in earlier matches in this final.
I've just read the YouTube chat, multi-caker. Wonderful. Wonderful.
Oh my.
Wow.
So I believe Seeker and Analyze have now been summoned. I don't think he's started excavating yet. It's just surprising. He's like, normally you summon one, then you excavate and summon the other, excavate. Both players making sure to take, obviously in the finals, you know, you want to make sure you think through all your plays, make sure everything is exact. Still plenty of time on board, so we've still got about roughly 35 minutes left. So both players can easily sort of think through their plays and be confident, especially Gabe here with Emancipators. And
so, as I mentioned earlier, one of them was Infinite Impermanence, which, you know, is attempting to try and stop the break board here.
Well, I mean, so it's been activated on targeting Analyze. It's trying to stop Analyzer using its effect to excavate the top 5 cards. But at this point, does it really matter? If you've already seen that your opponent's got Seeker, would you not surely want to hold on to that to maybe when they go into something else that's a little bit more condensed, if you know what I mean? Like maybe like a Link Cross you can hit. Maybe, hell, maybe you can keep it for the Boral Sword.
Potentially, it may have been a... Oh, what's this? This is...
Madolche Promenade. Target one face-up card your opponent controls, and one Madolche monster you control in your great card effects until the end of this turn. And if you do, return the other monster to your hand. So basically, a second impermanence at this rate, and also his resources. Ooh, now that makes a lot more sense to me.
So obviously he did have those 2 negates. Where do you think he can go from here after getting both of his essentially excavators negated?
Well, I mean, you've got to sort of think about how Emancipators, their entire deck is just built with both starters and extenders. They all like double up as one as the same. So it really depends on those last 3 cards in hand by Gabe. Ooh. And we're seeing one of them right now. We're seeing Tackle Crusader being normal summoned. That is 2 level 4s on the field right now. So this is what I was like always worried about with this deck, you know. So both of these cards were special summoned, both Analyzer and Seeker using their own effects. So still hadn't used a normal summon. So normal summons Tackle Crusader. And now I'd be very surprised if not to see Gallant Granite come out and then full combo continue. Kind of hoping that last card is impermanence. If it is, I imagine that could potentially be a huge swing and a pass potentially by Gabe. Still 2 cards left in his hand, having said that.
Oh,
it's an interruption.
I told you, Solemn Judgment.
Oh, that's been an absolutely fantastic opening coming back there.
Oh, wow, okay, Monster Reborn.
But what's the Monster Reborn going to do? Because I'm pretty certain Analyze is a use, to be fair. So if the effect of Impermanence was chained to the activation of Analyzer, Analyzer then won't get a chance to then activate its effect again. However, if Nicola was a bit preemptive with the use of Impermanence there, Analyzer could potentially not have activated its own effect. So if Monster Reborn summoning it back, would then be able to use it, but maybe not, I guess. Choosing to Monster Reborn his opponent's Teacher Glass of Hell, because it has a big booty. That 2/5 booty.
Where do you think he's going from here?
It's a Link 2, I'll tell you that much.
Oh, wow. Wow.
Well, I mean, this is going to continue. Oh, and he's got the O-line in hand, so he's going to get minimal amount of value, not being able to spell them from deck instead. However, does it really matter? We're going to see the Link Cross, so I feel like at this point, it's a Borolo bad, but or a Held of Arclight, depending on how he wants to go with this. But with 0 cards in hand, no access to a block dragon, both Seeker and Analyzer have been prevented. This isn't looking good for Gabe's in Game 2 of the finals of the YOS series.
See, what the actual big concern here is that obviously Nicola has paid 4,000 life points for the Judgment, so it actually puts him in very easy killing range.
So if you were Games here, would you like be sort of thinking of like just trying to get into that Boros, or trying to have that sort of second attack if you can have one thing in attack mode? Is that your main priority right now, or is your big priority like? Because I'm not sure if you can make a Boros sword as well as make another monster with at least 2,000 or more attack to ensure that it's going to be game. Actually, to be fair, it won't even need to be game, will it? Actually, because of the, like you said, the 4,000. So, what's going through your mind right now in Gabe's position?
I think it's a difficult one. He may decide Boros Sword is best option here, but obviously, like we know, he can't use the tokens to make the Boros Sword. He can't use the link tokens from Link Cross.
So we see one of those tokens being replaced and turned into a Link Spider, so able to get some more value of it. So linking off. The Link Cross,
that was the token from the old.
And here we are. This is why I was wondering if he played it or not in his deck. He's playing Union Carol, which obviously will then actually wait. Yeah, no, he will be able to equip obviously borrow Block Dragon from deck. So that will get him back into his combo as he wanted before. It's such a hard deck just to stop, even when you seem like back against the wall, making these suboptimal boards and then not a standard combo, it still prevails, it still gets to the block rank, and if you always get to that block rank, you know for sure you're going to be fine in a good place. Link it off to make an IP Masquerena, so more options, more playability, and at this point probably just going through all his generic links at this point. Adding Researcher Gigantis.
So what's actually important to know as well is that if he plays Access Code Talker, that is actually also game.
Well, it will be interesting because with only 8 cards left in the extra deck, they are sort of renowned for having such a very, very tight extra deck. Everything's sort of played out as one-off because you really just haven't got the space to play more copies of them. So it would definitely be interesting to see if he's going to have that play. Because we know he's got Drago, we know he's got an Appaloosa, we know he's going to have like a Cerberus in there as well. I think he's also got Nightmare Phoenix. So it'll be interesting to see if he's got space for those access code talker. Obviously, of course, now legal with Eternity Code being out for EU and also for this tournament. Banishing the Link Spider, summon Gigantus, and let's see if he actually hits one with the Researcher now. It looks like yes, he hits the probably best one in my opinion. He hits the Kokimaru Guardian. Though at this rate, you're probably agreeing that it's unlikely. I think Nicola's gonna have a Nibiru in his hand.
I think he would have activated way before now. So
exactly.
I think there's two different ways I think Gabe can go through this. He can either attempt to push for game now, or he could set up negates for next turn and basically force Nicola to not be able to do anything.
I mean, by the current position of the board, though, and the amount of advantage he's managed to reoccur, and once he's now gone back into the Union Carrier, it's hard to imagine he can't, surely, with, again, his opponent Nicola being on only 4,000 life points, it's hard to imagine he can't find game, to be fair. With no Dark Rule and no more preventing him from doing damage, the gates are very much open, with only Hoot Cake and Chocolate Mode protecting him. Not looking good for Nicola right now. Ooh, finally seeing this Beta the Magnet Warrior, my favourite card in this deck, just because it's just beautiful, random, and fantastic. So obviously, another one of these cards, you can summon off of Unexpected Die. It's a rock, it's a level 4, it's an earth, it's all those lovely little numbers you want to see. What do you reckon he's going to go off from here, though? Do you reckon he's going to go hop straight into the Borrello Savage, like maybe using like IP or what?
I'm unsure. I think Gabe, we were questioning at the start whether Gabe actually had plays, but at this point Gabe has essentially, as with I believe, the entire of his deck open to him right now. I'm still debating what Gabe actually wants to do. It's quite,
I imagine, kill his opponent.
Obviously, but there are multiple ways he can do that. I think he wants to make sure he actually does have game. I think that's what Gabe's trying to think of now, because obviously these players are playing for the first place prize.
Yeah, and I believe it's quite a substantial one. With obviously all the, I think, nearly like over 80 entrants or something. We've had absolutely a ton of fun throughout obviously these 2 days, going back and forth, seeing all the variety and the Eternity Code legal decks that people might bring to the format. You know, one of the surprising things whilst we got this little lull in play was how Orcus was only, again, another one of these really small represented decks. I think it was only like 6 or 7% in the overall breakdown. I definitely anticipated them being a lot more popular, especially with the Mech Knight Gearsu card being released in Eternity Code. How about you? What sort of surprised you overall?
Honestly, I was quite surprised I didn't see more representation. I thought Mech Knight Gearsu was possibly one of the, obviously, the newer cards to push Orcus to become again a tier 1 contender. However, I think what we also have to realize is not a lot of people have had some time to test that compared to the innovation and the testing that's been done by Emancipator so far. Obviously, we see Emancipator has actually done, it's achieved some really good results in other online tournaments. So I think Emancipator may have been, obviously, people know how to already play Emancipator, they know the matchups, etc., etc.
Ooh, Nightmare Cerberus being made, ditching the research and to destroy the Hootkay. Destroying the Hootkay, of course, is quite instrumental because, of course, Hootkay cannot be destroyed by Battle. So, potentially was a last-ditch effort by Nicola here to potentially survive a little bit longer. Activates the effect of Chocolate Mode, but then using Guardian then negates and then destroys that. So, we've just got an open board, and that sort of answers that question of how does he go for game. Not to mention, of course, if worse was the worst. Ooh, I mean,
this is game.
Is that actually is lethal? Yeah, that was so bad. That Polar Extravagance was already in his hand, so he drew for turn, caught by the grave. So I think that was a bit of a misplay there by Nicola. He had a Polar Extravagance in his hand, but normal summoned one of his Madolche monsters rather than activating it. Though of course it wouldn't have even mattered because even if he had banished for Polar Extravagance, his opponent had a Lancia to start that turn off. So absolutely great.
So we see really quickly from Gabe and Nicola just talking in the chat right now that the Lancia doesn't. He believes that Lancia didn't actually affect his combos in terms of the Madolche, but not allowing him access to that part of Extravagance really sealed the game, according to Nicola.
Yeah, well, I mean, at that point, obviously, of course, after he summoned his monster, that's no longer the start of the main phase, which is obviously the criteria to be able to activate Pot of Extravagance. So that is actually going to be game, like, with plenty of time left on there. So Gabe's managed to win it. So that's actually fantastic to see, like, the Emancipated deck still hold on to that sort of top representation that we've seen throughout, though. But I think massive congratulations as well. We'll see if we can get both players, if they're not too busy, if they don't want to just head off. We'll see if we can get both players, especially Gabe, through. If we can maybe have a post-game interview, have a discussion about what they thought about the deck. So bear with us, chat. We'll be back very, very shortly. See if you guys give you some insights and maybe even a couple deck breaks.
We'll find out. And I've got Vladis Baranovskis here.
Hello.
Did I say your name right?
Yes.
Oh
you
my God.
you just say it how you see it.
I'm actually just so good.
No tricks here. No tricks here.
No tricks. And we've got Luke Coogan on top, I believe, versus I don't know, actually Alex something.
Payesko. Or Pavlenko rather. Pavlenko.
Okay.
Yeah.
Have you heard of him before? I have not.
I have
personally,
not.
but-
I have not personally.
Unfortunate one. I assume the players are going to start any second now.
Yeah. Well, in a minute from now anyway.
Yeah.
Or even a second from now. As in now.
Now,
Yeah. It should be anyway.
waiting for Joe to start them. I guess I don't know if we can start them or not. Who knows? We're a bit
There we go.
scuffed here.
So Alex wins the die roll.
Alex won the die roll. Will he go first or second though? I assume
Going
first.
first. Weird.
Weird.
So here we have Alex playing the Elich deck versus Luke playing the Adamancipator strategy.
The rock
Um,
stratagem.
The Rock stratagem, yeah.
I believe
so-
Alex is on the pure Eldritch strategy
Yeah,
as
as we
well.
can see from the extravagances come down.
Yeah,
A pretty good start for Alex.
very good start. 6 cards is better than 5.
Hmm
Weird.
For sure.
Take it slow, I guess.
Yeah.
Who knows if he? I don't think he opened the Outland, so probably just a bunch of back row.
Okay. Free back row pass. Not the strongest into Adamancipator, seeing as it can play into multiple back row quite easily. If any of those are floodgates, though, it'll be quite hard for the Adamancipator deck to beat it.
Might
Unexpected
get-
Die is a good start,
could be.
but once again, if there is a sum limit in any of those face down cards, it could be quite rough for Coogan here.
Does the Eldritch strategy mean any other types of floodgates?
It means like skill drain. I've seen some lists playing there can be only one, but that's not as popular, I feel. Coogan has a very strong start here with Unexpected Die, Ahara, and Petting Sessor, just being able to summon all these monsters without even using his normal summon. And it doesn't seem like Alex has any floodgates, because if he had like someone, he would have used it by now.
Yep.
Gallon kind of comes down. And this is kind of a point where it's kind of scary, because even if you negate this Granite, they now get to go into Halak Firebrax, as you see now. Halak Firebrax using the Declare feature.
Declare feature.
Yeah.
Best thing to come out of this week in YuGiOh.
Yeah, for sure. I'm waiting for them to make the thumbs up button, because I know that's like another feature that they're adding soon.
Oh, is it? Ooh.
Yeah. Okay.
It's basically the
so-
K feature.
Yeah.
Um,
Okay, so Alex does have the double hand trap, Mourner and Baylor.
yeah, I'm looking at his list now, and it looks like he's maining 15 hand traps and no main decks like Floodgate besides 1 skill drain. So
Right. Okay.
different take on it potentially, but I guess
Here
with
we
this kind of
have-
deck, you'd expect a lot of hand traps.
Okay,
Oh, he's got
here we-
Nib as well.
Nibiru. Okay.
I think he gets punished here if Coogan did just open Block Dragon as well.
Yeah. Block Dragon would be quite
Quite
game here, unless Alex has. There can be only one. Can you send me the lists on?
yeah.
Clearly, I don't think I got them. Okay, so he has his researcher.
With the block token.
Yeah.
Researcher declare impermanence on the researcher as well.
Oh wow. Okay. 4 disruptions.
4 disruptions.
4 hand traps even.
Oh, and probably just the dead Eldritch back row at this point.
Yeah.
He might have access to Scarlet Sanguine to get the Golden Lord.
Yeah.
Don't know
for
yet,
sure.
but
It makes sense if any of those were sanguine because they would just hold it. Just because you can't use Nibiru afterwards.
yeah, exactly.
So
Have a look.
yeah, this is kind of like some of the problem with the Emancipator deck. Sometimes if you don't get to block Dragon, it'd be quite hard to play through multiple hand traps, as you see here, like 4 hand traps, and then like now you have Sanguine, and it seems that Alex will just be running away with the game here. Not too much to see. I think the back row here from Coogan is a impermanent. I'm not sure if he's still maining that.
I believe he is when I look at the list.
Yeah.
Because I don't, unless it's another copy of Unexpected Die, but that's also unlikely. Again, Alex is just doing Eldritch things, getting some more disrupts. Sets another back row card before passing back. Looking very rough for Coogan here.
Yeah. Okay, Analyzer's a good start, but it will get
start.
destroyed by Conquistador.
I'd assume there's going to be a scoop here, but
Yeah.
maybe not, you never know.
Yeah, so Alex takes game 1. Not the most interesting game 1. There's just like, okay, four hand traps, and then
Energy card. Yeah.
Alex has this like super strong ability to just snowball as long as it gets a turn.
Yeah.
It's not like once it gets to that like stabilization phase, it's quite good at running away with games, just because you simplify the game state so much to the point where all of your disruptions that you're going to be recurring every single turn will just be basically just negating the 1 card they have per turn, or like 1 or 2 cards per turn they have, and then you're just able to run away with the game with just these big monsters with the Eldritch and then the Conquistador and Hakura being able to make the Pleiades, and then just even gives you even more interruptions.
You summed it up very nicely there. Like, there's not much to say about it.
Yeah, it's like the strength of the deck. As long as it can stabilize, it just runs away with the game. Very akin to Sky Striker as well, when Engage was legal. Whereas now it's a bit like different for Sky Striker.
Because it doesn't have that like.
Yeah, it doesn't have that like power like snowball effect. Okay, so Coogan here has a pretty strong start. If like Doki did get negated, I feel like he probably would have
would have lost. Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah,
Someone
here we have.
Doki off of it's not particularly great either.
Because if you had Researcher, you probably would have just normal summoned Guardian and summoned Researcher then.
Yeah, exactly.
So here, there's not too many things that Coogan can go into apart from just going into a Fiber right away, which I assume is going to do. Or if it's a Raptide or something, yeah, it's just going to be Fiber. Okay, so it doesn't seem like Alex has any hand traps. Or maybe he does. If he had a hand trap, he probably would use on Doki. Maybe he has Nibiru. That's probably like the hand trap he has at the moment. Or he just doesn't have any. We can already rule out that he doesn't have Phantasme, and yeah,
that's Nibiru.
It's a big rocky boy.
Unfortunate there for Coogan.
Yeah, unfortunate for Coogan. But he does get a token off O-Line, so it's not like the complete end of the world. He can make Link Spider with the Nib token, or sorry, the O-Line token, and then make a. No, he can't make carry actually. It's a rock light token.
Oh, it's a light, is it? Okay.
Yeah. Just can't do that, but If he has Researcher here, he's fine. Foolish Barrel of a Block Dragon would also be pretty good.
I was gonna say next. The Block Dragon access is like very key here.
Yeah. Probably the most broken card in Emancipator deck, I would say. Just being able to like trigger it multiple times is just like absurd. Being able to trigger on your turn, and then like when you IP on their turn, you get to trigger it again. And then on when the turn passes back to you again, you get to search 3 more Block Dragons. So you can just get like a +8 off the 1 Block Dragon, which is just pretty crazy.
Very free.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna assume he's gonna make something along the lines of IP right now. Maybe Union Carrier too. I don't know if he.
Okay, so he's gonna be going Link Spider into Union Carrier. Or no? Okay.
Into Cerberus.
Oh, okay. To make this so the Block Dragon gets
chain blocks, and then also
chain block. Yeah.
deals to Nibiru, which might be relevant in some sense.
Yeah. And also gets a draw as well.
Yeah. The draw can be massive.
Always good to have a draw. Do we have Block Dragon Resolving, getting Researcher Seeker and Gigantes out soon?
Yeah.
Unless he has Gigantes already, where in that case you would get like a Gate Blocker or Tackle Crusader. Probably not Gate Blocker, probably side it out in this matchup.
Maybe even just get an Analyzer for next turn.
Yeah,
If you're not gonna use it on summon.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah,
So
there we go then.
this probably telegraphs that he does have the Gigantes in hand. Yeah, he does.
Yeah.
So yeah, just standard Emancipator plays from here on out. Researcher, if it hits like a Guardian, this game's probably just like straight up over. There's the Cheese Man. He's
he
there.
left
He
the
is.
Gate Blocker in as well.
Yeah, Gate Blocker as well. Yeah, interesting.
It just says you can't target monsters.
You can't target other
And the
monsters.
field spells as well, right?
Yeah, you can't actually field spells, or it negates the effects of all field spells, and your opponent can't put counters on cards in the field, which is actually quite important for the Pendulum matchup. So yeah, here we have the big Cheese Man coming down on the side of Cugin. If you look at Guardian's art, by the way, he just does look like a big block of cheese.
Do you think it might be incorrect to summon the Guardian in that zone?
I feel like it is, yeah, but he might just be linking off everything to Appaloosa anyway.
Yeah, there's potential for that too. You never know.
I don't think it'll matter too much, but yeah, I do feel like maybe summoning Guardian different zone would have been more optimal. But then again, Kugin's also played hundreds and hundreds of hours of this deck. I know he's on Donebook all the time.
Yeah.
Just testing and testing. So I'd hope that he knows what he's doing, but I'm also seeing him. I'm also seeing him, so whatever. Sometimes the nerds just get to you, right? So
what next?
has a couple of choices here. So he can either summon the Crusader or the Seeker. He chooses to summon the Seeker, meaning he gets to just keep the one in his hand. Unless he just wants to. You can still special on the other one from his hand, actually. So. Okay. So the Seeker misses.
So if we consider Alex's deck for a second as well, considering he hasn't opened any other hand traps, do we think he's going to be able to push through this Emancipator board? Or is he a bit brewed in a sense right now?
I'm not sure. I don't think that Cugin will be able to end on Herald here, so it might not be completely doomed. But considering that Alex doesn't really side any more Floodgates or, for example, like not even like Psalm Strikes or anything like that, so it means that you can't even choose a win by going like Skill Drain, Psalm Strike, just being able to just completely negate Kugin's board.
He does play evenly matched, however, so if he's able
he does play evenly, but the thing with the Eldritch deck is that you can't really play that many cards per turn, and it can't really like push through a board per se. Not like push through a board, but push through like this huge combo board.
Yeah.
So I feel like Alex will just be losing this game, but you never know.
You never know. Like Sanguine, Haquero, and Conquistador, like that just helps play through cards, and if he's able to, I assume he's going to be making a Savage this turn.
Yeah, it makes sense right now.
So if he's able to like play through that in some way, then it might be possible for him to come back in this game.
Yeah. So yeah, this will just be the IP Appaloosa Savage board.
Yeah.
Which will be quite hard for Alex out, I feel. If there was a Herald there, it'd be a lot better, just because you can't use the in-hand effect of Elish then. But even still, this is like...
What's that, right?
Yeah, like the Appaloosa does just block it, so it's like a fine substitute. It just means that the Eldritch actually does get to go to the graveyard.
That is true.
Which means that he can like potentially get rid of like Sanguines or something out of his hand. But I don't really feel like it'll matter too much of the situation. Once again, like I said before, the block, like even if like Alex breaks through this board, the block dragon will be adding 3 more cards here.
This turn.
So yeah, this turn.
Another 3 more next turn.
Yeah, exactly.
Extravagance is a good bait.
Yeah.
So there is a potential for the evenly matched to help break the board, but again, in this situation, I don't think it's too prevalent because again, IP is just gonna trigger block dragon, and that's game.
Yeah, like even if the Savage just dies, he just gets to keep the Appaloosa, and so he gets to go IP here, spin the Savage with Unicorn potentially, search off Block Dragon, and then he just gets to keep the Apollo, and then he just has all his resources still.
I like that.
Interesting to note that Alex doesn't play Golden forever, so that is one less piece of interaction that he could possibly have. I would assume that the only floodgate in his deck at this point would be Skill Drain if he kept it in. And they probably took out their Cosmic Cyclones, their Imperial Order.
He might have put the Paleozoic Dynamiscuses in going second.
That's a card that's like fine going second into the Adamantipator deck, especially if you hand trap them a bunch.
Yes.
Ooh, okay. So Coogan allows Alex to go into the battle phase.
I'm not sure I like this. Okay.
Okay, White Destiny. Right, okay, so he doesn't have Evenly. Interesting. So now he gets out the Apollo or the IP. Probably the IP.
Probably the IP.
Deals damage. Okay.
This is pretty
not
interesting.
Yeah. At least it's, if it was an evenly match here, definitely be in a better position, but yeah. This doesn't seem like
it doesn't
like even though the Block Dragon didn't trigger, this still seems not the best for Coogan at the moment. Or sorry, for Alex. Sorry.
The thing is, he's got 2 interrupts, but he's got 2. He's got 2 possible interrupts, but only like 1 negate to deal with it.
Yeah.
And like, I don't think the singular interrupt is gonna stop Coogan killing him.
Yeah,
like,
for sure.
Definitely worded that completely incorrectly, but we'll allow it.
Yeah. And even if Alex's other set card was a Skill Drain, Alex would be able, Coogan would be able to go Block Dragon and Tackle Crusader and just bounce a Skill Drain back to Alex's hand and just kill him anyway. So it's not looking too great for Alex right here, and we'll probably see Coogan taking game 2.
Very quickly.
Yeah. Coogan does still have the Analyzer from in his hand from last turn.
There we
see
go.
It come down. What could the set card be? Probably a Haquero, maybe a Sanguine. Can't think of anything else it could be.
Else. Maybe he drew. Oh no, if he drew Imperfect turn, I feel like he might have used it.
Yeah. On the Savage. Yeah. And then they would go Conquistador Pop Apollo probably.
Yeah.
But even then, it would still just be game.
Yeah, exactly.
Coogan just makes it a Dragite and it's just over.
And he hit the Tackle Crusader. It's kind of nice. Yeah. And then Dragite's just summoned now, and it's. Oh, actually, there's not a water monster in the graveyard there.
That is true. That is true. The Hacky Fireback is attached to Savage.
Maybe a slight overstep, but I guess you'd rather have the Cerberus in the grave because it's, well, an Earth monster.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm guessing.
So everything just gets bounced and then Alex dies.
Alex does die. Unfortunate.
This is lethal on board currently, even if Coogan doesn't put the Block Dragon into attack mode. Cool. Yeah, so we're going to game 3. So in the side decks, could potentially see Alex putting in any spells to play around something like Lightning Storm, even good against something like Unexpected Die 2 and Magical Midfield Breaker, which is quite popular right now. And probably seeing Judgment and Dynamiscus coming in too.
Yeah, I would expect those as well. Maybe lowering that hand trap count.
Yeah, and like you take out a Haquero in this matchup also, just because the banishing effect isn't quite good anymore because people don't really play signs.
Or the go cards either.
Yeah, the go cards either. Yeah.
And then on
which quite of interesting like development with Emancipator recently.
Yeah.
Where the lists are like a lot different than they were initially, and they kept changing.
That's a good thing though.
Yeah.
Like seeing the development. So I'm guessing Coogan's probably just gonna side Midfield Breaker, Twins, Reboot, Pankratops.
Yeah. Potentially even Call by the Grave too.
Yeah, if he's got enough cards to take out. Or if there's that he wants to take out even.
Yeah. You probably don't keep an Imperm in this matchup, even though there's the fear of Inspector Border.
Yeah. But I feel like most people have moved away from that card in the
Yeah. Hand traps do a lot better going second than Inspector Border, eh? Okay, so we have Alex going set 3 pass once again.
With 3 cards in hand.
3 cards in hand, yeah. Very, very similar to game 1, actually.
Yeah.
Literally the exact same setup as game 1.
If it is, that's insane. But
yeah.
Fair play if he's got it.
Nibiru, Veiler, Mourner again.
You have Ash as well, or was it?
I think it was just. I think it was Imperm, Veiler, Mourner, and Nibiru.
Yeah, that's
I'm not
insane.
sure.
I wish I was that good.
Okay,
Ooh,
so Twin Twisters coming out for Coogan.
Ooh, no way. The Tackle Crusader only bounces face up spell.
Yeah, unfortunately. It's gotta be crazy if it wasn't like that, though.
Aquero chains.
Okay.
Okay, so it's just gonna do that to get advantage from it. He telegraphs he doesn't have the Nibiru as well, which is big for Coogan.
This is pretty smart. Since that the slightly unfortunately for Coogan, since he hit the Aquero, he just gets to banish. Doesn't actually.
Yeah.
So you can put the Eldritch face.
I believe we're playing it with EU rules actually. So,
Right. Okay.
The Tackle Crusader can activate, I think.
Right. Right. Okay.
I don't know if they've changed that, but I think that's how the first one played out now.
Right. Okay.
Just depends if Coogan is aware of that or not.
Yeah. Yeah. If he was able to, the using Tackle Crusader on Eldritch would be pretty big here. Just because you can't use Conquistador or Golden forever. But
so I'm guessing, well, Coogan's got 4 cards left. Potential of still 4 interrupts.
Oh yeah, so Coogan's just asking the question now.
Yeah, I believe we are, unless it's been changed between events.
Yeah. How are you ruling it, Joe?
Oh, he might have gone for his own lunch break, who knows.
Unfortunate. Okay. Okay. Cool, thank you.
Thanks.
Okay, cool. So, this is good for Coogan here.
Yeah,
not being able to use Conquistador on the side of Alex if he does have it.
So now he's realistically just got to consider the possibility of 3 more hand traps.
Yeah. Or Dynamiscus or Judgment or something like that.
Yeah. High impact back row card.
Yeah.
Maybe even the skill drain.
Yeah, maybe even the skill drain, yeah, I was about to say. Ooh, another Twin Twisters. Playing extremely safe here. Oh, I know, was the Conquistador.
Adhara, normal summon analyzer, effects. So it's bad for Coogan if he just has 2 hand traps here.
Yeah.
Specifically 2 hand traps that are different in name, just so they don't overlap with effects.
Yeah.
But
because if Alex gets a turn here, he gets to go end phase Conquistador or get a Sanguine or a White Destiny or Black Awakening. And just be able to snowball and vanish from there. So now we see Fibrax. That gets negated as well.
There we go, yeah. Not looking good for Coogan here.
Yeah. Unfortunately, Coogan did draw both of his copies of Twin Twisters.
Yeah.
not
I think
the best.
if
not
one
the
of them was
best.
just like an Alexander type card, it would
Yeah,
fire impacts. But
for sure.
so yeah, it looks like Coogan probably just loses this match from now on.
Yeah.
Even like I guess top decking Block Dragon has some power, but I'm not sure if it's like if it does
Yeah.
enough.
I don't feel like it would here. Just because we could potentially even see Alex running away, just winning on his following turn. No, actually, probably not.
You can't make the rank
Yeah.
10 combo, right?
Yeah, because he'd be locked into zombies. But also, they set a Black Awakening anyway. But even still, he just has so much advantage over Coogan right here that we'll probably just see the pure Lich deck win.
Yeah. Although this is kind of interesting because you can
Yeah, you can go
summon-
Fibrax, summon Marcher, yeah, bring back
get the
Analyzer.
Analyzer back. Effects negated though.
Yeah.
Coogan doesn't play. I'm gonna assume he's not playing like a second fiber. No, he's not.
No.
So I
it's
guess
pretty hard to fit in.
Yeah,
Fiber into
exactly.
the
So I think still in a very similar position where again like the top deck has to be something along the lines of
Block Dragon or Foolish
Block
Burial.
yeah. I'm not sure. Like I think if he has another hand trap, this might simply just still be over. But
Yeah.
unfortunate for Coogan here.
Mm-hmm.
Summoning the other Golden Lord. He's got another Golden Land engrave. Yeah, he does. Lovely.
He has to set a Sanguine or a Destiny. Going to the Sanguine. So yeah, this is basically Coogan's last turn. If he doesn't draw Block Dragon here, it's probably just over, just because it's just game. The following turn, just because he gets 3 Lords on the field, and that's like the Exodia. And yeah, it looks like we'll be seeing Alex winning the match here.
Yeah. Doesn't look good for him.
Yeah.
Yeah, there we go.
And there we have it, yeah. Alex takes the game. Or takes the match, rather. Quite unfortunate for Coogan there in game 3, just seeing both of his Twin Twisters on his opening hand, and his opponent just having the
multiple hand trap.
double hand trap.
Yeah. Yeah, he even had a third hand trap, because I think he had another... Well, he had double
I
hand.
don't think the Imperm was... No, the Imperm was set on his
dropped
last turn. Yeah.
Yeah, so I'm guessing he drew the Ash. He had double Ash in hands. Love that.
Yeah.
Nothing too much to say. He's just flexing here, apparently.
Yeah. Game 1, 4 hand traps. Game 3, Coogan not opening optimal into double hand trap.
Do you think, like, if one of the Twin Twisters was anything besides, like, Block Dragon access, it wouldn't matter too much, though?
Let's see. If the second Twin Twisters was a Block Dragon, it potentially could have changed a lot of things.
Like, if I'm saying if it's a card that's not Block Dragon access, like...
Oh, right.
So I guess if it was like a petting or a way to another level 4, that would have helped, because you could have made Granite and then Fiber.
Yeah, and he still would have had combo from there.
Yeah, exactly.
And if they had like even like a Researcher or a Seeker would be pretty good as well. Just because they could potentially get the Cheese Man before making the Fiber.
Yeah, exactly.
Or getting into a they couldn't have gotten Doki off the tuners. Oh, actually no, if they had Seeker and they hit Doki, they could make Herald and then make Fiber, and then they'd be protected from the Ash. So yeah, it was a bit unfortunate for Coogan, but at the same time, we get to see the strength of the what's it?
Does Gate Blocker protect from anything there?
It would protect from Mourner.
That's pretty cool though.
Yeah.
Potential there, but like again, unfortunate for Coogan.
Yeah. But we also just get to see how powerful the pure Lich deck can be sometimes. Like, as long as, like, once again, like I said, as long as you can get the game state simplified enough, you just run away with the games a lot of the time, just because, as you see here, Alex has had so many more cards over his opponent, and his monsters numbers were just bigger than his opponent's monsters numbers. bigger number wins, etc. Ooga booga.
Comes from the strength of maining 15 hand traps.
Yeah, quite a lot of hand traps, but it's kind of understandable for this day and age. Oh, actually no, Alex is only playing 12 in the main deck.
No, it's
No,
playing
3, 6, 9, 12, 15. I'm blind. Yeah, whatever. I'm blind.
Thought so. Got him.
Teehee. Yeah, 15. That's crazy.
That's crazy. But yeah, I think we're done now.
Yeah.
We'll be back in like some amount of rounds. I don't know when.
Yeah.
So
We have 3 more rounds left for today, so this means that Coogan is 2-1 and Alex is 3-0. 3 more rounds today, 1 more round tomorrow, and then top 8, right? Question mark?
Top 8, top 8.
Yeah, and we'll see you guys in round 4.
Thanks.
Good afternoon, duelists, and welcome back to the YuGiOh online series. It's going to be myself, Jamie the Kid 00, and Rufio bringing you the action from round 4. This one is going to be a bit of an interesting one, a little something different. It's going to be Oliver Newton versus Adam Black, and they're both playing Adamantipator. So we're going to see Adam back in a open with a rather threatening board of set 1 back row pass. So I wonder what Oliver is going to have for us. So he's going to be opening up with the incredibly powerful opening play of Marionetta. It's going to allow him on the normal summon to set an Altergeist trap from the deck if there wasn't an effect Veiler to match it. Do you have any insight into this matchup, Joe? Do you...
I'll be quite honest and quite open. Altergeist is probably my least favourite deck that exists. So seeing it in action is one thing, but Blackie's one of our boys, so it'd be quite funny to see him on stream.
Yeah.
See how he gets on as well.
So I'm hoping he's going to have a more productive normal summon. It's obvious he didn't have the Marionetta from the original normal summon. Well, lack of a normal summon. But he has drawn it off the top, I believe. I think that was what the hand shuffle was disguising. So the normal summon of the Marionetta for Adam in the red. I wonder what that's going to get him, though. So it is actually going to go through, which is better than the situation for Ollie's one. And he is going to add a protocol, an incredibly powerful trap the deck has access to. It looks like he's just going to crash the Marionetta into its opposing number.
Makes sense.
I think it's wise. It doesn't really serve too much of a purpose having on the field, aside from using that protocol. And if that's a manifestation he's just set, then of course he can get it straight back as a resource. Oof, but the spoofing in the end phase is going to allow Ollie to shuffle back in the Silquicious, and I'm almost certain we're going to see a multi-faker added off of that. If there wasn't an Ash to match it.
Big Ash energy.
And I'm not too familiar on the rulings on that. That's so interesting that it's a cost to send back, so the Ash is actually impactful here.
Yeah, there's some kind of like weird scenarios in which you could use it to like bounce around floodgates and things like that.
Speaking of the manifestation, it is going to be activated to bring that Marionetta back from the graveyard. Oh, no, sorry. It's going to be flipped and used on spoofing. My apologies. Again, just like before, we're not in the voice chat, so we're not going to see them communicating their effects. But spoofing is actually going to put back that manifestation. And now it's going to get the multi-faker.
And this is obviously a big part of their sale. Multi-faker's crucial to the strategy that they employ, so...
And then, of course, the manifestation resolves, bringing back the Marionetta. So there's going to be a lot of damage coming in pretty fast. Do you think that multi-faker is going to be summoning, I forget the name, the mermaid? The blue
I would have thought Silk personally, but we'll see.
Usually when they're going on the offensive, we can often see them searching out the blue one.
I suppose that they can get
there it is, sorry, the Meluseek. Yeah. The Meluseek. But it is going to be met with a torrential tribute. That's a big old blowout. Unless there's something to stop it. I don't think there is. No, my body is a shield in sight. However, there are going to be a few recursion effects. So Marionetta and Multi-Faker don't have any value here, but Meluseek is going to allow for an add of a monster from the deck to the hand. And most importantly, Ollie hasn't even normal summoned here, so he could just add another Marionetta and set himself up a pretty negate.
Yeah, he's already got 3 cards in hand, plus that now as well, so that puts him in a good place.
Even with the massive blowout potential of Torrential Tribute, we just don't see anything happen. So a manifestation is going to be triggered for Adam. And that's, of course, going to be bringing back the Marionetta in his own graveyard. I wonder if he's activating this to use, say, a multi-faker that he has in his hand, maybe.
Potentially.
Because I'm not sure how far this gets us, unless he's just setting up the protocol to negate Ollie's Marionetta. That's potentially the line of play I see here.
Yeah, it could be.
Of course, Ollie can't use spoofing to dodge any effects like that either, because spoofing has been used this turn on the manifestation.
This is quite an interesting matchup, actually, because both of these are very well versed at these decks.
Yeah, both players have been playing this in excess of a year.
Yeah, so hopefully we'll see a nice back and forth here, like we're actually starting to see at the beginning.
Yeah, very much so, very much so. So it looks like Ollie's just working out where he wants to take this play, and he is going to set one back row and pass back to Adam. So let's see what Adam has here. He takes a draw. The protocol is flipped, so he's obviously going to activate an effect that he wants to have protected. Or potentially he's just using that to trigger a multi-faker in his hand.
There you go.
So the multi-faker does come down, and its effect should be successful in resolving, except... well, of course, the protocol gets negated by that impermanence. Memory serves.
Bit of a weird interaction going on here.
So I think with the way that impermanence would negate simultaneously, there's a potential that even though the impermanence would be negating the protocol, the multi-faker couldn't have been negated. So he has to go activate the Ash and then use the impermanence. Again, without the communication in the chat, it's difficult for us to tell.
Yep.
But we are going to see its effect negated, and they're going to be linked away into a Hextia, which is, I suppose, debatably the stronger card in this matchup because it is a spell or trap negate. And of course, we see a lot of traps hitting the board.
Certainly.
And spoofing's lost a lot of potential as well for both players, really, because both of their multi-fakers are now out of play. There's not a lot of ways to recur them outside of that manifestation. So we're going to see the Marionetta come down, Hextia activate in response to what looks to be the spoofing.
Potentially.
Might be mistaken. So, yeah, sorry, I think he uses the protocol in response to the... Marionetta's effect, tributing the Hextia. He then attempts to use the Hextia's search effect, and then the Ash Blossom negates it. Ollie has, however, burned his normal summon, so with that, with only the spoofing on the field, he passes turn back to Adam. Adam looks like he's struck gold and drawn the Marionetta.
Certainly does.
I wonder if he plays more than one manifestation. That could be really, really big here. He does!
There you go.
He immediately scoops it up. So game one is going to go to our player in the red. That is going to be Adam. What do you side in a mirror match like this?
It's actually quite a difficult one because I imagine the majority of what they would side would be to combat. Of course, not so many back row heavy decks. It's usually going to win those kind of matchups. What they may have, I guess, is something that handles a little bit of trap stuff because of Eldritch and the like.
Yeah.
So I guess potentially they have something that hurts the opponent, but I don't really know what you would play.
I think maybe some Cosmic Cyclones or something that would be coming in here.
There could be a possibility for sure.
I think your card economy is too important for you to play things like Twin Twister.
I agree, 100%.
Unsurprisingly, we are going to be seeing Ollie in the blue going first. Let's see what kind of an opener he's going to present us with.
If only we still had Red Reboot at 3.
It's a really impactful card in control versus control matchups.
Yeah, absolutely.
But of course, I'd expect both of these players to still be playing the one copy.
You would think so.
I don't think the mirror is completely unexpected, and it's a one-card blowout in a lot of those situations.
Yeah, and I think it's one of those cards that you want to have available to you. If your opponent does hit you with one, you want an option to stop it yourself. So a lot of the time that does come up.
Yeah, so we're going to see 2 set cards so far. No normal summon, just a normal set. I'm inclined to not think that's a Meluseek, because of course the common play is to make Linkuriboh.
I agree.
We are, very powerfully, we are going to see Adam open up with Extravagance, and it is going to be countered by the Ash Blossom. Pot of Duality triggered on the second. Veiler,
nice.
Manifestation, Cosmic Cyclone. So there's the Cosmic we were talking about before. I think that might be the pickup here, right?
I would think so. I mean, obviously we don't know what he has in hand, but I mean, taking one, yeah, there we go, as expected. We know that the sets are going to be impactful either way.
And I think the lack of a strong normal summon indicates that the Effect Veiler would be an incorrect pick at the moment. So all you'd be holding onto it for is for essentially oh my goodness, let's skip that point, because we're going to see an end of the battle phase evenly matched coming down. What's going to be
I was about to say, he had to lose the back row because he was going to lose whatever was left anyway to the Cosmic Cyclone.
Very, very true. So we're going to see a normal summon of a Marionetta. This could be another quick one for us. I wanted a bit more screen time.
It's like they're messing with us. They know. They're like, these guys, they're not going to get it at all.
So the Marionetta is going to grab that manifestation we saw earlier on off of the pot. Let's see a second set back row, a third set back row, and my goodness.
you've got to think he's in a good position here.
Yeah, and I mean, in a control matchup, which comes down to so many factors of card economy, evenly matched in a situation like that, such a massive blowout. So we're going to see Ollie move to standby phase. There's a back row was being targeted for a moment. I think there was just a bit of discussion about what was where, because of course the manifestation was set off the Marionetta. So we wanted to be sure of where every card was. So a pot of duality is going to be triggered. Let's see what insight that's going to give us into Ollie's list and what he could potentially need here. I do want to see him come back from this. An evenly match like that, to see a player come back, would be a real good bit of Yu-Gi-Oh! Cinema.
Yeah. Although saying that, it would be quite an achievement if Adam does go on to win this, going second against Altergeist. With Altergeist yourself, the definite, not a fast deck by any means.
Oh, it's an incredible back foot. I mean, this is a matchup where it's commonly acknowledged that if you win game one, you're going to win the whole match, just because that first turn is so important.
Indeed. It's a good mill.
So a reveal of Impermanence Marionetta. The Marionetta may well be the strong pick here. We don't know if there's a protocol. But at this situation, it may well be worth just playing into it, because at least if a protocol flips up, he trades Marionetta for Marionetta. I think the Impermanence is just a little bit late in this situation as well. I mean, there's already a Marionetta sat on the field. It's done its job. You don't really need to negate it at this stage. So the set wasn't Beluseek. I'm surprised we didn't see that make Linkaribo earlier on. To maybe set up with an extra monster, but of course I don't know the matchup all that well. The Meluseek is going to make a direct attack. It's going to hit. And are we going to see its effect trigger? The effect is going to trigger targeting the closest card to deck for Adam. It's going to hit a Solemn Strike, and it doesn't look as though the strike was chained. Of course, strike is probably not going to get us a huge amount of value here regardless. You'd basically just be trading the 1500 to stop your opponent making an extra monster. Well, he's going to move to main phase 2, and I think we're going to see that Marionetta hit the board. I'd expect him to be trying to use the Marionetta to set a card, and then maybe try to summon a Hextia and a Hail Mary play, especially now that we've seen the strike go. I'm very, very confident that last back row we don't know off of Adam would be a protocol. So I feel like it's a very important card to have in the matchup. So the fact that he set the manifestation tells me it's potentially a protocol.
Certainly looks that way.
So the Marionetta is going to trigger and resolve. So we are seeing Ollie search his deck. So no negations here. Maybe not a protocol, or maybe he's just holding late for something like a Hextia to hit the board.
Again, like we said, they're both pretty well versed in these decks, so
yeah.
they'll be holding resources for the right moments. You would expect.
Very, very true. I mean, we are now in the main phase 2, so Adam doesn't have to worry too much about Ollie advancing the game state in terms of monsters, because the pressure that the monsters apply is very low outside of the battle phase. It's all just negates. So we are going to see the Marionetta link away. And now we're going to see the Meluseek as well.
It's worth noting that it appears that they've switched to the actual chat on the on DB itself, so they are a little bit slower at going through their plays than they would be normally.
So we are seeing a brief pause between the players. I think they will have just been discussing something in their voice chat. I am noticing that there is a judge in their lobby, so there may be a slight delay in their plays. There may just be a quick judge discussion taking place. We'll keep you guys posted as and when we get a bit of information on that front.
So he's returning that to the field.
Yeah, it looks as though there may be a bit of a dispute over some matter, so I think there's just a brief pause while they reset the game state, and it appears as though something is being reversed.
Okay, that's interesting.
Okay, so a quick update we had is it looked as though there was an establishment from the players that something was misclicked. So there was a quick reverse. Cosmic Cyclone was used. Of course, so that was the issue. Yes. Pot of Duality locked him out.
You want to forget.
So we saw the Cosmic Cyclone used in the end phase to clear away the manifestation that had been set up off the Marionetta. We're going to see Adam summon another Marionetta to the field, and the Marionetta's effect is going to resolve. Ollie has authorized it. So now we see the protocol come down, accompanying that set manifestation. And this is... Adam is so far ahead in resources now. Of course, no such Pot of Duality lockdown here either, so he is going to successfully summon the Hextia, and I wouldn't be surprised if the protocol flips up behind it. Sorry, the manifestation, to put a Marionetta behind it, to turn it into a rather lethal 3-1 beater.
This is what this deck does. It sets up and just gradually starts to snowball. And once it does, it's actually very, very difficult to deal with.
Very much so. We're now looking at a board of a Spell Trap negate and a set monster negate into Ollie's 2 cards. And of course, we are going to see the Meluseek try to dig for an extra card here. But if he doesn't have the right arrangement in hand, this could be game with the 2 negates staring him down. So we are going to see Marionetta added. But do you have any other insights as we potentially move into the final turn?
It would just be interesting to see what he has. I mean, if he's got something like evenly matched, then he might be in a good place. But whether he's got that in or not is another question.
Ooh,
okay.
It's going to be a scoop up. So Ollie content that he doesn't have any further responses to that field, and we are going to see Adam take the mirror match in 2-0 fashion. So just to have a quick meta discussion before we drop off, how do you think both of these players are going to kind of fare in the overall meta? Have you had much time to actually think about how Altergeist does against some of the powerhouses like Adamantipator or Eldritch?
So this is one of the things I was thinking about now. Obviously, we see there how much interaction and control the deck can actually have. And that may be something that does favour it against decks that would otherwise be far more potent. They are both very confident players in the deck. They know it very, very well. And I do think that probably puts them in good stead. They would know that this is a good potential meta pick to try and overthrow the 2 bigger decks.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, my only real concern is that while this deck has really good, kind of a really good advantage system, my main concern is its Eldritch matchup, because I feel like Eldritch just does the same thing so much better, but is self-replenishing.
Yeah, it's certainly a very, very strong deck. It's my personal belief that it's the best deck of the format. I know a lot of people disagree with that. They'll say Adamantipator, but honestly, I think Eldritch is hands down probably the most consistent and best deck overall. So yes, it certainly does have those control variants down to a T. It does a lot better than what a lot of other decks do. But I don't know, it must be something that they're seeing in this that gives it an edge over those decks that they would continue to play. Or maybe, of course, it could just be a case of they're just very confident with it and want to go down that route.
Very much so. Well, I'm excited to see how this will go. We'll make every effort to track these players as their journey continues through the YuGiOh Open Series. But for now, that is going to be all from myself and Rufio for our casting for today. We have got 2 more rounds of Yu-Gi-Oh coming up for you before we close the broadcast today, so please do stay tuned for all of that. But for now, we hope you've all enjoyed. Please do stay tuned, stick with us while we go through some messages from our sponsors, and we'll be right back with the YuGiOh online series. Hope you've all enjoyed. We'll see you guys very soon.
Damn, he's been posted as well. Assume he's just thinking about what plays he wants to make. I assume the combos are always starting with like a weighted fiber.
Yes, his main starters will be the righty drivers,
Dark Contract.
the jet synchron, I guess you can get.
Yeah, I guess Jet
well.
Synchron does it on its own.
Yeah, and the Dark Contract, as you said.
He was also siding Exchange, which might have came in this matchup. Just to rip like it gives you the free hand information.
Yeah.
I'm not sure how much I like that. I feel like I'm like a bigger fan of a Pointer of the Red Lotus, especially in this build, just because like you don't really keep like there's no real like advantage to keeping hand knowledge because he's playing so little hand traps. So he's normal summoning the O-Lion here, which is definitely a little bit weird. Then he's summoning. Okay. It looks like he's opened a lot of the like brickier cards in his deck. Isn't O-Lion once per turn? Right? I don't know. Either way, looks like he's going to go down a different route for this combo. Needle Fiber. Is it going through? That's the real question. I'm guessing so, yes.
Yeah, so yeah, I was just reloading my DB.
Ah, okay. Yeah, so it's just something to just synchron off.
At the start of game 2.
Gotta love that, don't you?
We back now.
So he's now making Auroradon, I'm guessing. Oh. No, Link Cross. Oh, this is even spicier than I thought. Link Cross for 2 tokens. Maybe this is where the formula like comes into play.
Can you like do formula into Metal Marcher?
So he can either do formula into Metal Marcher, or he can do a play which I actually prefer, which is like, well, it's different to this, but like you can do formula, and then you can make there's this Cyburst level 3 synchro that says when it leaves the field, you draw a card. So you can turn the formula synchron, the other Link Cross token, into that, and link that and the Link Cross into something. It's also a Cyburst monster, so you can make it into a Union Carrier.
Yeah.
So basically turns Needle Fiber into like a draw 2 plus like a tuner effect and Link Cross and Union Carrier. Sorry.
That's kind of crazy.
I feel like he might have forgotten he doesn't have the Apprentice Illusion Magician in his deck.
Yeah.
I think that's yeah. So that's a really cool play you can do. There might be another like more insane play you can do with this, because I don't really know what line of play he's going to take with the Link Cross now. Looking at his extra deck.
Are these 2 tokens both from Link Cross?
No, so the one on the far left is from O-Lion.
So one is level 1 and one is...
Yes, one is level 1 and can't be used for a...
For a Link Summon.
Yes.
Okay.
So it looks like he's making Metal Marcher now, because he's not playing the other one. Which I'm going to assume is summoning back the O-Lion. Is the O-Lion? Yeah, O-Lion to summon a tuners once per turn. Then... who knows what the line of play is from here? So I'm not particularly sure what he's going to do now. Because I assume he's still trying to, like, aiming to end on Savage Dragon plus Herald. And then, like, with the remaining 2 cards, I guess, in hand are going to be Eldritch things, hopefully. But...
yeah, because he's got that dead Magician's Soul in him.
Yep. So Metal Marcher is revived Jet Synchron. Then he's going to... Who knows what he's making, to be honest? Don't know. He might just turn the Jet Synchron and the Herald of... the O-Line token into the Herald. So that guarantees him at least 1 negate.
Okay, so what is this?
So he's playing Barricade Borg as well.
Yeah, so he's playing that because it's a machine, I think.
Yeah.
So you can make Auroradon.
Potentially.
Yeah, I think I saw him do that in a.
Yeah, that might make sense. But then I feel like he could have just like not done the link cross stuff, and instead just had like a better extra deck.
Yeah.
Because it looks like it's very, very tight in there. And there might be like more key cards he's missing. I'm not sure. I obviously haven't tested this deck on his list, but yeah. So he's got Eldritch, Golden Lord Engrave now.
I guess we'll just have to see where he goes with this, because I am not sure exactly how, well, what board this ends on. But he can make Herald here.
Yep, so he's going for the Herald play.
And then
Now
these
he's
two make Auroradon?
I'm guessing? I'm gonna
Yeah.
assume so, yeah. There's some
Okay.
free tokens. I guess he's just gonna have tokens floating around afterwards.
No, he plays 2 O-Lion, I think.
Oh, okay. So he'll
now
turn
this
the
gets him to the
Auroradon.
Savage. I
Yeah.
think. Okay, so he managed to navigate his way there.
See, I'm really not sure I like this play. I feel like you just did the standard like Needle Fiber Auroradon play, but you just added like extra steps to it for no reason. Like I guess he got a draw 1, right?
He drew a formula, yeah. He got the draw formula.
But like he drew 1 card, but he sacrificed what, like 4 cards in his extra deck to do that. I'm not sure. Like, do you think that's a good enough payoff?
Hmm.
Very debatable.
So he's still going here.
Yeah. Coming back to Jet. He's really going off, but I just don't know what he's making, to be honest. Because the only synchro he's got left now is that. Oh, okay, he wants to leave the Auroradon on board. I like that. Because if you don't know, like, Auroradon does more than that. Like, its first effect is tribute a monster to destroy a card on the field. Oh, and now he's ashing this. Oh, I like that. Ash is really cool here because like it trades the Herald for a Savage basically. So if he doesn't negate with Herald, then he just loses it and he negates, I guess.
The Ash also stays banished, which
is really good in this deck because it means you can summon Petting.
Yeah, exactly.
So unless like the last card in the Eldritch player's hand is like a good card, then it just hopefully the Dolce player could just play through like one.
Is it not the Magician's Soul?
Oh, it is the Magician's Soul, isn't it? Yes, it is. Yeah, it's yes. So maybe he could done it a bit better.
So he has Sanguine Engrave, but that only gets you a Golden Land without.
Yeah, so
on the
I think
field.
he might have played it a little bit like incorrectly.
But he did hold this Ash Blossom for a really long time.
Yeah, I rate that though. I think like if you know your opponent's going for the Needle Fight there, Auroradon play, I really rate.
Yeah,
that
was good play. That was good play. Hold that. So he just has to play through a Savage essentially.
Yeah. I think making the Herald early might have also been a slight misstep because the Jet Synchron couldn't discard the Magician's Soul. Oh, this is really cool. Actually, I like
good-
this.
good
Oh, this
stuff.
is cool.
Great.
So he's sending the Needle Fiber to summon Lord back. I like that. Because then it gives
Oh, off of the Savage equip. Oh, that's
Yeah,
crazy. Yeah,
I
'cause you
like
still
that.
get the negates. All you lose is the boost. So...
Yeah. And it's not a big boost anyway. It's what, like 700, 750?
Do you think this Savage should have been made in defense?
I do 100% believe that should have been in defense. Because like you've only got a couple of negates. You don't want to like live in a world where you just don't. Why did he add back the thing?
Yeah, I was wondering what effect added that.
What effects added that back?
Oh, barricade board blocker.
Oh, that's cool. Oh, neat. I like that. But yeah, I think you should have just done that because, like, if your opponent activates Lightning Storm now, you just negate it, right?
Yeah,
Whereas
whereas you
if it
could
was in defense,
sacrifice.
yeah,
you
you
could
just
sacrifice the
like,
Aurora Dawn or the back row, whichever you choose.
Yeah, exactly. So now it really just depends if the Madolche player has like a way to play through 2 interrupts or not. Which sometimes it just doesn't, sometimes it does. You just never know, really. Plus, also, if he's actually drawn a way to play through the interrupts as well as a starter card. So he's activated the effect in hand to summon. So I think he's probably going to negate this with the Savage.
Yeah, the relevance of that Herald banishing the Ash coming up there.
Yeah, exactly. I think that's massive that actually they held it for then. I think a little bit of player miscommunication is occurring here.
Yeah, he's thinking on which effect. Yeah, he's revealing because it activates in hand. So he's.
Okay, so he's going to negate with the Borrow Savage to negate the effects in hand.
Oh,
Sick.
Pancratop.
Pancratop.
That is really good here.
Yeah, that's insane. So I really hope that his last, like, he's got a cheeky hoop cake or jelly in hand, and then he just closes up the game from there. Just normal summons that. Well, I assume the Pancratop's going to pop the back row at some point, and then
the back row is just it's Conquistador, right? So he's got so I guess you just hold Pank for them.
Well, you can even distribute it, right? Because it's still linked to the spell trap zone, right? Or am I wrong? Have I got my trap monster fit rulings mixed up again? Because I wouldn't be surprised.
Yeah, so we're playing with it. I think we're playing with it.
Old rules.
Being in the spell trap. Yeah.
Yeah. So it still stays in the spell trap. So I assume if you chain it, it will die still.
Alright, so he attacked Auroradon, he's activated Conquistador, and now he's chaining Pank to pop Savage.
Yeah, I like that. Because it means the Savage just, if he isn't able to clear the board, then Savage isn't just a negate he doesn't have to deal with.
Yeah, he needed to deal with that Savage.
Yeah.
Oh, he's got Angeli for the follow-up.
And we know both cards in hand, right, as well?
They should be Contract and Souls.
Yeah, exactly.
So this should be full combo, clear the board.
Still don't really know what full combo is though.
I'm
assuming it's
not sure.
I'm assuming it's like chocolate mode. Like the combo we saw last game was like chocolate mode, like a tiara and a glass, and a floating
one card.
cake.
A lot.
One card does do a lot.
Alright, a little bit of table talk going on.
A little bit of table talk.
DB chat there.
DB chat. Don't think you can see that, but the Madolche player is gassing himself up, which I love because that means that hopefully he won't misplay now. Be really funny to see.
It should be standard from here.
Yeah, he must have been doing it all weekend, so. not much going on here. Guessing, have they stopped talking now? They have stopped talking now. So I'm guessing he's just thinking about what he wants to use pesting on. Or there's a ruling dispute, one or the other. Who knows? Yeah. Yep. So earlier on, the Eldritch player negated the effect in hand to summon with Petting Cessor, which I believe is a slight oversight, but I understand why he might not as well, because just being able to summon a level 4 and make Tiramisu is also really terrifying to think about.
Yeah, I think he just valued keeping the body off board.
Tiramisu. Do you think there's a reason to summon it in the extra monster zone though?
Yeah, I think he's been doing this, like, all the matches of his that I've seen.
Yeah,
Kind
exactly.
of does this. I just think it doesn't really matter.
Maybe it doesn't matter. I guess because he is playing with 3 of the link, I think, but I think it's also just because the extra deck doesn't really matter besides Madolche cards.
Well, I mean, he's playing Extravagance, so that's why.
Also true.
Most of them.
Also true. But he's also got the questionable amount of Extravagance because he's only playing 2.
Yeah, that is a bit strange, but
so now he
seems to draw his engine cards without it. So it's
so he's made chocolate mode, doing chocolate mode things, and I'm gonna assume he's summoning Hoot Cake here, which he has. What happened to the? Oh, Tiramisu. Do you think there's a reason why he's only shuffling 1 back with Tiramisu, or is it because of chocolate mode's effects? I'm not sure here. Oh well. So now he's...
What, to keep the extra material underneath?
No, it might be... No, because Tiramisu is like detach 1, right? Unless I'm just being stupid. Yeah.
Oh,
so
yeah,
I'm
it's
the Dolce cards.
What did he have to target?
Maybe
he
only...
one target.
Maybe he only had 1 target.
Yeah,
no,
I think
you can target them. You can target the card you detach as well. Maybe... I don't know why he did it. Oh well. So he's thinking on the banish for cake. Oh, it'd be really cool if he did the play with Chateau again and he added back Pancratops. That'd be really cool to see. People are actually talking in the chat now. I love that. So he banished the Pancratops for it to add Salon.
Yeah, so not going for the play invested there to recycle Pank.
Yeah.
Which I think he'd end up with too many bodies on board to actually.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah.
Again anyway.
Making another Tiramisu. This time I'm gonna assume he's shuffling back 2. And then the same thing's gonna happen. He's gonna trigger Salon, and he's gonna trigger Solar Messenger Gelato and trigger that.
I'm not gonna lie, I'm really impressed by this deck.
Yeah.
Crazy how much it does off 1 card. So
from what I know about the deck is that it loses if your opponent has any form of disruption. Like we saw game 1, he had a hand trap. I think it was an Ash on the Magdalene normal summon, and that just shut down the entire turn. But luckily for him, he had the backup cards with the Solemn Judgment and the Ash to get him through. So he set Promenade again, correct?
Yeah, I believe so.
Oh, Madolche player is saying it's a tier 1 deck. Does the chat agree? I don't know. It's not quite Zephyr, so I'm not convinced.
Please all vote now.
Please all vote now.
Well, he believes it's tier 1.
He believes it's
That's
tier 1.
That's fair enough.
Yeah.
I feel the same about Magical Musketeers. So...
if you're playing a deck, if you decide to play a deck for an event, you believe it's the best deck, right? If you were aiming to win as well, you believe your deck's the best deck. So the fact he said his deck's tier 1 means he's confident.
Yeah, as long as your deck does stuff. Like if you can't turn up to an event with 40 normal monsters and believe your deck's the best deck, like that doesn't work. But yeah,
I don't know. I went
something.
to YCS Ghent with my Paleozoic strategy. I beat Vlad when he was playing that. What was it? It was Salamangreat Sky Striker deck because my deck is superior, and then I lost to some random things. But I don't think we should talk about the mess of decks I've been playing for events recently.
But the point is, if you know your deck inside and out and you're confident in it,
oh yeah, definitely.
Yeah, you can go far because he clearly knows what he's doing.
Yes. So he's got the Promenade, an unknown set, I think, and that's it. But we also know Trident during phase. What? So he's got the. There's no effective grave. Oh, the Lamia. Where's the Lamia gone? Is Lamia banished? Oh, it is. So he's got the souls.
Banished after you use the effect, right? So.
Oh yeah, I forgot to use the effect of it. That was such a long turn. I don't remember what happened.
So he's got Contract, which is dead. Right. He's got Souls, which is dead.
Souls is like you can normal summon it and then just
that's true.
You can send that by Contract.
He'll get well, if you drew a spell trap, he'll get a draw 2. So.
Okay, the Medolce player's mic was broken, which is why I was using the chat. Love that. Love that energy. So assume he's gonna normal summon. Sends the. Oh, he's sending 2 here.
Yeah, he top decked Conquistador.
I assume he's just gonna hit Promenade here.
Oh, he's got an Ash.
Awesome. Oh, mad.
Mad lad.
Mad lad. So apparently there's 4 minutes left on time.
4 minutes.
4 minutes.
Okay.
I mean, I'm convinced the Medolce player is going to 2-0 this Eldritch deck. If anyone in the chat disagrees with me, doesn't matter.
Doesn't matter. Too late.
Too late. I was gonna interrupt. Damn, it's been posted as well. Shumi's just.
Hello Duelists, and welcome back to round 5 of the YOS Mega Event 2. Gonna have something very special for you. We've got some guys who are currently X1 at the moment and should have a pretty interesting match lined up for you.
Hopefully.
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 We'll see if this one finishes inside of 20 minutes or not.
Our other feature matches today finished rather quickly, so it's a bit upsetting. But yeah, hopefully we have a strong ground game from this one. That's what I'm hoping for, at least.
So the decks aren't yet revealed for the stream, but based on the decks, who do you think has the commanding matchup here?
Oh. I'm unsure. I'm interested to see, because one of these decks has made a comeback recently, and I've not seen it play in its new entirety, so I'm quite excited to see it. But
I tell you what, both of them have come back recently.
That is true. But that is true. But I can't reveal which one it is without actually
exactly.
telling what both of them are. But one of them we were discussing about in our little coverage chat.
We'll tell you soon. The match is due to begin in approximately 1 minute from now. It's been a good event so far. We've got some interesting stuff coming out. Unfortunately for me, I think, Orcus isn't performing quite as well as I would have hoped.
That's true. I'm surprised I'm not seeing it at higher tables. I thought maybe Meknight Gearsu would do something, and unfortunately it clearly just isn't good enough to deal with the standard
it's
combos from an Eldritch and Needle Fiber combo. Sorry, Hulky Fibrats combos.
Yeah, exactly. The format is just sort of dominated by decks that can do kind of insane plays.
Mm-hmm.
But something a little bit different for you guys here. So 2 X1 players currently.
So we see Sync Nova, which is Tahir, taking the first turn.
Yeah, so Tahir on top. We'll update the pictures to let you guys know exactly what they're playing as soon as the decks get revealed.
I know the stream's been asking for one of these, so there you go. You're welcome, stream.
3 set. That's
interesting.
Most decks we see normally don't just do that. And we've got an Upstart Goblin here.
Not Altergeist again.
Yes, this is not the Geist Mirror that we saw earlier. Don't forget, guys, if you are interested in catching up on any of the matches that we have shown today, the full live stream will be available in time, and comes the rain.
There we go. So, obviously, Owen is playing
Sky
Striker.
Let me just update the image for that. So great comeback with Sky Striker returning to the meta recently. I'll be honest, I did not expect it to appear like this.
Did anybody?
No.
Did anybody? So we see he's activated Rose, and Rose can special summon itself when another Sky Striker monster is normal or special summoned, except itself, obviously. So what's going to happen is he's probably going to attempt to just get in a nice 3,000 damage here, and then start going into the Exceed players.
So presumably he's not then playing the Utopia build.
Oh, raise effect. I forgot I had an effect, to be honest.
Yeah, it can tag out.
It can.
It's been
what
so
do you think?
long.
So obviously, Hayate is gonna. Ooh, okay. So Hayate was obviously going to attempt to attack directly and then activate his effect to send a Sky Striker card and then go into Shizuku and attempt to take that Sky Striker card back. But unfortunately, Ghost Mourner. What do we think of Ghost Mourner as a card? It's been seen a lot more play recently. When it was released, people thought it was quite underrated.
Do you think it's got better over time?
It's got better in sort of the online remote duel format.
Here's the Seeger.
I'm actually unsure what Sieg does because I didn't actually read it
So
when it came out.
Needs 2 monsters, including a Sky Striker, Ace monster, must be link summoned. You can only special summon Sky Striker, Ace, Zinc once per turn. If this card is link summoned, you can target one face-up monster on the field, banish it until your opponent's next end phase. So looks like he didn't go for that one. And once per turn, you can target one other card you control. This card gains 1,000 attack, then send the targeted card to the graveyard. I think he just used it as a way to get into the Shizuku and get his main monster zones freed up, to be honest.
And this card came out in, I think it Dual Power, or was it?
I can't remember if it was Dual Overload or if it was Etko. I think it was probably Dual Overload.
It's probably Dual Overload, yeah, sounds right. So he's sent to activate Shizuku end phase, and he's met with an impermanence. He's kind of shutting down all his sort of attempt to gain. So we're still unsure what Tahir is playing, so I can't reveal what may or may not be good in this matchup right now.
We know what it is. Oh, he's got the.
I mean, we know what it is. We know what it is. But it's quite unfortunate because obviously I can't tell you what his back row would be to be good or bad against the matchup. Here we go.
Terraforming. Maybe we can get some information here.
Unless he just searches Mystic Mine and then we sit here.
Would you want Mystic Mine against Shizuku in 2 set?
No, not really. But the stream don't know what he's playing.
Hey, there it is. Sky Striker, Airspace, Area 0. So yeah, we have got, in fact, 2 X1 Sky Strikers.
And I think I think that is half the Sky Striker field as well. I think we had 4 entered total.
Yeah, I think it was.
If I was right, I think it's 4. So these guys are half of the Sky Striker field right now.
Yeah. So we saw that Sky Striker was a pretty popular one on stream, so that's why we're bringing this one to you guys. But we did not realise that it would be a mirror match until.
No, we didn't. We actually didn't.
5 minutes ago.
we picked the guy we wanted to feature, and then turns out he was matched against another Sky Striker player. So this is going to be quite an interesting play.
Yeah.
So we see the Cosmic Cyclone down on the activation of Area 0 effect.
That's pretty nice, actually, to be honest. But they're both, neither of them is running away with things. Owen's in a pretty good spot having a Sky Striker monster in play, because he can now go for the, the Kagari can't add anything, but he can go Hayate and then Kagari.
Yeah, obviously he's going to go straight to the standard Sky Striker players. Probably Kagari send Jamming Waves.
Yeah.
Or Jamming
is,
Waves or Anchor.
Yeah.
I think probably the best 2 choices right now.
The thing is,
because he knows the Sky Striker mirror.
Yeah, true. Yeah. Using the effect, that's always nice. With the Jamming Waves, it just doesn't build up the amount of resources you want it to at the moment. I guess he's only got 2 spells in graveyard anyway. But I mean, because it's only getting rid of 1 card, and generally you want to try and be maximizing on your economy. And using your 1 card to deal with 2 cards, or using your 1 card to get you 2 cards. Unfortunately, just having the 1 seems like it's not the most optimal thing here, so he's going for the Kagari instead. I wonder what the back row is.
But would you arguably not take Jamming Waves at this point? Because if his opponent knows he's basically got 2 cards set, then me personally, I'd want to remove those cards as quick as possible. Because of such a high life point difference, 2 attacks would eventually end the game, assuming he's playing into no back row.
Yeah, but I'm wondering what they are, because he's been saving them so much.
So we've got a good guesses of what we've seen so far. We'd probably Anchor would probably be a good one. Impem's probably another one, or we've got what's the other one? Prince gone.
So I mean, Anchor's a great one to hit with your Jamming Waves, and then it's kind of 50-50, which is reasonable.
Yeah.
Because
there's also a Shark Cannon as well. It could potentially be Shark Cannon.
True, yeah. Okay, and either one would actually get Tahir back into the game now, because he can get access to the opponent's Kagari or just steal the Shizuku.
And if I was Owen in this point, he would know they would get him back into the game. So I'd want to remove those as quick as possible, and that is why I potentially would have searched Jamming Waves.
Well, but one is a Cyclone.
Cyclone on the recent turn set. So what did he recently set? Anchor.
Yeah.
I mean, arguably that's sort of the best hit for him.
Yeah,
in Owen's point, because he's got nothing to hit essentially.
Yeah, he just needs he needs to get a Shark Cannon somehow.
Yeah, definitely.
Wow. Unless you can get something really good with an area 0, maybe? I think he's just considering whether or not he wants to scoop at this point, because you may as well preserve your time.
Definitely. So we can assume his one set's maybe not that impactful, because Shark Cannon, yeah.
Hey, that's really good.
Oh, he can turn his own ray into stuff. He can use... There's nothing, he can't even do it, he can't even make Kagari, so he's just probably going to go straight into Hayate. And then carry on with Kagari, because there's nothing in his graveyard now apart from the Shark Cannon, so we should see a Hayate here.
Yeah. I'm wondering why he wouldn't just take the Kagari.
There's nothing in his graveyard.
But
Why would you
the
take
Shark Cannon
Kagari?
back. Take the Kagari
Yeah, but-
and make your Shark Cannon. Or you think he's going to send something first and then take it? I guess he can go Hayate first, and then add back whatever he needs with the Kagari.
He can't, because he can only special summon Shark Cannon once per he can only special summon Kagari once per turn.
Yeah, so I mean, if he saves the Kagari for later, then he can make Hayate
true.
now. And then use Kagari to get whatever he needs from deck. So I guess he's not prioritizing that Shark Cannon then. So he is going into the Hayate. He does have to face down potentially 4 disrupts from Owen's side of things. Do we know what this set was?
No, it's been blind, I think.
Well, the attack goes through, so
That's fine.
yeah.
I mean, if I was to know, and I wouldn't be too concerned about the damage, I'd be too concerned about what he's actually attempted to send.
Yeah.
What do you think he's going to send here? Rare.
He's got the rare, yeah. He didn't have access to one before. But see, this is why I don't know why you don't just don't steal your opponent's Kagari, so you don't have to use your own one, because you could steal their Kagari, use it to add back your Shark Cannon, then go into Hayate, attack, and send the Ray. But maybe I'm missing something. Maybe there's a hand trap that would hit the Kagari, and he wants that extra protection from the Ray engrave.
Well, I'd argue that it depends on what he wants to send to think of that play, because if he didn't want the Shark Cannon, doing that's completely pointless. Because you can only special summon Kagari once per turn, that's included by effect like Shark Cannon.
But he did want it, so like, why not use your
I'm
opponent's
unsure.
Anyway, we now see a Shizuku mirror match.
What is the spell difference? We have 1, 2, 3 in Owen's.
3 into his.
Oh, interesting.
It's exactly the same. But there is the Shark Cannon for 4 to here, so he can still steal the opponent's Kagari and add back the Shark Cannon again if he wants to do that during Owen's turn. I mean, you kind of assume he's set the Shark Cannon here and not anything else.
Yeah, definitely.
Oh, and he adds the Widow Anchor. Ooh, that's pretty good. Because, like, what are the chances that your opponent kills you in 1 turn in Sky Striker? Pretty low. Unless, did you see the some of the other feature matches recently? I think it was the LCS. In the final, he used the Heater, the Charmer Ablaze, Fire Charmer Ablaze, something like that, in order to go all the way up into an access code talker and then deal game-winning damage.
That's interesting.
Yeah, it's a really interesting one because you use Celine to get yourself additional resources because you just need to have 3 spells in the grave, which is like the entirety of the Sky Striker deck anyway. So
I've not seen Celine being played in a lot of stuff recently, apart from Pendulum, but
yeah. Well, hopefully
you don't really.
Hopefully, you might see it in Sky Striker because it makes for some very interesting plays.
How do you make Celine? Do you know what the materials are?
So you make the Heater. And then you use that to steal your opponent's card. And then Celine requires a spellcaster. Let me just have a look. I'll pull up the text for it. But I'm pretty sure it is a spellcaster and another monster. Yeah, 2+ monsters, including a spellcaster monster, is Link 3. And then if it does get Link summoned, you place spell counters on it equal to the number of spells on the field and in the graveyards. Plural. That's nice. And once per turn, during your main phase quick effect, you remove 3 spell counters from your field, special summon a spellcaster monster from your hand or graveyard. So you summon the Celine using your Heater and your opponent's monster, and then you use Celine to summon back your Heater, and then you have 4 access.
So we can see. So we just missed that. Owen used Area 0 on a set card, which was the. Is that Hercules Base? It's Hercules Base.
That could be really
and reveal.
nice.
Yeah, and he took Afterburners as well, which is genuinely just a big plus in this point.
The difficulty here is, he can. I wonder if is he going to put that in Kagari? Yeah. So he puts back the Kagari. So Tahir can't steal it with Shark Cannon yet. But if he does link off that Kagari, then he's opening that up for an opposing steal. If it's a value, you know. As you said before, he doesn't actually have anything in the graveyard that he needs to add back just yet, unless he wants to infinitely recycle that Shark Cannon.
It's not a bad decision to potentially keep infinite recycling the Shark Cannon.
Wow. Afterburners putting in the work here.
Shark Cannon!
And so he didn't resolve the multi-roll effect before he activated the Afterburners, so the Shark Cannon is gonna get some value. But it's not getting Kagari, sorry.
Does he need to activate? I mean, you'd want to activate multi-roll, but theoretically doesn't Owen Tahir's hand?
No, he doesn't know anything, right? Because the Shark Cannon was known before.
Maybe.
I mean, is it? Yeah. Do you think? So Owen can still break that Shizuku, meaning that Owen wouldn't get the search in the end phase.
Yeah.
And he hasn't been able to, hasn't been able to infinitely recycle the cannon, but he does have the ray. Okay, so he still has. He can still potentially go into his own Kagari.
He should be taking Shark Cannon back, though, wouldn't he?
Yeah. But I mean, Shark Cannon's really good in this matchup. You can just keep stealing your opponent's monsters.
That's true. That's true.
Keep stealing Kagari or something. I mean, you could like end phase, Shark Cannon, take Kagari, add back Shark Cannon, and then Shark Cannon something else, and then you have your heater lined up. But not sure that there's really that line of play being considered at the moment. I think Owen's just going for the maximum resources he can assemble because he's already ahead. He's not looking to close out the game immediately.
So here's a fun fact about Kagari. As we all know, Kagari actually gains 100 attack per spell in the graveyard.
Yeah.
In its original form, when it was being R&D tested, it actually used to gain 200 attack, and they thought that was pretty stupid and didn't print it. There you go. Fun piece of trivia for you.
To be fair, 200 is quite a lot.
It would have got absolutely massive real quick. Like,
all those OTKs that we initially saw with like Skyblaster and stuff, they would have been very different. I'm sure you could have just done them with your Kagari instead.
Whack. Like...
Oh, but look, he's got the two monsters. Is he going to go for the heater play? I really hope he does. I don't know if he can.
So I've been told you can make heater into Celine and then make access code talker for 53 and win the game. Apparently.
Isn't that what I said? Like, yeah, exactly. Like
that is Tahir's out. That is Tahir's out for out.
But Tahir still has the ray effect, right? Is he still? I don't know. Can you get anything from that? I think it's yeah. We'll see what Owen does. We know what we would do.
Big fan of access code talker.
Did you see Raphael Nevin's recent Salamangrate list, where he won the first locals in his area since lockdown?
I haven't.
Oh, he's just going for the battle phase. Maybe he doesn't play it in the extra deck. Wow. Yeah, so in Raf's deck profile, he basically made the case that Salamangrate is hand traps with access code Talker Turbo. Because the majority of your starter cards give you access code Talker. And with multiple pops.
I've actually hunted for his list. He does actually play access code Talker, so you can make.
Has he got the Celine and the heater?
Yeah, so he actually also plays Needle Fiber. You can do it with Needle Fiber as well.
Why hasn't he done it then? That's so weird. Well, I guess we don't know. Maybe there's something he's missing. Maybe you need more Chat, let us know if there's something we're missing on this line of play. Maybe you actually need to go into the needle fiber first in order to get to the access code talker. I was under the impression you could do it with a fire monster and any other monster.
So I've seen.
Oh, sorry, Aaron, you're cutting out just a little bit there.
Oh, sorry. I said I've seen Fiber summon Veiler and then go into Selene access from there.
Yeah, I think that's the play that won the LCS. Oh, okay. So he's going to stop at an attack with the Kaina here. But there's already an attack being declared. They do have a judge on the table, so I'm wondering whether or not they're going to end up with a judge call on this. But Owen is saying that an attack was already declared, so they're going to be moving into a replay since there's a new monster on the field, and on top of that, the Kaina is able to target a monster and stop an attack there.
That seems correct.
And he has the choice of either one to hit because there's a monster in his extra monster zone, so the Ray cannot tag out at the moment. Owen's still got this multi-roll. Oh, he's gone for a normal summon of Veiler.
Yes. He probably had me on stream. Sorry. Needle fiber. So
he does have the Selene, so he can bring back the Veiler with Selene. That's not bad.
Interesting. It's definitely interesting.
It's just surprising he didn't go for this line of play earlier.
I'm surprised he didn't go for it earlier, to be honest. He had the perfect time for it.
Maybe he's worried about the hand traps for whatever reason. Is there anything that stops the access code talker?
Not as far as I'm aware. I do know its effect can't be responded to anyway, so.
Okay, so the Selene here is going to put spell counters onto the field. How many spells are there in the grave? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 in Owen's graveyard. 1, 2, 3, 4 in Tahir's graveyard. Oh, it looks like he doesn't care. He's not going to be counting them up because he's just going to link it off anyway. But he can remove the 3 spell counters and special summon a spellcaster from the graveyard, or a hand, in fact. That was interesting. 2 defense position. To your zone that this card points to, and that will give him like 4 access.
Yeah, so access code talker is your opponent cannot activate a card or effects in response to this card's effect. Sorry, in response to this card's effects activations. If this card is link summon, you can target one link summon that was used as material for its link summon. This card gains attack equal to that monster's link rating times 1,000.
Oh,
you can banish one link monster from your field or graveyard, destroy one card your opponent controls, and also for the rest of that turn, you cannot banish monsters with that same attribute to activate this effect of Access Code Talker. So the Sky Striker links essentially load up pops for Access Code Talker.
Yeah.
And it's already at what, 53 because it's been made with Selene.
But he didn't. I see why he didn't go for the OTK with it, because of the thing that we totally missed, which was the heads up play from Tahir to go into the Kaina. Because the pop effect of Access Code Talker is not a quick effect; it's an ignition effect. So while Tahir would not be able to respond to the summon effect to gain some stats, he would be able to respond to the other activation. And it's interesting. So he's gone for a Veiler.
Oh.
Yeah, you can't Veiler that, can you?
Let me have another quick read. Your opponent cannot activate.
I think maybe he did it post resolution of the summon. So,
cards or effects introduced it.
So it looks like the Access Code Talker got summoned, activated its effect to gain the stats, and then following that, the Veiler was activated.
But is it not a trigger effect on summon?
Yeah. So the first effect is fine, resolves fine. It gains some attack. And then after that, Tahir does have the option to activate quick effects. He can use the Veiler to negate the Access Code Talker.
I thought you meant he did it on the summon.
No,
I was like, no. Yeah, okay, cool. Oof. I thought I was silly then.
If that does come up to be the case, we can always have a chat with the feature judge who is helping us out and is currently on the table with these two duelists.
Definitely.
Actually, I think they might literally be discussing that right now because there seems to be a break in play.
Yeah, potentially.
Oh, no, okay. Play carries on.
Oh, they're just making, I assume.
And here's the Zeke.
I'm really a big fan of the artwork on Zeke.
It's really nice, actually.
Yeah.
It's also such a departure from the rest of the Sky Striker.
Oh, it's completely out there. It's completely out there.
But I suppose it is the dark counterpart. So he's adding back the Shark again, which means he's going to keep having access to the opponent's graveyard. I'm wondering, does the Selene trigger... Oh, it's only if it's Link summoned, okay. Ooh, but he's got Shark Cannon. Yeah, Selene's not going to trigger. But he's still got Link 4.
He can make his own access code token.
Yeah.
Yeah, here we go.
But it's not going to be as big as Owen's could have been. And they do both have one monster each now. So if he does pop the opposing access code talker... Oh, hello. Okay, so, sorry, Selene has another effect in the graveyard, does it?
Once... Well, an Endymion card's in the graveyard.
Okay, so they're just using the effect to target Zeke. And he's gonna banish and pop the mine. So he can't target the Zeke because it wasn't used for the summon, so he has to target the Kagari, so he gains 1,000, I believe. So a 3/3 attack access code talker, he can start breaking apart the opponent's board. He doesn't have to worry about the mine anymore. Access code talker is good.
This is just so free. This is absolutely insane.
How many would you play in your Sky Striker list? Oh, and he's got the anchor as well.
Oh.
Wow.
Wow.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
On to game 2 then.
Fair enough.
Access code talker mirror matches.
The card's absolutely insane. What's its price tag at the moment? It's quite high, isn't it? It's like It's like when Boros Sword was released. It's good in like every single extra deck in it, really.
Yeah. So I'm just seeing in the discussion, Nick has made the great point that the only target for Heater was Kagari at that point, and he'd already summoned a Kagari, so he wouldn't have actually been able to make that in that particular point.
Yeah.
So, yeah, well pointed out. Generally, it brings back an Ash or something, I think. But yeah, as you say, you know, the extra deck does have a little bit of space for these access code talkers. I'd be really surprised if it's not a very high price card in the coming weeks.
I think it's already quite high now, to be honest. I think it's definitely topping over 45, 50.
What's that in USD? I don't actually know.
67? Something like that.
Let's have a look. It's about 60 euros, 60 US dollars.
Yeah, it's not that bad.
What's that for our European counterparts? It's about 55 euros? Something like that.
Yeah.
Based on GBP prices that we're used to.
Yeah.
Wow, what a great start from to here.
Remember, Duelist, you could pick up your own access talkers from Card Market and tier0games.com.
Exactly. And you can get 5% off when you go to tier0games.com. With the discount code YAZZY5, all you have to do is sign in, stick that code in when you're making your purchases, get 5% off, and support the channel at the same time.
Absolute shameless plug.
You know, when they gave me the code, they were initially like, do you want it to have like YuGiOh in it? And I was like, no, it's way too long and nobody will know how to spell it. So
just give it YAZZY.
It's way shorter. Okay, so he's got Hayate off the Rose. How do you feel about, I mean, obviously Sky Striker lost a lot of starter cards by losing Triple Engage. But they did essentially get back they got 3 new starter cards with Rose, if they want to play 3, since you can now Hayate Kagari literally anything from the deck.
I mean, a lot of people hated Engage just because it was legitimately a 3+1 for no reason.
Engage leads to Engage.
Always. The amount of times I did that. But I'm actually more accepting of Sky Striker now, just because it's still got power to it and it can still search all of its stuff, but it's just not as it can be stopped because obviously Ash Engage was just it was not a fun time.
Ooh, he's got the Ash for the terraforming though.
That's unfortunate.
He's gonna have to put that back.
Yeah, so I'm much more accepting of Sky Striker because you can, you're not gonna get ashed on an Engage and then be engaged again. But it's definitely lost a lot of power. But I would 100% trade Engage for Rose any day. Like, no offense, Rose, but but it's nice they got Kagari back because they definitely couldn't have played with no Engage 1 Kagari, so it's fair enough. Sky Striker right now is sort of that middle ground of YuGiOh where I actually can understand the concept of a grind game, and I like that in YuGiOh. So Sky Strikers right now is a pretty interesting deck to watch as well. So
yeah, this is interesting. So he doesn't want to go up to a Link 4. I imagine he wants to keep his Sky Striker bodies on board, get an extra search with the Shizuku or something. So it looks like Owen just mistakenly there, he tried to use a Shark Cannon on his own grave because he was accidentally looking at the wrong grave when he clicked it. A bit unfortunate for him there. And so then he ended up having to hit the legal target being Ash. I assume he didn't have 3 spells in grave, yeah, so he couldn't bring it back and make a Link 4, otherwise that would have been pretty nice. Yeah. Crow on the Shark Cannon's good.
Shark Cannon is very good.
But the other 2 cards into his hand are surely going to be hand traps of some kind.
We can assume. So we've got, what have we seen in play? We've seen Ash, Veiler, Morna, and DD Crow?
Yes. I imagine the DD Crows were sided in. I don't actually have the list up at the moment, but
I believe they were.
Yeah.
I believe they were.
Also, there's a Rose. Starter cards are nice. But 4 cards in the hand for Owen, so, no Sky Striker spells or traps. There really aren't a lot of Sky Striker spells and traps in play at the moment. There's only the banished Shark Cannon, and there's a Veiler on the Hayate.
Veiler on the Hayate. Wow.
Yeah, that's rough.
So, I'm looking at Owen's list while I'm here as well. What's really interesting is that Owen obviously would main Nibiru and would main Nibiru, but obviously that's not going to be that good in this, I assume. So he's also playing in side deck 3 Jamming Waves, which I'm really surprised about because I thought Jamming Waves may potentially be maybe at least a 1-off in the main deck. But we can definitely assume those have come in, and we can potentially assume that it's evenly matched as they come in as well.
Yeah, you really just want as many of those removal cards in this matchup that hit the back row.
Yeah, I think he's also playing there can only be 1 as well, which
that's
not
quite nice.
It's okay.
But I mean, does it stop your plays into a fiber? Not really.
No, that's true. But yeah, we can probably assume that those Jamming Waves and potentially those Evenlies have come in here as well. So he probably would have taken out those Nibiru's.
But they're not going to if he does have Evenly, it's not generating a lot of value at the moment. It can banish
of course
1 or 2 cards. Both of these players really struggling to get into their main deck engine so far. And end of main phase for Tahir. Owen is going to drop the Veiler in that Shizuku, so still no access to Sky Striker cards. Wow. Oh, okay, so he's going to perform his main phase slightly differently, since he's going to be able to respond to that that Veiler and carry on his turn.
I remember Sky Striker being a lot more explosive than this, I'm not
Yeah.
gonna lie.
There were times long ago. So he can steal the Shizuku. Can he steal it? Oh no, he can only negate it.
No. You're gonna negate it because you
Oh,
can't.
he just wants
Yeah.
to get it back. That's so weird. Oh, he's
So
playing around
Kagari's like an anchor.
yeah, he's playing around
Yep.
the jamming waves.
Yeah, he is, yeah.
Because he doesn't have a Ray Engrave.
Mm-hmm.
I guess that's the only real divider between the two right now, apart from like a small life point difference. Owen does have Ray Engrave, and Tahir does not.
Well, established evening, like obviously, with obviously pre-ban list Sky Striker, always having access to your Ray was obviously one of the key important parts of playing Sky Striker. So I would argue that having access to the Ray definitely puts you in a better position at this point.
Yeah. But then Tahir does have the Rose effect. So let's just have a quick read through this. If an opponent's monster in the extra monster zone is destroyed by battle or leaves the field because of your card effect, while this card is in your graveyard, you can special summon this card, then you can negate the effects of one face-up monster your opponent controls until the end of this turn. So he's going to attempt to negate the Ray here. But presumably...
Can Ray not just chain?
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Oh, he's allowing it. Okay, so I guess he wants to keep the Ray on field for later, because he can tag it out into a Hayate or something later down the line. Oh no, he can't.
Oh, he's probably just gonna...
He's just gonna go for the attack. I think Owen misunderstood. Oh, it's because it's all one effect, is that it? Let's have a quick
I believe it is.
Okay, yeah. So the cost,
he would have had to respond to the Rose activating in the graveyard.
Yeah, which is not possible at that point because the Ray wasn't on field yet. Oh, he's got the afterburners. I mean that's some value. And his own Rose can come back. This is actually really nice. The way that Rose interacts with your removal spells, makes the mirror match a lot more interesting. So with Rose back on the field, he now essentially has access into the Sky Striker engine once again. And he has actually got, well, we'd assume 2 copies of each of the main ones still left. And he can go into the Hayate first and attempt to get into the battle phase.
Yeah. What do you think he'd send here? Maybe Shark Cannon? Maybe another copy of Shark Cannon?
If he's playing another one, yeah, it seems pretty good. That or Widow Anchor. You imagine...
Let me check if he is.
Yeah. I mean, I'd imagine that his hand doesn't lead to, like, anything insane.
He is playing 3 copies of Shark Cannon, so yeah, he probably should send Shark Cannon or Ray. Oh, he's got Ray already. Yeah, that Shark Cannon I think would be his best shout. Potentially, he could also send multi-roll as well.
Yeah, I guess he might also be very wary of the opposing Hayate, in which case he might want to take the Widow Anchor? Maybe?
Potentially. I think there's 2. Oh, yeah, good shout.
Yeah, it looks like he might go for it. Because you just want to stop your opponent from getting to their first Ray, really, right? So I suppose that's not a bad option. But he's super open to just getting hand trapped here, like throughout the entire match.
Definitely. But I think that's okay because you know there's a sort of take back and no playing hand traps and does get punished by hand traps a lot compared to draw whatever you want off engage, which I'm all for, to be honest. I'm all completely for.
I mean, when Kagari was at 1, at least you had that like thing where you had to value, do you want your Kagari to come back at a later point, or do you want to be able to use its effect in the battle phase and avoid that failure?
Well, that's why things like Hercules base became incredibly important.
Yeah.
There was a story where we were looking at obviously the Forbidden Unlimited list, and we saw Kagari come back to 3, and I was like, "What has gone on?" And then realised they banned Engage, and I was like, "That's fine." I was scared. I was actually scared. I was like, "How bad do they want to push Sky Striker in there?"
That's the thing about the order of the ban list, because it's not done by archetype, so you're just sort of like, oh my god, this monster is back, what do we do? And it's like, oh, okay, it's fine.
I'm one of those people who always looks from the ban list down up. So I saw Kagario come off the list, and I was like, oh no.
I think we're at a very interesting point with As a Thought gone. But didn't they bring back the rank up spell? I'm misremembering that.
No, I believe they did. Because I think the worst thing you can do with it now is maybe turn some Utopia into Zexor. But...
Or can't you what's that play with the Utopia double into the big Utopia? Kaiser.
Yeah, you can do that one as well.
And then go into the DDD Duo King.
DDD Duel. Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
DDD monster that's big rank exceeds.
Hey, 8? Rank 8?
It's something big.
I think it's 8.
And then your opponent just can't do anything.
Kali Yuga.
Yeah. Duo Dawn King Kali Yuga.
Do you know what though? I am, even with obviously like Needle Fiber and with Claw Sheep, I'm upset we didn't get to see more DDD players. I love that deck. I absolutely adore the DDD deck.
It's really nice. It's a shame we didn't see any representation from this event.
Yeah, it's disappointing. I might have to enter the next one. Yeah, you are right. It was another hand trap. It was another Morna.
Morna proving surprisingly good here.
Well, we can see that by obviously things like the card market trends, where it's just shot up because people are realizing the card's actually relatively strong.
Yeah, it's still not. It's not quite at the level of like Effect Failure, apart from maybe if you have some interesting zombie synergy.
I'm not really sure it has any synergy with zombies, but I think even sometimes the burn damage is quite interesting. It is a zombie, but I even think sometimes the burn damage is quite relevant.
It's still a fairly even game. I mean, Owen is continuing to chip away at Tahir's life points still.
I mean,
no Ray.
That's kind of what you want to do, though. I think in the mirror is sort of. I don't think you have the ability to go all out for an OTK like you may have had in other matchups. I think playing a Sky Striker mirror, especially in current Sky Striker lists, I think the grind game and the chip away game is arguably the best way to.
Well, it certainly seems to be the option that Owen is taking with this match.
Definitely. And there's always the factor. Always the factor of like in other remote duels, the time factor as well, which is obviously something we don't have to worry about here. But it's definitely it's definitely a factor. A lot of players worry about.
It's still something that they do have to worry about. They've got about 10 minutes left for time on this round. At which point we move into 3 turns of time, so whatever turn we're currently on will be turn 0, then turns 1, 2, and 3. This is the same as we'll be doing in Top Cut, so it's slightly different from old TCG rules.
So Tahir's afterburn. Wow, okay. He's hit Owen's jamming waves. Wow, okay.
Yeah, that's an interesting one. Oh, he doesn't have any value from it because he only had one.
He doesn't have 3 spells. Yeah.
Ooh, that's not nice.
Not ideal. We knew he had that, so definitely knew he had the Widow Anchor there.
And Owen already had 3 spells and graves, so sending another one doesn't really make any difference. I guess he was just going for the 1 in 3 chance of hitting the anchor.
I mean, I think you'd risk it at that point. You would definitely risk it.
Yeah, you've just got to do something.
Tahir probably knew that the anchor was the only thing that could stop him at this point.
Yeah. Oh, return anchor. Nice.
That's very good.
I guess there's no value in negating your own Hayate if you're really trying to get Ray into the graveyard.
But unfortunately...
Can he take it? He has got 3 in the grave, right? Yeah.
Yeah, he does. I'm not sure how far this will get him, though.
Yeah, they're both on 15, so he probably doesn't want to crash given that Owen already has the Ray.
Yeah. That's why I was debating why he's doing that. I think potentially that...
Well, so I guess he takes away the monster, right? Because he can still link up into his own Shizuku, have a search for next turn so he has something. And then he gets his own Hayate back. So
that is true. That is true.
It's not horrific.
No.
But he is facing down 3 cards at that point. The unknown set, and it will be 2 in hand. He's gone for the Kaina.
Why do you think he's gone for Kaina here?
I don't know, that's so weird. Maybe he's thinking later on he's going to have an access code talker?
I'm confused why the Kaina was made.
Oh, it's because he had to go and do something else before his Kagari. And he couldn't summon the Hayate again, and he wants to go and Shizuku.
Oh, he wants to keep the Shizuku. Yeah.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah.
Okay, so he gets the search off. He's technically going to be on 4 cards against 3 cards.
Which isn't necessarily terrible, because we assume at this point that the other card in Tahir's hand is a hand trap.
Yeah. So Tahir now taking a slight edge in card advantage. It really comes down to whether Owen has a way to get back into his Sky Striker extra deck so he can keep utilizing that Ray, I think.
Again, it's just like pre-banless Sky Striker, is that the Ray access is just genuinely so important.
Yeah.
And we see by this play, obviously, as well, that Tahir actually denied Owen the access to get back into Ray, so that was relatively smart play.
Yeah, that was really nice.
Yeah, it was really good. But if we're looking at Owen's graveyard right now, if you've got it open, he's actually gone through all 3 Kagaris.
But he's got the Shark Cannon here.
Yeah, he's also gone through all 3 Hayates as well, so I'm really questioning what he's going to do at this point.
Yeah, it's difficult. And he's taking the opposing Rose. I imagine this will turn into an extra deck monster, which will get him back into a Ray access, but as you say, he's not got a lot of options left. Presumably he has 1 Shizuku left in the extra deck.
Yeah, he does. I've only seen him go through 2, and he plays 3 in his list. So yeah, there's 1 Shizuku left in there, but he is running low.
We're seeing some interesting stuff in the chat where Owen has declared target Rose, and then has thought about it a little bit more and decided he actually wants to take the Kagari, but obviously Tahir's not going to let him take that back. So Owen is taking the Rose here.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe he thought he still had a Kagari left.
Well, maybe his kind of hand is a Rose, and he was attempting to special summon it, but obviously you can't when Rose is special summoned. You can't trigger Rose on Rose, so.
Oh yeah, that's interesting as well.
Mm-hmm.
You can still get the normal summon though. Something.
True, but at the same time, it's just not wasting a normal summon as well. Would he have got Kagari's effect being special summoned off Shark Cannon?
Yes. Yep. Anytime it's special summoned.
Yeah. So that's probably why he wanted to go back on the Kagari. So
Yeah.
that's a major loss at this point. What is the current time on the round, Joe? Do we know this?
So they have about 3 minutes left, as long as there are no time extensions.
Mm-hmm.
So very tight for Tahir.
Yeah,
Despite being in
yeah.
a commanding, or he was in a supposedly commanding position in terms of card advantage.
So, do you think Owen can essentially protect his life points for 3 minutes?
I mean, how many has he got to defend? 5,400.
Yes.
It depends on how big an access code talker can
Talker.
bring to here.
That is true. However, as we've been saying, this duel, the potential chip away damage is quite strong. I mean, he's gone through 45 chip damage, and
Alright, let's do a quick spell count. So Tahir has 3 spells engraved versus 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 from Owen. So that Hayate is currently on 800 attack. So he gets another
another 700.
Another 700 damage in here, and no raid to come back to protect any more of Tahir's life points. So once again, Tahir is on a low presence board, but it's come at the cost of the entirety of Owen's board here.
Do you think Tahir would be smart enough to potentially scoop this game and attempt to get an attack in with Hayate?
I mean, you have to remember they will have the 3 turns of time.
Oh, that is true. I forget about that. I'm so used to playing these non-time rules now that was something I would do.
Sorry, who won game 1? I cannot remember.
Tahir won game 1, so that's why I said, maybe.
Yeah, he's going to want to run things as long as
protect
possible.
it. Yeah, exactly. That's why I suggested Tahir may. I forgot we were playing by our own time rules. So obviously, if we were playing by.
If we were playing by current TCG
time, yeah, then the quick attack with Hayate would be.
Ooh, that's
a good choice. Oh, do you think he can go into access code talker? Yeah, I think it's a definite.
But it doesn't get enough damage, does it?
No.
Depends how big it gets.
It could only go to 30. It could only go to 53, top of my head. Unless he's able to add maybe a Kagari on the end of it.
He might have something. He might have something up his sleeve here. Let's see if he can do it.
I mean, this right now looks the standard access code talker play, but I don't think he has enough damage to gain, does he?
He's gonna try.
But at the same time, can Owen at this point out an access code talker? Even during his next turn?
Yeah, probably not. He's only got 1 card left available.
Yeah, exactly. And like I say, he's gone through so much of his extra deck already that maybe an access code talker is completely unoutable.
Yeah.
Especially at 53.
So we're just about to enter time, I believe. I'm not sure if it's been called yet. This is the thing. Let me just check with our judge team. Because obviously he can't do game-winning damage just yet.
But question is, can Owen out at 5300 access code talker? I'd go with no.
Yeah, but now.
Sorry, Owen.
Yeah. Now
Sorry,
I'm thinking
Owen.
If time has been called, we are allowing draws. In Swiss, so if he has a way to defend his life points
for
another
three
turns, yeah. Well, it's 1, 2, 3, right?
0, 1, 2, 3.
Yeah, so I think they've just finished turn 0. I think they're in turn 1.
Yeah, this is turn 1 now. Yeah. I'm not gonna lie, it doesn't look too promising for Owen at the moment.
But he only.
He's got another ray. Okay.
Surely he has kinda here, right?
Depends how many he's playing.
Well, he hasn't used any.
Hasn't he?
No.
He plays 1 kinda. Let's see what he excavates off space.
We're just going for the kinda, yeah. Okay.
Yeah. So he excavates off space.
So this is turn 1. Tahir will have turn 2.
Oh, that's unfortunate.
3. Well, he doesn't. Does he need anything? Oh, you're saying it's. Yeah, okay.
It's unfortunate because of what he hit.
He doesn't get any advantage from it.
True, but has he gone through both Widow Anchors? Because he could potentially hit a Widow Anchor here.
Yeah, so Owen's only used 1 Widow Anchor so far.
Yeah, so that's why he potentially could have gone into a Widow Anchor there.
Tahir's got the Widow Anchor to take the kinda stop the effect from negating the access code talker.
Yes.
Which means that next turn, access code talker will be able to attack. Owen has nothing on field.
That was turn 2?
This is turn 2 now. as much
Access
as mine.
Coker's gonna Access Coker's gonna Access Code Talker is gonna destroy the Kaina.
They've got to make these names easier
There we
for
go.
us.
There we go. And
Well,
then Ray.
he has the Ray.
But he's just gonna. Ray can
pop
tag
it.
out into something.
No, but surely he's just going to pop it because you
Pop
can't
it
respond
again.
to the activation.
Yeah.
Unless he wants to use the quick effect to try and turn it into something else. He's not going to, so he doesn't have the other Kaina. If he had a second Kaina here, he could have... Oh no, he's used it this turn, never mind.
He's used it already this time.
Yeah.
Oh wow.
Well, I think we successfully managed to have a long-lasting commentary match for once.
I'll take it. But we just get to see the power of Access Code Talker, really. That card is absolutely
Phenomenal,
insane.
yeah.
It's
So,
insane.
Owen takes the loss here to here, moves on as an X1 bracket contestant. We're going to quickly duck out because we need to get the next round set up because that one took quite a long time. But thanks very much, guys, for listening in. And
Thank you.
We'll come back soon with round 6.
Bye.
So I'm using my... Oh, are you gonna intro now?
Alright, yes, we're back here at round 6 of the YOS. Vlad is here, along with me, Betty, Alex Robertson from the Disciples.
Team manager, man. Bless
Team
them.
manager, man. Here we have Tom Thurston versus Callum Cook.
Oh no. Setting cards. That's not a
Oh
good
no.
start. Oh no.
That's not a good start at all.
Desires banish 10, neg 9, lovely.
Yeah. So it's probably not Eldritch. Although we know it's not Eldritch.
We know it's not Eldritch. Find out soon.
Yeah.
Happy hands. So Tom Thurston drawing for turn. Nothing else. But main phase 1. Lightning storm.
Whoa.
Angry.
Oh yeah. Oh, okay. So Callum is playing his fabled Salamangreat stratagem,
Oh my god.
and Tom's on Unchained with a 5-0 record? Question mark? He's 7-0?
Yeah, he is. Yeah, he's 5-0. Kind of mad. Opened up with the Rota card.
Yeah. Abomination's Prison's a really good card, but unfortunately it's not an Unchained card, or else there'd be insane combos with Sarama, one of the newer Unchained monsters. Here we have
attack.
Aruha coming down, just a floater, doesn't really have any other effect. Rakia is the one you want to start with, just because it has a quick effect to pop, so you can pop your Unchained spells and traps and summon the Abominable Unchained Soul and then pop a card in your opponent's turn, which is quite good. But unfortunately, it doesn't do that.
Callum,
Lady Debug.
the engine card, I guess.
Yeah. Finally, an engine card in his Salamangreat strategy.
Many an engine card.
Tom thinking on the debug. If I was Tom, I'd probably try just negate this, to be honest. You see that they didn't have a little play last turn. If you just negate this, yeah.
Yeah, there's no reason not to.
Exactly.
Yeah, there's no reason not to, is there?
Yeah.
Do you attack here? Or like...
I would not attack here. The Unchained monsters float into very big monsters. Oh no!
Oh no!
Oh no! What is he doing? So Tom will now be able to summon Abominable Ancient Soul from his deck, or Unchained Soul of Despair, I think it is, or Disaster. I think it's a Disaster.
Disaster, yeah.
Disaster, Sarama, or Rakia. Either of them are. All these options are fine. He says it says card effect. Yeah, but the card is worded differently. So. I also thought that yeah. So if you look at the wording on the cards, it says that discarded on the field is destroyed by card effect except by their own effects. But then afterwards, it's just like by battle.
By battle, yeah.
Or by battle, rather, yeah. So so Sarama gets summoned here, so that means on Tom's turn, he'll be able to use its effect, bringing back the Rakia, setting it, and then popping it straight away, and then being able to just summon another Unchained monster from his deck. You just start garnering a bit of advantage.
Looks like he didn't banish the Salamangreat Sanctuary here.
Yeah, I mean, ooh
Galaxy
Exceed.
as
Okay,
well.
right. So that would explain as to why Callum could not play a card in his first turn. Fantasmic coming down here.
I mean, this is pretty nice. It lets Callum get back the counter trap and go for a rank 4 play, or he can go down a different route if he wishes, I guess.
So as we see in Callum's extra deck, he is playing Rafflesia and Abyss Dweller. So we'll probably see him making Abyss Dweller. Card is pretty good against the Mourner on the Xseed, so no Abyss Dwellers being summoned today. Tom knows the dangers of that card.
If I'm right, it becomes level 8 now, right?
Yes, it's level 8 now. Can you Mourner Exceed? Yes, of course you can.
Why would you not be able to?
If it was Tom's turn, he would not be able to.
Yes, yeah. They're both triggers, right? And then obviously his turn player, Callum's trigger activates first.
Special's in a separate chain? That doesn't matter. It's an on-summon effect.
No. I might just be an idiot. Correct.
I'm just gonna message Callum, who knows me. Hi, it's Vlad.
Hi.
Yes, they can. Yeah, it's an on-summon effect. You can do it with like if they make Phoenix and uses effect, you can Mourner it.
He's acknowledged his wrongdoing now.
Yeah. If it's Tom's turn, he would not be able to because the Mourner would have to be Chainlink 1 and then the Exit would be Chainlink 2. That's the only way the Mourner doesn't really work.
It's kind of a problem that Mourner suffers from as a card just because it's a trigger effect in that sense.
Yeah, exactly. It means that if your opponent goes IP Masquerade into Unicorn, you can't. If they go IP Masquerade into Unicorn in your turn, you can't go Mourner on the Unicorn. Judge is checking. Why would you have to check? I do not understand.
I don't know what you.
Can you use Mourner on Baelings? Yes. quite a silly ruling question here, but whatever.
It is what it is.
Yeah, it is what it is. Everyone wants to make sure, and that's completely fine. Not everyone is well versed in rulings, so
exactly.
Yeah.
And it's a newer card as well.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, both very new cards actually. Both just summoned. Both released in the same set. Exceed's effect not being the most unique thing though, but well, I guess it becoming a level 4 is pretty unique, I'd say. But
I think it matters a lot in this situation as well. Just because you can't really do anything with the Exceed now.
Yeah. It's quite heads up from Konami to make Parallel Exceed a level 8 so you can search off mining.
But then it's a level 5 or higher, so you can search off of Format Skipper, right?
Yes. So you sacrifice one for the other essentially.
Yeah.
Like if you could search like Exceed off of mining, you just wouldn't be playing Skipper.
Oh, 100%.
No, like you wouldn't be able to search Format Skipper off. So you wouldn't be able to search it off Format Skipper anyway. But like in theory, if you could, you probably just wouldn't play it because like you don't need your normal summon for mining, obviously.
Does Callum have like a Splash Mage play? Is that like his way into something playable here?
Potentially, but it doesn't do a whole lot. They could at most make like a transcode talker, and then that doesn't really get you anywhere.
I guess it doesn't get you to 2 fires, does it?
Yeah.
That's a bit of a problem. I'm just trying to think if there's a way for Callum to get to 2 fires.
I don't believe there
I don't think so either.
Unless they have another extender of sorts, which I doubt they would because they pass on their first turn, and if they had an extender per se, then they would have just done it on
I look like
one.
they didn't have a normal summon at all, did he?
Yeah, exactly. Oh, actually, they could have, if they have Will in hand, which is potentially a card they would have kept in hand, that does somewhat help them in getting to a Sunlight Wolf.
That is true. I know that should trigger the Sunlight Wolf as well.
Yeah, but we know that one of the cards in their hand is Sanctuary, so the other card would have to be Will if he would want to continue playing the game.
Or the one of Monster Reborn.
Ooh, yeah, potentially.
Gotta love ruling checks.
Yep. Fun.
It's like a real event right now. Oh
yeah.
God. Do we notice anything like interesting in the 2 list? Looking at Calum's
Calum's opting for the Trap Hole package with Rafflesia, which is quite interesting. It's a kind of like a more recent trend that's been popping up. Salamangre being
as well.
Yeah, and citing Summon Limit, but the citing Floodgates thing's kind of been like around for a bit, I want to say. Because you see Synchro Elich kind of doing that sort of thing, where like you abuse the fact that people aren't really citing back removal for the Synchro Elich deck, and they're just citing a bunch of hand traps. So you can just go, okay, I'm gonna set my Floodgates, and then now you have no out, and then I win because I can now just play slow. And it's kind of the same thing with like Salamangre per se. You'd rather just have like the Nibiru's and stuff against Salamangre rather than the like Lightning Storms or like the Twin Twisters, etc. But now with all these Floodgates that Salamangre are playing, it might be a bit more wise to be citing the back removal against it rather than the hand traps. So maybe like a combination of both, I'd say.
I think like it would just become a never-ending cycle though, right? As the format progresses more and more, you just like see people flip-flopping between one and the other, right?
Yeah. Tom says I'm pretty sure it should resolve, and Callum also has said, yeah, it does resolve, and I do not understand.
I'm so confused right now.
Yeah.
Well, what would it be? I guess it's not. It's got like I think it's like a minute delay, so I can't even read chat.
Yeah. Oh well, now we're stuck in limbo.
Let's look at Tom's list then, I guess.
So Tom's playing nice, clean 40 cards. Triple Dark Hole in the main deck, which is quite interesting.
Yeah. How many hand traps is it? 2, 4, 2.
9 hand traps.
9 plus 2 Phantasme.
Oh yeah, 9 plus 2 Phantasme, yeah. And then also the additions of Gizmo Kaku.
Yeah, that's really interesting.
Yeah, really cool card. Basically just like 1,000 lines restrict with a lot of attack points.
And it's level 9 for VFD.
And it's level 9 for VFD, but that he does not play. And then side deck is pretty normal.
Is it normal for Unchained?
Yeah, I think so.
Oh, yeah.
I usually see people side a lot more hand traps than that, but
yeah. But it looks like he's like maining for like combo and siding for everything else. In a sense.
Yeah. You also do have to take into account that it is someone, I would say someone more of like a I don't know, like a casual tournament per se.
Yes.
It's not like the most competitive, prestigious tournament. Like it is like you do have like, good players entering.
It's like between.
Yeah, it's in between. Yeah. That's a better way to phrase it. It's more of an in between event. We've seen a lot of rogue decks today, but also like a good like balance between meta and rogue decks. I like even here, like we see Salamangreat versus like Unchained, two decks that like maybe at during the last LCS we wouldn't have really seen. We more so saw Eldritch Invoked, and Emancipator decks. And now the format's kind of opened up a little bit with the appearance of both Salamangreat and Sky Striker now, and now Unchained, I suppose.
I think Sky Striker is like the bigger shock factor.
Yeah.
Out of Salamangreat.
Yeah, I think that like the main reason why the Sky Striker deck did win the LCS was mainly just because it was the pilot just never misplaying at all. It was like watching just a piano performance.
Literally.
It was just like perfect gameplay. And
also
also the fact that their opponents also didn't play perfectly. So
yeah, I'm convinced Ryan has like on the down low has like some of the best table talk I've seen.
Yeah,
like,
for sure. And he's like 15.
Yeah, it's just like it's very sly.
Yeah,
but it's not malicious in like any way. But you can definitely see how it would get under, like into a person's head.
Yeah, for sure.
But the kid's insane.
Yeah.
Teach me. So, still waiting on this ruling.
Yeah. Back to the Unchained list quickly. So I know that a lot of the Unchained lists recently have been playing 3 of each of the twins. Tom is only playing 3 of the Aruha, which I find interesting, and only 2 Reiki and 2 Sarma. I suppose they had to do this just because just to fit in like hand traps maybe, and maybe like some of the more like defensive cards like the Lightning Storms, the 3 Dark Holes in the main deck, the Gizmo Kakus. Yeah, it's quite interesting.
I guess the Dark Hole also just helps you like your combo start in a sense.
Yeah.
It means that like you don't have to have any of the free twins, as well as one of the spell traps to like get started.
Yeah.
But I don't know. What do you think of like the slimmed down Unchained spell trap ratio as well?
I find it I suppose it kind of makes sense. You do kind of have to like cut corners to fit in hand traps in Unchained, just because there is so many engine cards. And it doesn't really feel like that you do have a good time just in the grind game anyway, just because of things like Sarama. Just being able to like loop back your spells and traps, and you can just pop something else if you don't want to. If you actually want to use your trap card for their turn.
Yeah, exactly.
And then also like like you also have like the one of the trap cards that is a reborn. I want to say it's like a reborn or summons from hand. I'm not sure if it summons from hand or not, but I know it summons from grave anyway.
Definitely summons from grave.
Yeah, and you can just like use that on Sarama, and then Sarama can set like a different trap, and then like you can have like a little engine going. So
yeah, this is taking ages. I wish I like put a stop clock on. Oh my god. But I don't know, I think Sarama, I've seen a lot of lists, like, or more lists per se, playing to Sarama just because it's not like as much.
Yeah, it's not a star. Yeah.
In comparison to the other two.
Yeah.
I think like personally for me, like the most interesting thing about this list is seeing the Cherubini in the extra deck. As we were talking before we started this, you send, I can't even remember what the card is called. It's Dark Spirit of Malice or something.
Yeah.
Right? It's one of those two, and it like adds itself back, so you've got more card advantage.
Yeah, it's a free discard for the Abominable Ancient Soul.
As well as the Nightmares, I guess, as well. I've also noticed he's not playing the other top logics. He's only playing Zerboros.
Yeah.
I
personally would maybe play more, just because of extravagance.
Yeah. As if the extra deck looks like it loses harder to extravagance.
Yeah.
But then again, I just don't know if you need more than just like rage and is it anguish? I think.
I think it's anguish. Yes, you're right. Yes, it's anguish. Yeah, I don't really see them going into their extract all that much apart from the Dull and Chain Soul of Rage, just because your like OTK is mainly just done with your main deck monsters. Just because you go, you basically have like Reiki and like another twin, and then you like swing in for damage, and then like use Reiki to pop a twin, and you summon the Unchained, the Unbombable Unchained Soul, which then pops your other twin, which then just gets you like a lot of damage. It's like 7,500 damage, I think. So it's not like an OTK, but it's like a lot of damage. Like all you need is just to connect once with an Unchained monster, and then you kind of put them in range, where like how Callum is right now, essentially.
Yeah. So play has started again.
Yeah. Thankfully. So we have Splash Mage coming down, summoning back.
So I might just go for the transcode play we spoke of before, and then he takes what?
Ooh, yeah, it'd be 2,000, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's original attack, damn. That's a lot of damage to be taking.
So now he's basically at half, and hasn't really got anything defensive.
So then we have Splash Mage, then going into Transcode Talker.
Yeah. I don't like this, to be honest.
Yeah.
Because he's doing all of this just to get, like, a counter trap back, right?
Yeah.
And I don't know, I feel like it might be a waste of the transcode talk because it can just be cleared by Defense Housemate, right?
Yeah, but we also have to take into account that Callum is under a lot of pressure right here, just because the Sarama can bring back the Aruha and then just pop it instantly and just have lots and lots of damage if he doesn't set this up. Because if the card in his hand isn't anything, then he just dies here. Just through the sheer damage output of the Unchained deck. Okay, we have an Extravagance coming down.
That's a very good draw for Tom on top.
Yeah.
Unless you have a card in your hand's a hand trap, you probably have to let this through, right?
Yeah. Ooh, okay.
Because, Yeah, it puts him in a very weird position now because now the Sarama resolves and it just gets him into his engine.
Okay, so Tom sending a card and using Sarama, probably destroying the set card with Sarama. Or maybe even the monster he controls. So you'll probably pop the Aruha, and then summon a Rakia from deck. And then summon a Rakia from deck, switch Sarama to attack mode. How much damage are we looking at? So you can't target the things with transcode, right?
No, so only when it's co-linked, correct?
Oh, when it's co-linked, right,
Yeah.
okay. So that means that Unchained Soul of Disaster would be pretty good here. Yeah, just being able to link off the transcode. Being able to do so much damage.
Well, he can link off with the access code, then he can also link off with the...
Bailings, yeah.
Yeah. So he gets rid of both the monsters, and he doesn't have to deal with the Bailings Engrave either.
Yeah.
Looking pretty much like game for Tom.
Yeah. Looking pretty grim. Oh yeah, the Phantasma just attacks with the transcode. It doesn't really matter anyway.
Yeah, exactly. But it's either game now or...
this is game on board, yeah. So the Rakia attacks into the... Or the Sarama attacks into the Bailings.
Yeah.
And then he just uses Rakia to pop this Sarama, yeah. And this also plays around the Nibiru, just quite heads up. Although I think any play would have done play around the Nibiru anyway, but thinking.
Yeah, if you did the same play with the dog, I can't remember. Is it Disaster? I don't know.
Rage. Or Disaster is the main deck one, yes.
I think it would be 4 summons still, right? So...
Yeah.
Either way here, looking like game.
Yeah, so Phantasma will probably be attacking the transcode. And then... What's happening here? This on 23 now? Well, I mean, it was always on 23.
Yeah. Why didn't Callum take the 1,000 as well?
They took 1,000 off the Sarama and Bailings, right?
Yeah, I thought he had attacked already. The Rakia as well.
So then... Yeah, Rakia pops the Sarama. Sarama summons Abominable Unchained Soul. And goes pew pew.
And then I guess
should be game. I think
should be game.
Yeah.
He might have just missed a attack or something. Popping the set there.
Okay.
Okay, there we go.
So Callum scoops it up. Unchained goes 1-0 against Salamangreat strategy. Unfortunately, Callum's opening there wasn't too strong, just with a set 3 pass. After Desires making him look like a pure Eldritch deck. And then getting Lightning Stormed, unfortunately, so then he just went extremely neg in card advantage, and that kind of just snowballed for Tom's victory. Looking at the side decks now, Tom is siding a lot of trap cards. Torrential Tributes, Trap Tricks, Lost Winds, Cosmic Cyclones, and Call by the Graves. Pretty like no cards are too out of the ordinary. Torrential Tributes, it makes sense to play Torrential Tribute in Unchained, just because all your cards float whenever you have a card effect. So Torrential Tribute's a nice addition, and it just so happens that Torrential Tribute's also just like a good card in the meta currently. I wouldn't think that they would side it in against Salamangreat. It's the only matchup where you realistically don't really want the card, and like Sky Striker, I suppose. Just like the control decks, I suppose. Whereas like with Synchro Eldritch or like Adamantipator, Torrential Tribute's fantastic against. Okay, so Callum chooses to go first. Callum probably siding in their trap cards in their side deck. And maybe the Cosmic Cyclones also, maybe taking out the Nibirus from their main deck. Callum with the set 2 pass again. It's like he's playing Guru without the monster cards. Fortunately. Okay, well, there we have Extravagance. Tom's opening is already better. Okay.
Ash.
An Ash for the Extravagance. It's completely
There
fine.
are 5 cards, as long as he didn't manage all of the rage, then he should be fine.
Okay, set. Okay, they probably have Aruha in hand. Okay. Aruha targets a set card. Aruha pops a set. Aruha summons itself. Probably an Unchained Spell or Trap, so it'll trigger summoning a dude from deck.
Probably summoning So, probably something Sarama from deck, I'd assume, just to reset the trap.
Yeah, Sarama or Rakia are both good here.
Yeah. I guess Reiki allows you to
pop the Aruha, yeah.
And get extra damage in.
Mm-hmm. Kalma's Call by the Grave here could be a bit dicey. Quite a good card against
Ooh.
Unchained. Okay.
Good.
So they chain Cosmic Cyclone to Aruha's effect.
That's good because it means that Aruha does not
Yeah. Just stays in hand, and then they can no longer use its effect again in the hand.
Puts him pretty well, not far ahead, but it helps him a lot here.
Ooh, okay. Abomination's Prison's a pretty good follow-up here. Just being able to tutor for any of the Unchained cards.
Does Rakia lets itself pop itself?
It does, however, it will not get its effect because
trigger,
all the
right?
Unchained monsters, if they only trigger by card effect if they're not destroyed by their own card effects.
Flaws.
Yeah. They made it so that like you wouldn't be able to do that essentially. Okay, so hard opens Sarama. We know that they have Aruha and Escape in hand. Escape is pretty good here, just being a Raigeki break of sorts. While also being able to just summon a dude from your deck on your opponent's turn, so it essentially is a double pop on your opponent's turn.
Yes.
Yeah, gets to summon Abominable Ancient Soul on his opponent's turn too. So
Which is
passes
good when
back to Callum.
Not a great place where
Yeah, for sure.
that's normal summon again.
Okay, well, Desires definitely does help. Being able to get him 2 new cards, hopefully allow him to play the game.
See what the banish is. Hope.
Could probably assume that there is a Parallax Seed in Callum's hand, or maybe even 2 more copies of Ash Blossom. That'd be unfortunate, but you never know. Maybe he's drawn the Fabled. He's actually opened Sanctuary for once.
He might have also just opened like more.
Yeah, more Exceeds,
cards, more will.
trap cards, more wills. Yeah.
Looking at his list, it looks like he's not playing a large amount of starter cards.
Yeah.
I think it looks like he's playing maybe 7 or 8.
Yeah.
But
Okay, so we have Salamanding coming down, discarding your opponent with Red Lotus. If I was Callum, I think Callum's made a bit of a misstep. Callum discarded the other card they drew off of Pod Desires. It didn't shuffle their hand. So Tom now has information that the other 2 cards in Callum's hand are probably just dead, or they're Will of the Salamangreat. So that does give Tom some free information here. Whereas if Callum just like shuffle their hand and then discard the Appointer, you could potentially read that maybe they kept the Appointer in their hand.
like, is there a world where, well, in any situation, like, is Tom not just gonna use the escape on the normal summon anyway?
Yeah, like it would, yeah, but it does give you a better idea of what their hand would be.
Of course.
Yeah.
I guess the only world where like popping a normal summon is suboptimal is if he adds a Salamangreat card and he just has Gazelle in hand as well somehow. But that should not be here. So the
debug coming down.
F touch.
Here. Debug resolving.
Did he banish Gazelle?
Did they banish Gazelle? Real question.
Did not.
Okay.
He's a good Salamangreat player.
So if I was Tom here, I'd instantly just pop the debug. Wouldn't even let him summon the Balinks. He could just summon a Parallax Seed in hand, which could be quite disastrous. But at the same time, you could potentially even just hold the cards, but it could be scary if Callum has a Salamangreat Roar set. Being able to just negate the
Escape.
I can't remember what the trap card is. Yeah, Escape, yeah.
That could be unfortunate.
Yeah, if I was Tom here, definitely just pop the debug here. Kind of have to at this point. But we never know what their hand is, so
Yeah, Tom has one unknown card, I believe.
Yes, they have Aruha in hand, Sarama on field, and a set escape, potentially. Maybe it's not even escape. Maybe he's big brain.
Maybe it's left. Oh.
Yeah.
Does these have floodgates? I don't think so. Oh, who knows?
No.
Big brain.
Yeah. Ooh, Reborn.
That's good,
Okay.
that's
Ooh, okay, so they didn't use Balance as effect, so potentially they have the Sanctuary in hand, or it's vanished. Okay, so Callum going for the Ash Blossom off Reborn.
And I think you just pop the Ash and the Sarama, right? And then you just pop the face down card.
Yeah, that seems right.
And then
just because when the Balings comes down, it's a bit too late then, because your cards get a lot less value.
Well, it also triggered a Gazelle.
Yeah.
So there's zero reason, personally. And then that just leaves Callum with a Balings, which can't do anything.
Well, unless they have the Sanctuary in hand, but
unless the Sanctuary is the brick card in hand.
Yeah.
Then Tom does get punished, but
yeah.
I think it's playing it safe here. Realistically. So he's
and we can already tell that Callum does not have Parallax in hand, because if they did, they would have just summoned on the Balings.
Yeah, exactly.
So we have a bit of a better idea on what Callum's hand is. So escape coming down, Callum's reading it.
So what do you think of this Salamangreat strategy?
It's bread and butter noodle soup. It's only made somewhat good improvements over the last couple of months. The addition of Access Code Talker and Splash Mage is absolutely insane for the deck. Just being able to give you a huge power play, just be able to do so much damage. Update Jammer, Access Code, 5k twice, you're dead. And all you really need for it is just two dudes. You just go and Splash Mage and then they're dead, essentially. Okay, so back to the game anyway.
I have a feeling we're gonna get a judge call now. Personally.
Perhaps.
Yeah,
they should have said Sarama 1 and then Uncontrol 2.
Yeah. So Tom on top just declared Sarama effect. I don't think these guys are talking in Discord currently. I'd assume not anyway. So, and he did not declare the effects of Abominable Unchained Soul.
Yeah.
So now there's a dispute in chat. Assume the judge is gonna take effect, but
2 judge calls in the same feature match.
Yeah.
Nice.
I think I should have entered, Vlad. I should have entered with my Ultigeist strategy.
Ooh.
And I could have taken everyone for a kiss in the Mystic Mine.
What if we just held hands in the Mystic Mine?
Oh.
But also give me my jersey back.
Alas. I'm not allowed.
Please.
I got an NCG one as well now.
Wow. Okay. I can give you an NCG hoodie in exchange for a Disciples polo.
I can show you some unreleased merch later.
Ooh.
And I can maybe get you one of those instead.
Oh.
You
heard it here first, folks. If Betty doesn't follow through with this, he is a liar.
Okay, so it looks like...
Okay, it looks like the problem has resolved itself.
Yeah.
So here we are, Salamangreat going attack Balinx, and unfortunately for Callum, can't even trigger his Gazelle in hand because he banished Sanctuary.
It doesn't look... Personally, it doesn't look very good for Callum still anyway.
Yeah.
Tom still has 3 cards in hand.
Yeah, we still know that they have Aruha and the Abominable Unchained Soul in hand. That doesn't do a whole lot, unfortunately, but Tom would be able to just attack over the Balinx.
Can't Can't
And hopefully if they draw a hand trap or something, it'd be pretty good here.
Yeah.
Or even a big brain play if they have torrential tribute, they can just like set a Ruha and pass. So that means that the Balings can't crash into itself, and then when Callum would normal summon the Gazelle, he just goes, okay, torrential tribute, everything dies.
That'd be broken.
Yeah, it'd be pretty crazy, but I doubt they decided it in. So your Ruha coming down, showing that kind of wheelchair who's boss. Goodbye, Kitty.
No,
okay.
Doesn't look like he's got anything else. So
Yeah.
I'm gonna assume that's a hand trap in hand. But...
Yeah. If it's not a hand trap, he might be in a lot of trouble here.
Yeah, don't like unless it's like the dog or another Abominable Unchained.
Yeah.
Don't think there's any other cards in the deck that could be.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe a Lightning Storm, I suppose.
I suppose.
But if it was Lightning Storm, they would just use it actually. So. Yeah, it's probably just a hand trap then. It's not impermanence anyway.
Like more of a real hand trap, I guess.
Yeah. If it was Dark Hole here, I think that Tom would have had game here, funnily enough.
I'll trust you on that.
Because they'd normal summon a Ruha, they Dark Hole, and then they trigger the Abominable Unchained Soul and the Aruha, and then that's... then they have like Reiki and another dude.
That's a really good draw.
Ooh, Spinny for
Really
turn
good
is
draw.
super strong here, yeah. The fabled Spinny Gazelle.
Oh, it's full combo, right?
Yep.
Isn't this an FTK? Or is
Through
it just
any
Gazelle?
amount of hand traps? Gazelle on its own is an FTK.
Ah,
Gazelle Spinny is like an FTK, and you get a girlfriend for free.
yo.
You heard it here
Don't
first,
tell 'em
folks. You need a girlfriend, just play Salamangre. Just tell her how to do this Spinny Gazelle combo.
Once I became a Salamangre spieler, I met many a vegan, so it does come hand in hand.
You tell them, yo, I like salad, and they're like, yo, me too. And then you're like, yeah, okay, name every vegetable.
Salamangre beat bison.
Ooh.
There we go.
Salamangre, Fennec, Wolby, etc.
No.
So anyway, we have Gazelle here.
Probably.
Yeah, Gazelle sending a card from the grave. Potentially maybe a Jaguar if he's looking to go for the OTK plays. Actually, they probably would just have. Ooh, it's okay. It's kind of hard to have game through Aruha and Unchained Soul, or the Abominable Unchained Soul rather, that he does know that Tom has, and also having the mystery cards is a bit spooky also. So has a few options here. Going for any of the traps is pretty good. Also, maybe even a Falco to play around Nibiru. Just being able to, if you do get Nibiru, then you have Gazelle in hand for next turn, even if your OTK push does not follow through. So there's quite a few options for Callum.
I think Falco seems like the better one.
Yeah, Falco seems quite good here, because you know your opponent has realistically not a lot. Although, if they do go for the transcode access code stuff, they do kind of lose out to the Unchained Soul because it just gets summoned and then pops the access code, so it's not the best.
Dealing with the Bruja here seems like kind of an issue for Callum as well.
Yeah.
Opponent asking for the game state advance. Not sure too much we can send. I think you highlighted
it. It does depend what they banish off desire. Sending Roar is completely fine here. It could be too hard to swing through the Unchained masses of all the floaty boys that it can summon. Yeah, so I think Cam's gonna go for the regular old noodle soup Salamangre plays, Link in a Sunlight Wolf, some Spinny, yep. At back that Gazelle.
Hold.
Okay, hold. Okay, hold. I'm holding my microphone right now.
You know what, boys?
Holding off my seat.
I think he's got DD Crow.
Ooh, that'd be nice.
That'd be nice. The 2 of DD Crow.
Yeah.
Able to deal with reading.
Reading.
I see.
how can you be reading Salamangreat cards? It's been out for years. It's been an infinite eternity. But
I wonder if this man's would read Engage.
It's kind of funny seeing the Unchained player reading the Salamangreat cards, not the other way around.
Sometimes it just be like that. Okay. Spinny F. I wish you could declare cards in the graveyard. I know it doesn't actually make any sense, but like, I wish.
Yeah. I mean, no, it would make sense. You can declare that like you want to use Malphite's Fusion's effect. Using, I don't know, Invocation's graveyard effect. I think it would make sense to be able to declare cards in the graveyard.
Yeah.
Your grave would probably just shine up on your opponent's screen. And it'll be like a thing in the chat saying, declared the effect of Salamangreat Armored Lizard. Because that's what Spinny is, by the way. Fun fact, little trivia for you all. Salamangreat Spinny is based off of the lizard, the Armored Lizard.
The Armored Lizard. Wow, he's spinning.
Yep.
Wolf
It looks
F.
exactly like Spinny. Bizarre. Wow. It's almost as if the Salamangreat archetype is based off of animals.
Oh my god, I can't believe
Wow. This is insane. And Balings is a cat in a wheelchair for whatever reason. Well, it's a lynx, but he's in a wheelchair. Look at him. Please fund his rehabilitation. Rehabilitation? Yeah.
Yes,
I don't know how to
that'd be
say that
right.
English word.
Irish bad struggle.
Yeah. Foreigner struggles. Yes.
Beep. Wolf F.
Maybe they're thinking on summon. Ooh, they might have the Nibiru. Ooh, I think that's not even. Oh, it is 5 summons though, because he did summon the Spinny and then the Balings.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This is summon 6, boys.
Yeah.
Combo pieces. Fun fact for chat. Gabriel Nets beat the Mystic Mind Burn strategy.
With their Mermail strategy.
Ooh, with no Mermail cards in.
Whoa.
Whoa. Ooh.
Okay, so he lost the Wolf
Looks like
Resolve.
it's okay.
This might be just a triad of bluff from
Maybe.
Tom. Although Tom also just doesn't play Nibiru. So
What, does he not play at all?
no. I've only just realized that now.
I only just realized that as well.
Yeah. So it was just a bluff. Or maybe they did just have something. Maybe they wanted to use like Moonlit Chill or something, but I don't know why they wouldn't just use something like Zell. But
Yeah. Weird.
Weird. But you know, it's all good.
We
So
move.
Callum has a Gazelle in hand, a Roar set in their leftmost zone, and then a mystery card under the Wolf.
Which
Tom has Unchained Soul and 2 mystery cards now that we do not know of.
wonder, do we think we can figure out what the set card is?
Let's see. It could potentially be Roar, Goes in match maybe, but I doubt they'd keep it in against the. Oh, actually no,
they're all
all the
different,
Unchained
aren't they?
are different attributes. Yeah, so it could potentially just be a.
I think it might be a Gravedigger's Trap Hole.
Ooh, potentially, maybe probably not Floodgate Trap Hole actually.
I feel like Floodgate might have been used.
Yeah.
as-
Potentially even Imperm.
Yeah, that's true.
They haven't used any monster effects on field so far.
Has Sarama been used, or was that?
No, it was just normal summon.
Oh, it's in the grave. Yeah, then maybe maybe it's in Perm as well.
Cool thing here is that if when this Abominable Unchained Soul gets summoned, it'll be summoned in a damage step. So if Callum does have a impermanence, you wouldn't be able to use it in response to an Abominable Unchained Soul. That'll be interesting.
So, I think realistically he could use the Roar,
Yeah,
on
the
the
Roar on the
Soul,
Soul
right?
seems fine. Yeah.
and then I assume he's going to go for a Sarama off of the Aruha.
Yeah.
And then if he does have the impermanence, then that deals with the Sarama's effects.
Yeah. So
And
it could
leave
potentially be
Callum-
going into a game 3.
Yeah, it leaves Callum in a good spot.
Ooh, okay. the Unchained Soul of Doggo.
I guess that's alright because it, well, deals with the Sunlight Wolf, but it does trigger the Gazelle.
Yeah, unfortunately. And the attack of the Unchained Soul Disaster is only 1200, so it can't even crash with the Sunlight Wolf.
True. What does it do when it's destroyed? It summons a guy, right?
It summons a fiend back? Yeah, it special summons any... Oh no, yeah, it special summons an Unchained monster back, yeah.
Ooh. Fun, interactive gameplay.
Yep. So once again, Tom has 2 cards we do not know of so far. Not sure what they could be at this point. If there are any hand traps, they would have used them on Callum's turn. Maybe it's the Dark Spirit of Banishment. Maybe even like another Abominable Unchained Soul, which could be somewhat unfortunate. Okay, so Callum does not have the impermanence for the disaster.
Yeah, I guess it's not impermanence.
Yeah. They could also just be holding it, to be fair, but the Unchained Soul of Angry Man, the Angry Dog, comes out.
Reading. Oh no, he's reading more.
Oh no. The essays, which are YuGiOh cards, are being read.
I wonder how many times this man would read Magical, the Endominium big guy.
And do you mean the Mighty Master of Magic?
Yeah, see, you know it off by heart. I knew.
I think I can recite its entire text word for word. But maybe not in the right order.
Not right now.
Or right now. It'd probably be like the end of the tournament by the time I finish. So Gazelle's coming down. If Tom has Mourner, unfortunately, wouldn't work here, just because the Mourner would have to be chilling 1 and Gazelle would be chilling 2.
If he does have Ash Blossom that he drew for turn.
Ash Blossom's good. Oh no!
Oh, he is Ghost Mournering. Oh no!
We're gonna have to tell him. Mourner has to be Chainlink 1.
Mourner Chainlink 1.
They let it happen.
Wait, no. Can we? Are we gonna fix it or are we gonna let it?
I'm gonna tattle.
Tattle. Ha, got him.
Mourner must be CL1.
Don't draw for turn. Oh no.
I messaged the judge at the table anyway.
Oh, look at you, being responsible.
Yeah, man. I'm not playing. Why would I care?
Oh.
I just want to watch the world burn. I want even more judge calls in this feature match.
Judge call number 3. Oh. But what would you have played this weekend, Vlad?
One sec, I'm just replying to the judge.
I'll allow it.
What have I done? Well, whatever. If I was playing this weekend, I'd probably play not sure. Probably Eldritch and Eldritch Synchro. Maybe Adamantipator if I learned it in time.
Both respectable answers. I see.
I understand the confusion Tom has here as to why they have Mourner the Gazelle. But yeah.
Why?
Yeah, so for those at home that do not know, so Ghost Mourner Moonlit Chill is a trigger effect. So that means that it's not something you can just chain to whenever. And since that Tom is the turn player in this example, his optional trigger effects must happen first. That's the order it is. It's turn player's optional effects and then the opponent's optional effects. So in this instance, Tom's Ghost Mourner would have to be Chainlink 1, and then Gazelle would be chained to it as Chainlink 2 to send from the grave, which is how the card works. Same thing with IP Masquerade. So that's basically how it worked. If Ghost Mourner didn't have if your opponent special summons a monster or whatever, and it was just like you can just target one of those a face-up monster or whatever and just negate its effects, then yeah, sure, you'd be able to just chain it to whenever. But yeah, that's unfortunately how it works. So yeah.
Yeah.
Same thing with if your opponent goes IP Masquerade on your turn, like we said earlier, and they make a Nightmare monster, either like Unicorn, Cerberus, or Phoenix. If you would like to Mourner it, well, hard luck, you can't. Your Mourner had to be Shank 1, and then their Nightmare.
You can activate the card, you cannot, but it will not negate the effects, basically.
Yes, exactly. So, Mourner would just have no effect, essentially. Unless you're trying to get that sweet burn damage in, which could be relevant.
Is it only if the monster leaves the field that turn, or is it if the monster leaves the field?
That turn, unfortunately.
Ah, okay. Oh my god.
Quite a series of events we've going on here. Thankfully, the Watchers chat is also backing me up on this, just so I don't feel like a
No, I believe you are right. My word does not stand for much, but I believe.
I kind of know my stuff. I've judged the YCS before,
A YCS? What?
Yep. Yeah. It was 4 years ago now, but like. Yeah. There's 2016. Well, actually, I guess it was like 3 years ago, but it's 3.5 years. It was YCS Pokemon 2016.
Ooh. Go on.
And the Inov, Dimensional Barrier, Unga Bunga, me summoning Trillium.
That was the was that the one?
No, Billy won it. It was Schmidt Billy in the final of that one, and then the one after that was also Schmidt Billy in the final. So anyway, the Gazelle is now, we're rewinding the game state. Gazelle will be able to activate, sending a different animal from deck to grave. This time it's a falcon in the graveyard instead of a gazelle or a armored lizard or a wolf or a cat.
You get so much value here as well, because you get to reset the raw, and then you get to
bounce to the gazelle. Ooh.
And that means he doesn't lose to the Unchained Soul of Rage.
Yeah. The Unchained Soul of really angry.
Super angry. What game is this? Game 2 or is it? Game 3.
This is game 2, unfortunately for us. So we'll have so many more minutes of this going on. Hopefully, even more judge calls. That'd be nice. Maybe we can just maybe we're here forever. Maybe we're stuck in limbo.
When are we getting a judge call counter on field?
Ooh, maybe. Ooh, yes. We can just tally up how many judge calls there have been throughout the entire tournament. That could be a nice pie graph to have.
Get Aaron on that, I guess.
Yeah, get Aaron working on that. Yeah, that'd be keep him busy. While he's probably doing Infernoble test hands. In the behind the scenes.
So it looks like this is the final match of today as well.
Right. Okay. So everyone else is finished. I assume. Yeah, everyone else is finished. Yep. Cool.
So we're a little bit unfortunate here, but
yeah, it's all good. We're chilling. Watchers chat popping off. We're not alone.
Yeah. Oh, is it a good read? Oh, not really. Sadness. I'll save you for some drama and what's this? What just chat?
Tom is going. What is going on? While his opponent's going Bailings.
What is going on? I am making a link 1.
So Callum does have turn player priority, unfortunately, so that means he will be able to make Balinks before Tom will be able to make use the effect of the the Unchained Soul of Rage. So that means that the roar that Callum has will be live, so we'll probably be going into a game 3 now.
Did Callum shuffle the card he had drawn for turn back into his deck and then draw
yes, they did. So we'd probably have to rewind to then. We'd have to put the card back. You can't just change what you draw.
Yeah.
You can just repair the game state just by sending the card from the graveyard, and then the same card is just drawn anyway.
Oh really? I don't know if it's impacts any probability of drawing X card, beep boop.
Yeah. I've seen it before. In multiple events where they've kind of changed how they handle repairing game states in Konami, the Konami official events, because so I've seen before where someone would have went, I declared the effective Dark Worm, but I forgot to add the card because there's like a chain link or something.
Yeah.
The judge just said, well, okay, is it in your hand now? And they're like, well, no. Well, it's like, yeah, okay, so then just add the Gate Zero from right behind, because this just doesn't change anything, right? As long as like the Gate Zero is in your deck, it doesn't like make that much of a difference.
Exactly, yeah.
And it's somewhat the same here. The card I drew should be the card I draw firstly. Yeah, okay, that is correct. Since that Callum's already drawn the card for turn, it's a bit unfair to be just changing what the draw is, unless the draw is the Falco, which in that case it would change a lot, and then you can just draw a new card because it wouldn't change.
Oh my god.
Okay, anyway, doesn't matter too much. For the most part, it just shouldn't matter anyway. Callum just gets to make 8 Bailings here in the main phase 1, making it so his Unchained Soul of Anger is
Still feel like it's kind of hard for Callum to just deal with.
Yeah, to kill with this. Yeah, it can be kind of tough for Salad to beat through floaters without the help of the Water rank 4, released in 2012. That's still playable 8 years later.
Was that 2012?
Yep. Abyss Dweller was released in Abyss Rising in 2012. That was the August-September set?
No,
no, that was the winter set. That was the winter set. The August-September set
God.
was Return of the Duelist. God, I feel old.
now.
Yeah,
That's
same.
when I started playing Return of the Duelist though.
Yo, dude, same!
Oh.
Well, that's when I started playing locals, but
Yeah, same. For like, oh
that's
my
crazy.
God.
We really are just the same person. It's like we finish each other's
Sentences. Oh. Wait.
Bay
Wait.
X Flat 2020. It's massively unfair that the card I drew has to be put back. It was an accepted game state. Literally does how it would be ruled IRL incorrectly.
Oh no, Callum digging himself a hole here.
Oh.
Uh-oh.
How is it unfair that the card you drew has to be put back?
Personally, I think Callum drew an insane card.
Yes. Yeah,
He does not want that back in his deck.
Yeah.
um,
Desires 2?
Desires 2.
I probably wouldn't even want Desires here.
Looking at his deck, let's have a little look.
What could it even be? Circle?
Will?
A Salamangreat monster? Will? Yeah, Will could be. Could be it. Or just any Salad monster, to be fair.
Yeah.
The card I drew shouldn't be returned and I'm made to redraw. That's not how it works, Callum. That is not how it works, buddy.
Unfortunate.
Look, man, just cooperate with the judges. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I'm not even a judge, and I talked to the judges, and they were like, "The F is on summon," and I'm like, "No, it's
I know.
no, incorrect."
So YOS 3, head judge Alex Robertson coming in clutch.
What do you mean, Alex Robertson? I'll judge the next one.
What do you be, head judge Vlad?
God, I'd rather. There's a reason why I've only ever judged one YCS. I do not ever want to do that again. It was way too tiring. Although, however, online judging is a lot different than being on your feet all day and then like having to look after 20 side events at the same time. It's not a lot of fun. But yeah.
It would appear that Callum did draw a very good card.
Yeah.
Called Debug.
I see.
Debug.
I
I
see.
see.
And what was the card beforehand?
Ooh, who knows? Oh, I think that's the card he drew originally.
All right. Okay.
And so he hasn't redrawn the card, right?
Well, they put the card back and then
I
sent
don't
his elf
actually.
into the grave.
Did he actually put the card back?
I I believe they did, but if they didn't, then yeah, it's fine. Like, however, this is a bit of a different situation than what I was describing before. Because them drawing a card for turn could change what they would send off Gazelle.
Yeah, exactly.
So that is a bit of a difference.
Like,
and Callum would gain an advantage by knowing
exactly.
how to do for turn. So yeah, they would have to just draw back, put it back, and draw it back.
That's my view. Just because like because the Gazelle resolves, it changes the. Well, because you can't change what you want to send, but yeah.
Yeah, a bit of a different situation. Yeah, that would make sense to just redraw because it does change the outcome. Either way, I don't think it's too bad for Callum here.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Problem is he's already used 2 Balinks as well. So unless he draws like one of 4 salad monsters.
Well, any of the cyber monsters, right?
But the thing
it's not mining. But...
I can't make a wolf because if he makes anything that's not like a Salamangreat monster, the Unchained Soul of Rage becomes.
Oh, sure, yeah. I got you.
I actually don't know why he's happy about having the debug. I think I'd actually just.
I'd rather have a Spinny, the good old.
I'd rather try and like draw anything. Then again, he has Resolved Desires, so maybe he doesn't have a Salamangreat monster. Well,
perhaps.
But seems a bit messy.
Yeah. Well, now we're stuck in limbo once again. How you doing today, Betty? How you doing?
I was doing well. I was doing alright.
Yeah, I'm still doing all right. I've heard my sisters just came home with food, and I hopefully she brought me the energy drink I asked for. Even though that this is the end of the day for this event, I need some caffeine right now. This has been a bit of a tiring match, to say the least.
Just a little bit.
It's been a lot. It's been very, very slow. Is what I'll say. Even though there hasn't even been that many turns in the match.
Maybe 10, if that.
I don't even think it was 10. I think it was like 6 in total. Maybe okay. If we're including this game, there might be 10 actually.
Yeah, it might be. 10.
Think about it. And the previous game. 10 sounds about right actually. But either way, I still think that Callum is in a decent position here. However, Tom does have the floaters, and it doesn't seem that Callum has the access to the rank 4s to be able to add Dweller, to be able to make Dweller rather.
I think that's like why Stalio kind of like hurts, like missing Stalio hurts, just because you can't do anything crazy.
Okay, Falco effect, interesting.
Not
to target the Gazelle. Not a fan of that. They get to go soul in response. I'm not sure why they didn't do that.
Oh, actually, I like this because he can now go normal summon debug. Well, he can do that first, but he can normal summon debug, add Spinny if he's got 1 left in deck. Which just gives him more extenders.
What I'm confused about is why they didn't chain Unchained Soul of Rage to Falco.
Okay, 1 sec.
Okay.
I think it's game now.
That was a bit of a misstep from Tom. If they just used the Rage on Gazelle, the Falco wouldn't resolve, and then all they'd have is a debug, and he wouldn't be dead. But unfortunately, it seems that he might just be dead.
Now he can just summon his Sen Jaguar, make a rank 4, if that card still is the debug.
JJ himself, Mr. JJ.
Yeah.
So let's see. Maybe Gazelle doesn't have any JJs left.
Maybe he doesn't.
Wouldn't be. Maybe he's just banish every Salamangreat monster. Maybe this is it. This is Although Callum isn't playing many Salamangreat monsters to begin with, he's only playing 6, and not including Gazelle.
6 and the God card. Oh, there he
6 and the God card. Yeah. Okay, well Jaguar is there. Not sure what he was thinking, but alas, maybe they were thinking to go for a slower play.
Why is he? I guess it's not too OP Funk.
They use Soul and then just gets raged, so I'm not sure.
I think you'd rather rage before he gets the 2 level 4s on board, right?
Yeah. I mean, they can't...
guess.
He doesn't know that his opponent's debug, but...
That's true, that's true. Did we get an extension? Let's ask Joe, what's their current extension at?
Hello, so we're just currently investigating with the judges because they need to pull up the logs for 3 separate judge calls to figure out the total. So the first one led to a 9-minute extension. There's at least another one, and we're just seeing if there's another one on top of that. But it looks like they're going to have another 9 or so minutes from now. I'm just going to confirm that for you guys.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Oh my god.
I hope this match never ends. Beautiful match of YuGiOh.
We can come back to it in the morning if you want. It's all good.
Perhaps.
Revisit it.
Might still be here. Just in an endless cycle of
Judge.
an endless cycle of Salamangreat Sunwolf attacking to an Unchained monster, and then the Unchained monster summoning itself back, and then infinite loop.
Infinite loop.
Okay, so this is the third and last Sunlight Wolf, and there's all 3 Balances in the graveyard. He's assembled the Salamangreat Tron.
Oh my god. This is so...
The Mine, the Tower, and the Power Plant all in play right here, being able to generate 7 colorless mana to his wrong card game, sorry.
Oop. Guessing he's gonna summon the Jag.
Yeah, summon the Jag. Ooh, can't even go for Transcode, unfortunately. Man, why does Salamangreat is just so hard to beat an 1800 monster?
But the thing is, right, big brain, right? If it is the debug, he just makes Dweller, right?
True,
and then he can add Spinny, and he can discard Spinny to buff the wolf.
Ooh, boost the Sunlight Wolf. Ooh, if he has another one in deck, though, because he does only play 2, and one of them is banished, and he's banished 10 cards out Desires.
That is true.
So it could be a bit dicey.
What are the defense of the Unchained cards? Are they all 15?
15 by 15. All of the big doggy, the Disaster has 3k defense, and Abominable Unchained Soul has 3k defense. Oh no, Abominable Unchained Soul has 15 defense.
Broken. So it looks like he should be able to deal with both of the monsters.
Yeah, as long as they make the Dweller, and also that they have the Spinny buff in deck.
Yeah, well he can also just crash right with the Rage.
Oh, true. Yeah, they have Sunlight Wolf, and then just banish with Phalanx. Yeah, that's true. And then you just attack with Dweller of the other monster.
Yeah. And then you can also add back the. Oh wait, no, he's not able to make another one, is he? Ooh, I don't like this. Maybe it's not debug.
So attacking with. Okay, they could just be attacking with Sunlight Wolf into this Rage. So they're using Rage here. On Wolf.
Oh my. Oh no.
I don't think it makes too much of a difference here. If he uses Rage, just gets roared anyway.
Yeah.
Doesn't make too much of a difference.
It's just a bit of a mess. Well, you have to ask.
Oh well.
Oh well. That wasn't that long. Oh no.
Well, just another, just this feature match just doesn't stop with the punches, does it? It's
doesn't stop giving. Is it an abacus? The thing with the beads on it?
Yeah.
Yeah, we can use one of those to start counting up the judge calls.
Ooh, yes. I think we're at judge call 4.
Yeah, we're at judge call 4. Or maybe not judge call 4.
Judge call 4. Rolling Salamangreat Roar.
Rage, Rar, XD.
Okay, so Rage gets triggered here.
Probably
Summoning back probably the big Unchained Soul Man. It summons. This one has to Brave to Hive. Yes. The big dog he summons. Yes.
I see.
So he gets to add back the Sarama.
Then he gets to make another
Wolf.
Add back the Roar.
Loop the Roar.
Basically at step 1 again.
Yeah, we're back at the beginning. Back right where we started. Except now there's another set card from Callum, so it wasn't a debug as we thought. Might be a Rage. Potentially, maybe even a different trap card. We never know.
Okay, so yeah, I'm guessing he did redraw then. So if it's Rage, that's. I don't even think Rage is particularly good though.
Yeah.
Gozen match maybe good.
Yeah, Gozen could be pretty good here.
Summon limit maybe as well. He does play that.
Yeah. Ooh, could be to call by the grave. They did just say target, so.
Conk. Does he have any spell traps in there? He does. He has the escape.
Yeah, he has the Unchained and then the 2 doggies.
That play was in this game, not last game.
Yeah. On Disaster. The Unchained Soul of Disaster. Being targeted by the Unchained Twin Sarama. It goes a match. Okay.
So that's been there the entire time.
That doesn't stop that. It just gets set to the field. They're also both dark.
Yeah, weird.
Okay. Whatever. We'll carry on. So now, Tom potentially gets to pop the Unchained Soul Disaster, then being able to bring back the Link 2 in his graveyard. Which could be nice. Also, maybe potentially bring back the Abominable Unchained Soul.
Is it target?
Okay, well, yeah, it does. But it gets negated by Roar anyway.
Yeah, anyway.
So then, let's see what
Potential
set monster is.
Oh, I completely forgot you even had a set monster.
Yeah, there's a set monster in the field. Ghost Trick.
Weird.
Yeah.
Oh my god. I like how he's put sunglasses on Alucard, unless those were
No, he put the sunglasses on. Alucard doesn't usually have sunglasses.
I wish he did. Moves to the battle phase, declares
battle phase, Rama.
Nice.
Swings into the Shunlight Wolf. Then let's see, Sarama will probably be summoning maybe Rakia?
Maybe Rakia.
Rakia
doesn't seem very good though because of the Gozen match.
True. So maybe another Abominable Unchained Soul?
Maybe. I feel like he is in a losing position now.
Yeah. Okay, so we have Abominable Unchained Soul coming down. Using its effect, I presume, to maybe pop the Gozen match. Okay, not using its effect, just dealing the 1200 damage. Banishing a Balinx from his graveyard, just giving him a little tickle.
Now, Callum definitely seems in a good position now.
Yeah.
The problem is now he's got Gozen match on field, he's no longer able to do Transco Talker plays.
True. Just very limited to just the Salamine Grave plays. However, he does have access to cards like YuGiOh, which can just allow him to put at least some amount of damage on the board.
The unfortunate thing is he doesn't have to Salamangreat Sanctuary though.
Can relink that. Can link that YuGiOh. Yeah, you're right. So it could be a bit hard for him to put any damage on the board actually. This Abominable Unchained Soul just might be here forever. We're just stuck in purgatory. He's in a forever push and pull of just soul effect, banish Balinx. Okay. Summon Wolf 1800 starts sweating.
I hadn't read the last effect of Unchained, Abominable Unchained Soul either.
It can bring itself back in the graveyard if it it was sent out this turn.
Vlad may have been distracted now, so I'll talk for a bit.
I got distracted slightly because people came home.
Smile. So
we're okay now.
guessing the Helio is just gonna spin back row,
Yeah.
probably. He's also got Gazelle in hand and Falco Engrave.
Yep.
So I don't really know what else he can do. Maybe if he's still got the spinny in deck, that forever spinny, who knows? Went back to deck. Guessing it's gonna be a torrential, maybe? Potentially.
Can you hear me?
I can, yes.
Cool. Perfect. I DC'd there slightly.
Oh, that's fine.
But yeah. So Silent Angry currently can't beat a 3k attack. It currently can't beat the Blue Eyes White Dragon, unfortunately.
Unfortunately.
On Tom's board.
Oh, he did send the Foxy though.
Ooh, okay, Foxy can pop the Goes Unmatched. Now we're getting somewhere.
Oh, he
has the spinny! Spinny! Right.
I don't think this is particularly good though, personally, still.
Yeah.
He popped his Goes Unmatched there though.
Yeah, now he gets to go into update jammer transcode things. Or access code things.
True. That's true. And is that just game now? Yeah.
Update jammer, then update jammer into just access code here. It's just game.
Yeah.
Oh
yeah, that's true as well.
Jammy boy. They could also potentially just keep the Helio on board. Just make a transcode. Update jammer, then transcode back the update jammer, then make a update jammer that way, or sorry, the access code that way rather.
Yeah.
Okay, they're going into Splash Mage. Not sure why. It doesn't seem too necessary, but maybe.
I think. Okay, wait. I thought he was gonna make
They can't make Dweller if they use Splash Mage,
right? Yeah.
Oh, okay. They're probably just getting the different attributes engraved actually for Splash Mage. That makes sense. For access codes effect rather.
Just in case the set card floats more.
Yeah. I personally would have gone into transcode first and then Splash Mage, to be honest, just because it gives you an extra attribute, but also an extra 1,000 tag points on the access code if that comes up.
I feel like he could have gone into transcodes. He could have had transcode plus the update, plus the access code.
Yeah. They could have also. The access code would have been huge and it would have been 58. It would have been like 5,800-ish. Yeah.
Attack twice. That sounds like game.
Not sure if I agree with popping the soul there. I probably would have popped the set monster first, just to see what it is. Okay, so it is one of the floaters. Okay, when he has Ash Blossom, it doesn't matter anyway. Okay, cool. Okay.
So we've
got the Bing Bang, access code, game 3, question mark, unless time is on the round.
Time question mark?
Yeah.
Is he gonna scoop for game 3 or?
Maybe we're stuck in limbo once again. Maybe we're just here forever.
Oh my god.
The match that never ends. Oh, okay. It's apparently time. It's been time for 3 minutes.
Oh.
So this will end in a draw, I presume.
I would assume so. Obviously, don't know what the judges are saying, but time was up.
Apparently, time was up. Yeah, that doesn't matter. It's turns anyway.
But that means it's just a draw, right? So
yeah. Inconclusive result, essentially. But both of these players would still be in the tournament anyway. They just need to win their last round to be in for top cut. Tom is pretty much locked in at this point.
Yeah.
If this does just end up in a draw, Tom will be XO1, and even if they lose the next round, then they'll be in the top cut. So that'll be fine. Turns I was not aware. Oh, okay. So Tom was just. I will say this now. They were just trying to
get the dub.
Get the W by just stalling for time, essentially. This makes sense. Makes sense as to why they were using think a lot. Anyway, doesn't matter. Literally doesn't matter. There's no point of doing that. Oh well.
Lovely energy.
And Callum out here with his life struggles. God bless. Thankfully, YouTube chat can't see what Callum just said in the chat.
Thankfully. However,
But also it's
I'm gonna
quite funny.
post it.
It is quite funny, so it doesn't matter. So I assume this is just a draw. Just get some confirmation.
I believe it is until
Unless Battlefy doesn't support draws, in which case we play game 3 and then be maybe here for another hour or so. Actually, no, it would be just like 3 turns or something, so it probably wouldn't be too bad.
it might still be an hour though.
Yeah, for sure. Definitely a possibility.
According to Joe, draws are supported.
Okay, cool. So then this is just a
This is draw.
Yeah.
This is a draw. Nice one. Nice. Nice.
Okay, so it's a draw.
But Tom, so apparently Tom is going to dispute the fact that he was not aware it was turns. I don't know what this means. I don't know what it's going to result in. If he gets DQ'd, I will cry with laughter. But besides that, we're still here, Vlad.
Yeah, we're stuck here. Just stuck here in the middle of a few. It's song. Good song. We're just chilling now in purgatory. Stuck until we find out if draw or DQ.
Ooh, I like that. That's something I like the sound of.
Yeah, that rhymes as well. That does rhyme. So how y'all doing, YouTube chat? We're chilling. Subscribe to YuGiOh on YouTube.com.
I think his YouTube handle is Zach Carnage, and I love it.
Is it still Zach Carnage? Right, okay.
So his channel name is YuGiOh, but I think his name is still Zach Carnage, and if it is, I love it.
Okay. Yes, something happened. Okay, so Tom is scooped. So I presume it's just a draw.
It should be the end of the match.
It should be the end of the match.
Please be the end of the match.
Please. I need to eat.
But also,
I am extremely hungry. Okay, cool. They have both confirmed it's a draw. You already hear first, folks. Callum Cook moving on with a X11 record, and Tom moving on with a X01 record, meaning they are locked in for the top cut. Callum, however, does need to win their last match in day 2 tomorrow to be able to make the top cut with their animal strategy while they are on fire.
While they're on fire.
Featuring some hackers accessing things. But yeah, so
Control.
You guys have it?
We're done for the day. I think Joe's gonna do some roundup stuff. We'll be back. Well, me and Vlad will be back with the top 4 tomorrow at some point. Yeah. Thanks. Smile.
Thanks for watching, guys.
Yeah.
Hi everyone, thanks for tuning in to the YOS Mega Event 2 online stream for day 1. We just have 1 day to go until the final round, so tomorrow at 10 o'clock UK time we're going to be kicking off the 7th round of Swiss, and after that we'll move on to the top 8 cut, and it's going to be pretty interesting to see what makes it this time around. You can see currently the round 1 deck breakdown. We're going to be investigating what the EXO deck breakdown is at the start of tomorrow, and then bring you the top 8 as well following that. If you got any questions that you want to ask, feel free to chuck them to me on the Facebook page, and we look forward to seeing you all tomorrow bright and early at 10 AM.